Yue Yang continued to observe the Marquis of Xian and the Blood Scythe Demon's facial expressions. The Marquis of Xian's face did not show terror, but he looked a little disturbed and gloomy. It was evident that the appearance of the little Thorny Flower Demoness was not a small blow to him. As for the Blood Scythe Demon, unexplainable fear had crept up on its face. Even Yue Yang felt shameful for it. How could a gold-ranked level 7 beast like itself actually be afraid of a bronze-ranked level 1 little Thorny Flower Demoness? Even though this little demoness had a large arsenal of moves and was nurtured with Demon King Xian's arm, it was ludicrous that she caused so much terror to it. Xia Wen Li gently tugged the corner of Yue Yang's shirt. Yue Yang understood what she meant. She indicated that she was about to execute a surprise attack. At this moment, on the other hand, the Marquis of Xian seemed to be a little indecisive. Should he summon a beast to continue the battle, or should he leave instead? He was unable to make a decision. If he left now, nobody could stop him. However, to let the little innate thief who was already bruised and battered get away just like that was really a pity. Now, he was this close to finishing him off. If he allowed this little innate thief to level up further, perhaps today's battle outcome would not repeat itself if they met again in the future. Human warriors tend to level up fast, especially for innate rankers. Such a young innate would surely rapidly progress up the ranks. If he did not kill him off now, and if they met again in future, he could not bear to think of the outcome then. But even if he summoned another beast, would he be able to defeat this little innate thief? It was hard to say. With the assistance of the little lowly serpent demon, he would most likely get caught up in yet another new round of hard battle. What the Marquis of Xian was the most afraid of was not little Thorny Flower Demoness, but Xia Wen Li, who had till now kept a low profile. He felt that this baby lowly serpent demon was actually the most formidable enemy. She was even more terrifying than the crafty little innate thief. Not only was she a guardian beast, she also possessed a grimoire and even had binding inherent skill. Unless he killed the little innate thief, it would be impossible for him to kill her. Just having these two stone element Medusa and Storm Mermaid alone was already hard enough to deal with. With the instinct of a ranker, the Marquis of Xian sensed that this little lowly serpent demon still had a reservoir of power hidden inside her. She was definitely still concealing her true strength, waiting to give him a ruthless strike. Hence, he was stuck in a dilemma. To leave, or not to leave. While the Marquis of Xian was still thinking with a serious expression on his face, little Thorny Flower Demoness had already ignored the difference in ranks, and initiated an attack against the gold-ranked level 7 Blood Scythe Demon. Her body still situated on the flower terrace, her infant-like little hand pointed. 10 stalks from the stalk cluster rapidly extended to 10 or 20 meters long and launched towards the Blood Scythe Demon. Numerous secondary bodies curved and revolved in midair like green giant serpents, coiling and shooting themselves towards the Blood Scythe Demon. The two soulless Thorny Flower Demons were the wildest ones, shooting high up into the sky, bending over and hanging down as they became green giants which engulfed all living things, charging down viciously. The Blood Scythe Demon's reaction made Yue Yang's jaw practically drop to the ground, because it actually deserted the Marquis of Xian right in front of the ladder. A gold-ranked level 7 demon was actually afraid of a level 1 bronze-ranked Thorny Flower? If these words were to travel to the ears of others, out of 10,000 people, 10,001 would not believe it. The stalk cluster, which was as thick as a large bowl, did not actually pose much of a killing threat towards the Blood Scythe Demon. However, its use was not to kill, injure, or devour, but to entwine. Although the Blood Scythe Demon was seriously injured, it still retained considerable battle strength. Especially in a situation where it was intent on escaping, it waved its blood scythe about and the stalk clusters of the thorny flower were cut off as if they were grass being mowed down, scattering everywhere on the ground. Even the 4 secondary stalks that were as thick as a water bucket were also unable to defend itself against the blood scythe as they were snapped in two by a swing of the blood scythe, even if it was slightly more difficult to cut them. Only the 2 thorny flower demons were barely able to defend themselves. Even when their bodies had suffered 2 slashes from the scythe, they still continued to pounce towards their enemy, using the stalks which served as their upper limbs to encircle the blood scythe demon's body. Unknowingly, countless white spores started to float down from the sky. The moment these spores came into contact with bloodstains or armor fragments on the ground, or the surfaces on the ground that had been bombarded by skills during the battle, spitting carnivorous flowers and carnivorous thorny flowers started to grow from them. On the other hand, the thorny flower stems that were cut off and laying on the ground started to grow roots and were reborn, forming new thorny flowers. The more the blood scythe demon tried to cut, the more thorny flowers bloomed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a mini sea of flowers had formed. These countless thorny flowers extended their stalks, twisting and twining as they unfurled towards the blood scythe demon's body. Many of the thorny flowers which encircled it bared their fangs and opened their mouths wide. No matter whether it was the skin, the armor, or the energy from the demonic flames ignited by the blood scythe demon, they devoured everything entirely. Such a barbaric way of consumption made even Yue Yang, who was usually extremely brave and unafraid, to shiver involuntarily. The blood scythe demon did not stop waving around the blood scythe in his hand, using its utmost efforts to break away from the thorny chains, as it hacked at the long stems of the thorny flowers which seemed to surround him everywhere. Normally, a gold-ranked level 7 beast like it was so highly ranked that it just needed to swing its blood scythe a few times to entirely defeat other beasts. Unfortunately, he was now up against a little thorny flower demoness which was entirely immune to being hacked or cut off, and also had a terrifying speed of growth. It was practically a tragedy for him. However, if there was no one else to help, the single efforts of the little thorny flower demoness would perhaps be insufficient to kill it off. After all, their levels were too far apart. Its true misfortune, however, started from the single golden arrow shot by the stone element Medusa. The golden arrow whizzed and pierced right into the blood scythe demon's right leg. At that moment, its entire right leg slowly started to petrify. Taking advantage of this, the secondary stalks of the thorny flowers unleashed take root in its leg, directly growing new thorny flowers from within its right leg. There were thousands and hundreds of stalks that twined and entangled with each other, tying the blood scythe demon to the ground. The blood scythe demon howled in pain. Lifting its blood scythe in madness, it looked like it wanted to chop off its own right leg. However, Yue Yang might possibly be the world's most shameless guy who was an expert in dealing extra blows to an enemy which was already in a disadvantageous situation. When he saw that the blood scythe demon was stuck, he immediately rushed over to make its life more difficult. He first used his giant club to hit the blood scythe away, then he struck the club squarely in its face. In the 2 seconds where the blood scythe demon was disoriented by the blow, the thorny flower stalk clusters, secondary stems and the 2 thorny flower demons entangled themselves around the blood scythe demon so tightly and thickly that only its head was left outside. Yue Yang then snatched the blood scythe from it very despicably and then threw this dangerous weapon into the lake. Losing its most compatible weapon and being tied by countless dense and thick flower stems made the blood scythe demon let loose an earth-shattering howl of despair. Even though it had lost its weapon, endured serious bodily injuries and had its entire body wrapped around by stalks without an inch left, the blood scythe demon was still a gold-ranked level 7 demon and thus still had terrifying amounts of energy left. Even when it was tightly trapped, it was still able to forcefully struggle free of the thorny flower stalks, one at a time. At this moment, however, Yue Yang wouldn't hold himself back for it. Upon seeing that this fellow was about to struggle free of its reins, he quickly took out the dragon-slaying dagger and frenziedly started to stab it multiple times. The blood scythe demon's fresh blood that spurted out further spurred on the vigorous growth of the thorny flowers. Every small piece of meat or armor that Yue Yang managed to slice out was devoured by the thorny flowers. Some of them even sunk their mouths into the wounds to nip at it. The power of the demonic flames had no use on them at all. There were numerous big mouths waiting to devour it. Every time the demonic flames were ignited, countless mouths pounced on them to take them in. On seeing this, the Marquis of Xia Jin's heart grew cold. Now, he understood a little why such a small thorny flower could kill off 2 blood prison demon kings and the 5,000 elite soldiers of the demonic legion. The reason was simple. It was a battle between a natural predator and its prey. How could the prey defeat its natural predator? That could not be achieved by mere battle strength, because their predators had too many characteristics that neutralized the prey's techniques. The demonic flames which served as protection for the demon's body, their tough, rock-solid demonic bodies, immense strength and terrible power of their weapons were all completely ineffective against the thorny flower. Thorny flowers could devour the demonic energies in the demonic flames, and they could also swallow and digest the tough, rock-solid demonic bodies. The immense strength that the demons were proud of were completely useless against the soft and supple strength of the thorny flowers. As for their weapons, they were also obsolete as thorny flowers could grow at fast speeds and could even grow from within the bodies of their enemies. There were simply too many thorny flowers. Once their numbers reached a certain quantity, their destructive power could overpower level differences and overwhelm all obstacles. Even though the Marquis of Xia Jin could no longer exert his control over space, his inherent skill to teleport could still be used after it was accumulated for some time. He drew a circle with his hand and turned the space within it into a vortex. He got ready to enter the vortex and appear at its corresponding exit. This was a special teleportation skill that he had only managed to master after training hard for 50-odd years. Even if he could not control space, he could still use it to teleport and leave without a hitch. When he had completed half of the teleportation process, as he just started to enter the vortex halfway and his back still outside, Xia Wen Li made her move. She already had intentions to launch a sneak attack earlier, and she had already waited for a long time. Now that her opportunity emerged, she immediately took action. The precision with which she seized opportunities was 10 times faster than Yue Yang, who had for all this time been using his divine vision to observe the Marquis of Xia Jin's actions. She used her binding inherent skill and simultaneously chopped down on the Marquis of Xia Jin's demonic wings with her dual icicle blades. At the same time, the Storm Mermaid's golden trident penetrated the Marquis back, and by then, the stone element Medusa's second golden arrow had already hit the Marquis of Xia Jin's demonic tail. The Marquis of Xia Jin's teleportation vortex immediately shattered into pieces. The recoil of the teleportation failure and the 3 heavy blows taken on his back caused immense pain to the Marquis of Xia Jin. Yue Yang was in front, Xia Wen Li was behind, and there was still the little thorny flower demoness at the side. By now, the Marquis of Xiajin could no longer afford to protect his demon abyss ranker's ego. At the first chance he got, he escaped towards the direction of the volcanic crater where there was nobody to stop him. Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li immediately pursued him. As for Storm Mermaid and Stone Element Medusa, they could not keep up with the pace. Instead, they turned to attack the Blood Scythe demon which was still stubbornly resisting its binds. The Marquis of Xiajin was neither able to fly nor had time to teleport and escape, hence he could only run. Behind him, Yue Yang whipped out his crescent blade and slashed at him wildly as he chased after him. Compared to his barbaric swings, Xia Wen Li's attacks were more efficient. Every attack she executed froze the Marquis of Xiajin for 1 or 2 seconds. However, the Marquis of Xiajin's protective demonic flames could thaw the ice very quickly. Also, he was fleeing for his life with all his might. Adding to that was the fact that his huge size gave him a large advantage in the mountainous road up front. Hence, he was able to escape from the attacks of the two. Even so, he had suffered a couple of heavy hits on his back by Yue Yang. In his entire life thus far, the Marquis of Xiajin had never been in such a sorry state before. But now in order to live, his only option was to run. The little lowly serpent demon still had some strength left, and was still preparing to execute some of her frightening attacks. As an extremely strong ranker, the Marquis of Xiajin instinctively felt danger incoming. Hence, no matter how much Yue Yang jeered at him or lashed out at him, and no matter how much he attacked him, he completely ignored it. Just a mere crescent blade would not cause any fatal wounds to him. That brat currently also did not have much strength left. Furthermore, he did not dare to use his Huijin magic blade for fear of recoil and was devoured himself instead. Normal physical attacks would only cause flesh lacerations, which were only exterior physical injuries to him. The Marquis of Xiajin swallowed his fury and escaped to the mountain peak. When he saw the bubbling lava at the crater that was boiling ceaselessly and hence forming a dead end, and was immediately pleased. He leapt towards the volcanic crater. In the air, he opened up his injured demonic wings, preparing to flap them with all his might, to fly out of the crater and escape from this place. Your end is here. Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li were waiting for this exact moment. Both of them jumped onto the Marquis of Xiajin's back at the same time. Yue Yang, who had been holding back his final bout of innate sword chi till now, explosively released it. A bloody hole was created on the Marquis of Xiajin's back. Xia Wen Li stabbed her dual icicle blades into the hole, enlarging it and further damaging the wound on the Marquis of Xiajin's back. At the same time, she gathered a ball of pure white light that was even brighter than the aurora lights, and channeled it into the Marquis wound yet again. Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li then leapt upwards together. When they were still in mid-air, the Marquis suddenly furiously turned back his body. His pair of demonic claws raked forcefully towards the two people, as if he wanted to drag the pair into the clutches of death together with him. But he forgot that Xia Wen Li was the original possessor of the binding inherent skill. Xia Wen Li's round eyes grew big as she glared at him. His demonic claws froze in motion in mid-air, missing the two people by a mere hair. As the Marquis of Xiajin's body started to fall, its claws dropped powerlessly. With a rumble, the Marquis of Xiajin fell into the pit of lava. Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li, who were both standing at the edge of the volcano, were completely exhausted, and almost fell to the ground in weariness. But because they were concerned with the final outcome of the battle, they persisted in observing the Marquis of Xiajin in the lava pit below. If, even after such a combination of tricks and attacks, the Marquis of Xiajin was still could not be killed, they really had no other choice but to use Yue Yang's teleportation scroll to escape. The Marquis of Xiajin, who fell into the boiling hot lava, struggled to get up, but the white light that had been channeled by Xia Wen Li into his back mutually opposed his demonic chi, igniting a gigantic explosion. Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li both watched as the Marquis of Xiajin's giant body fall into the blood-red lava. Within a blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the lava, only leaving a green wisp of smoke rising in spirals into the air. Xia Wen Li was so exhausted that she could not say a single word. She directly dissolved into rainbow light, floating into Yue Yang's body to hibernate. Without her help in this battle, Yue Yang would have been utterly defeated by the Marquis of Xiajin, who had resumed the use of his demonic body. After killing the Marquis of Xiajin, Yue Yang pushed down the excitement in his heart, and staggered down the mountain slope. Finally, he fell down next to the lovely and soft body of the mysterious beauty. He hurriedly took out a medicinal stone from his lich ring and kneaded it into fragments, giving both of them medical treatment at the same time. If they postponed their treatment any further, both of them would die. At this time, however, as Yue Yang was using all his strength to fight and hit the Marquis of Xiajin into the volcanic lava, the little thorny flower demoness had miraculously started to evolve. From a bronze-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness, she evolved into a silver-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness. Also, the change was quite a drastic one. Yue Yang realized that this little thorny flower demoness was previously only about 7 or 8 years old in appearance. After not seeing her for just a moment, she had already grown into a child that was about 10 years old in appearance. She had also grown taller in height. What kind of growth pill had she taken? The blood scythe demon was still tirelessly struggling, and had yet to be entirely devoured. What was happening here? Yue Yang was still in shock, when he suddenly realized that this little thorny flower demoness had stuck out her tongue, and was licking up the blood stains from his and the mysterious beauty's body. She looked like a greedy little cat who was stealing fish to eat. Yue Yang was instantly furious. You little vampire! Scram, otherwise I'll beat you up. The little thorny flower demoness seemed to be very afraid of Yue Yang. Seeing that he had blown his top, she was immediately so scared that she scampered her little feet back to the flower terrace, naked and shaking her little butt. After the little disturbance caused by her subsided, Yue Yang realized there was something wrong. Why were the thorny flowers grown from the spores beside him different from normal thorny flowers? The thorny flowers beside him were blood red in color, and even had a golden mark on them. What was going on? Was it because his own blood had such magical properties, or was the mysterious beauty's blood special or rare? If the mysterious beauty had not sustained such serious injuries and was near the point of death, Yue Yang really wanted to strip her clean and peel her like a little lamb, and study her body in detail. Just as Yue Yang was reaching his greedy hands out towards the mysterious beauty, the skies rumbled with a blast of thunder. Following that, a dragon's roar resounded through the air. On the surface of the tranquil hot springs, countless waves raged around, creating a huge whirlpool. Yue Yang was stunned as he looked upwards and realized that unknowingly, a silver-colored dragon-like creature that was coiling in the air had appeared, undulating its elegant long body through the skies. 10 seconds afterwards, the silver-colored dragon-like creature dove into the center of the whirlpool in the lake, without a single splash or sound. My god, there are really dragons in this world. Yue Yang hesitated for a while, not knowing how to react. Human child, I'm not a dragon, I'm a Jiaolong. It's very close to a dragon, but a little different. A lady wearing a white robe, with a head decorated with silver rings ornaments and a silver silk mask that covered her face, appeared in front of Yue Yang, startling him yet again. TLN, some kind of water dragon with the ability to control rain and floods. Her face was smooth as jade, however, her head was filled with neatly combed silver strands of hair. A venerable feeling was present, but she didn't look old. She had a mysterious air, with an uniquely classical and elegant look that gave people a very pleasant feeling. Yue Yang hurriedly retracted his perverted hands while putting up an innocent appearance and asked, "You are?" The lady whose head was filled with silver hair but didn't look old at all created a hand gesture. Yue Yang completely didn't understand what she meant, but he felt that it would be useful and remembered it deep within his heart. The lady then started speaking softly, "Human boy, you can call me Grandma Chi. I was originally this lake's mistress. However, the Marquis of Xiajin had come suddenly with the intention to steal the medicine encyclopedia that I possessed. He didn't even try to negotiate and started attacking me immediately. In the end, he even used an artifact to confine me inside a dimensional space. If it wasn't for the fact that he left the Soaring Dragon Continent and caused the artifact to disappear without his presence, I wouldn't have been able to come out of my confinement. Young little innate human, I thank you for saving me. I don't have anything to show my appreciation, but please drink this dragon fruit elixir." The masked lady who called herself Grandma Chi summoned a platinum grimoire. She then summoned a ball of the holy, pure light that enveloped Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty's body. Yue Yang felt a warm feeling seeping through his Baihui cup ointment and then flowing through his blood channels. He also felt an uncomfortable feeling coming from both his outer skin layer and the bones inside his body as he was immersed in the holy light, and he groaned in pain. With a kind of rebirth radiance, the holy light melted into his body very quickly. Shiro, Baihui, an A cup ointment at the top of the head, the wounds on his skin recovered with a speed that could be seen with naked eyes. The bruises and demonic flames burns on his body also take turn for the better constantly. His swellings were reduced, and his dead skins fell off as new skin regenerated, with an elasticity as soft and supple as a baby's. Other than the tiredness from the battle that couldn't be removed, even his body's spiritual chi had recovered a lot. Yue Yang jumped up from the ground. Until now, he still couldn't believe that his serious injuries could heal so quickly. The mysterious beauty who had fainted from her serious injuries also slowly opened her eyes. However, because her body was still very weak, she still couldn't move her body very much. "Seems like your thorny flower will require more time to end the battle. Maybe you can bring your comrade to my domain to rest for a while. It's not too late to go back after you have recovered." The masked lady turned her body after she had finished speaking, walking towards the lake. Yue Yang immediately turned and carried the mysterious beauty before quickly following closely behind the masked lady. His wolfy paws had pretended to be unaware and secretly touched the mysterious beauty's snowy peaks, which were still standing tall even after they were tightly bound. Obviously, on the outside, he pretended an appearance of "I'm a good boy who has never done anything." When he was carrying her up and picking up her ancient book that had dropped to the ground, he also took the opportunity to sniff at her body. Her fragrant smell assailed his nose and went straight to his heart, almost melting his heart away. The mysterious beauty rolled her eyes in rebukement. She had truly never seen such a person before. It was obvious that he was a pervert, yet he pretended to be a good boy. She really had enough of him. If she could move her hands and feet, she would have sent him flying with a slap of her ancient book. As the masked lady who called herself Grandma Qi continued to walk forward, and the water in the lake suddenly started to slowly split apart. However, what was revealed wasn't the lake's bottom, instead, it was a wall made out of the lake's water. Ahead, there was a blue-colored water door. Yue Yang curiously touched the walls of the lake water as he carried the mysterious beauty's fragrant body. His finger caused some ripples on the wall surface as he touched it. After passing through the water door, Yue Yang realized that he had entered into a strange dimension. It wasn't very big, maybe as big as the lake, but it was completely different from the bottom of the lake. There was no water in this place. However, if he looked at the four walls of water surrounding the area, he could see fishes swimming around. There were also different kinds of plants and adorable little animals growing in this place, such as the slow-crawling tortoise and the fast-scampering little crab. This area was a separate dimension from the lake bottom, but it had the ability to observe every single thing that happened in the lake and above the lake. Even the little thorny flower demoness who had climbed up onto her flower terrace, falling into a peaceful sleep, and the different kinds of thorny flowers that were relentlessly absorbing the blood scythe demon's blood and energy, could be seen very clearly from this place. Inside this dimension, the interior design was similar to a human's dwelling. The masked Grandma Qi invited Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty to sit. There was a cute beast that Yue Yang couldn't recognize holding a silver tray on its little claws, serving 2 cups up to them. Yue Yang observed it, but it seemed that it was scared of him and quickly turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared. Grandma Qi pointed with her fingers and a white little jade pot appeared. Her movements was extremely graceful as she poured a fragrant, white-colored elixir into Yue Yang's and the mysterious beauty's cups. At this time, the mysterious beauty's stamina had recovered, and she pushed Yue Yang's bad hand, which had been taking advantage of her all this while away, and struggled to sit down herself. She also thanked Grandma Qi, who was sitting on the other side. However, perhaps it was due to the fact that Yue Yang was present, the mysterious beauty didn't reveal her name and clan. Instead, she formed a gesture with her 10 snow-white fingers, as if showing some kind of identity. Yue Yang completely didn't understand this gesture, but he decided to memorize it in his heart. As long as he could find the right person, he should be able to guess the mysterious beauty's identity. Yue Yang felt that maybe Luohua City mistress would know what this hand gesture symbolize. Compared to the mysterious beauty's gentle sipping and careful tasting, Yue Yang was like Zhu Bag** who found a ginseng, gulping the white-colored elixir in the little cup down into his stomach. He felt a kind of refreshed feeling oozing out from within his stomach, turning into spiritual qi and dispersing throughout his body. He also felt a kind of cleansing feeling in his body that seemed to widen his limits and potential capacity. The feeling was heavenly, just like the feeling he got when he drank a cold drink to satiate his thirst on a scorching summer day. He couldn't help but to cry out, "Ah! Shiro, Zhu Bag, the pig on journey to the west, since you seem to like it, please drink a little more." The masked Grandma Qi filled Yue Yang's cup one more time. Shortly after, she also poured another cup for the mysterious beauty. "Thank you, Grandma Qi." The mysterious beauty was very polite, she immediately bowed down to show her appreciation. However, as for the guy from another world, on the other hand, knowing that this dragon fruit elixir was a good item, didn't even bother to stand on ceremony and said, "It would be really great if I can have one more cup." The mysterious beauty who was sitting on the side watched his greedy and sly ways, and she really wanted to bash her ancient book on that guy's head. He was fortunate that she didn't have much strength right now to teach him a lesson. The silver-silked masked Grandma Qi didn't care about his manners at all and had instead taken a liking to Yue Yang's honest and frank attitude. A smile bloomed on her face as she said, "If 3 cups of dragon fruit elixir were enough to show my gratitude, I would be really happy to comply." However, Yue Yang couldn't bear to drink the 3rd cup. He decided to bring it back and save it for Yu Bing or Yu Shuang. Yue Yang reckoned that this elixir was the best feature of the hard-shelled dragon fruit. Even he, who was an innate ranker, felt that he had broken through new grounds and increased his potential capacity just by drinking it, let alone Yu Bing and Yu Shuang. Hence, he had set his heart on bringing back this dragon fruit elixir and gave them to his 2 sisters. Taking the opportunity when the mysterious beauty and Grandma Qi were chatting, Yue Yang placed his cup on the table and secretly took out a small bottle from his lich ring. He filled the bottle with the contents in his cup, and even rinsed the cup with clear water twice and poured it inside so that nothing would be left behind. This little brat's actions was extremely sneaky and secretive, causing the mysterious beauty who was watching on one side to be stunned speechless. He had already shamelessly drunk 2 cups, but he even thought of sneaking some back? Seemed like the word shameless had originally been created to describe this brat. However, she had actually underestimated Yue Yang's shamelessness. If it wasn't for the fact that the jade pot didn't have much elixir left, Yue Yang had even thought of stealing the whole pot back. Stealing 1 cup was just a child's play to him. "You guys are really amazing. You managed to defeat the Marquis of Xiajin at such a young age. Grandma Qi started to speak. However, she smiled wryly and shook her head as she explained the result of the battle when Yue Yang pushed the Marquis of Xiajin down to the volcano crater. The Marquis of Xiajin is an extremely sly person. He shouldn't be dead, he only pretended to die falling into the lava as a ruse to trick you. This is because all of the Demon King race had hellfire flowing through their blood channels, so intense flames and extremely high temperatures were actually advantageous to them instead of harmful to them. He didn't actually die. He simply sustained too much serious injuries, hence he has to escape back to the demon abyss in the meantime to recover. He will definitely return back to the Soaring Dragon Continent when the time is right. You guys must be careful in case he want to take revenge in the future. Ah! Yue Yang could only stare like a fool when he heard this. How could he not die even after falling into a volcano crater? This Marquis of Xiajin was simply even stronger and more resilient than a cockroach. I have finally understood now why the Marquis of Xiajin had a hard time defeating us. Furthermore, he had only summoned a gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon instead of his guardian beast. Seems like he had fought a hard battle with you, Grandma Qi, before fighting with us. Hence his battle power had significantly been reduced, the mysterious beauty suddenly spoke after her realization. Really? Yue Yang started to sweat. But thinking about it again, what the mysterious beauty said had indeed made sense. If it wasn't for the fact that Grandma Qi had fought a great battle with the Marquis of Xiajin previously and reduced his battle power, their battle would probably be much harder to fight. First of all, the Marquis of Xiajin did not summon his guardian beast from the start to the end. Furthermore, as a high-ranking demon abyss prince, there was no reason for him to only possess a gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon and a silver-ranked level 6 ugly beast. He must definitely have other stronger beasts in his arsenal. Even when the Marquis of Xiajin was in a dangerous situation, he didn't summon any other beasts. This showed that his powers had been severely reduced after his great battle with Grandma Qi. He had become so weak that even Yue Yang could kill him. That was why he had ended up in such a sorry state and even had to escape for his life. However, thinking about it in another perspective, Yue Yang started to break out in cold sweat. If the Marquis of Xiajin hadn't fought with Grandma Qi previously and had faced him with his full strength, it seemed like the mysterious beauty in him would have suffered a miserable defeat under that fellow's horrifying attacks. Even after defeating and confining Grandma Qi, he still had enough power left to fight him to such a bitter end. This Marquis of Xiajin was simply too powerful. Actually, most of the credit still goes to both of you. Most of my beasts are special types, so I didn't last very long fighting with the Marquis of Xiajin. Grandma Qi was extremely humble, but Yue Yang wasn't an idiot. Grandma Qi, a Jiaolong who could transform into human and was an entity that he couldn't even begin to see through with his level 3 divine eyes, was definitely much stronger than him. She had definitely injured the Marquis of Xiajin more than him. The Marquis of Xiajin's human body has been destroyed, and seems like he will require a long time to recover. We have time to train and improve ourselves in the meantime. The mysterious beauty's words was actually meant for Yue Yang as a motivation. A year, or maybe he would only need around 8 to 9 months to fully recover his human body and return to the Soaring Dragon Continent. As for completely recovering his battle power, he would probably need around 1.5 years. In this 1 year, he would probably not think of seeking revenge but concentrate on hiding himself and recovering his battle power instead. After Grandma Qi stated her time estimation, which was a year, Yue Yang really had a headache. A year. This was neither a long time nor a short time. However, even if he tried to train his innate invisible sword qi quickly, there would still be limitations. Unless he could drink precious concoctions like this dragon fruit elixir frequently and increase his abilities boundlessly, he wouldn't have hoped to defeat such an abnormally strong entity like that Marquis of Xiajin. Grandma Qi suddenly took out a simple, ancient-looking book and placed it in front of Yue Yang, smiling, the Marquis of Xiajin might come again in the future. I don't like fighting, I prefer to avoid battles if possible. I think going out to travel might be a good idea, maybe I could even go to the Tongtian Tower and find my old friends for a reunion. This medicine encyclopedia, it's useless in my hands. I'll leave it to you to safeguard it. Yue Yang looked at the ancient book in front of him. There was a bold and cursive calligraphy written in dark golden ink on the book cover. He guessed that was medicine encyclopedia. As he flipped it open and looked through the pages, he found that every single page was about medicine prescriptions and methods of refining medicines. However, there was a great portion of refining methods written that were not methods to refine mere ordinary medicines. They were even specifically marked as innate refinement system. Yue Yang immediately understood why Grandma Qi had given this book to him. No matter what, he was still an innate, hence this medicine encyclopedia could only be useful to him. However, he would think twice before receiving gifts from others. Yue Yang felt a little hesitation in his heart. If Grandma Qi then asked for some strict terms and conditions, he wouldn't feel good rejecting her request. It was as if Grandma Qi had seen through Yue Yang's thoughts. She revealed a meaningful smile and nodded, I am already old. If you could find lustrous branch of life, undying dark river water, regeneration spring water, wishing Dutchman's pipe, dream fruit and other herbs and concoct an immortal pill, can you give one to this grandma? All right. This was as simple as writing an empty check. Wasn't that easy? He immediately agreed, then hurriedly snatched and hugged the medicine encyclopedia tightly into his embrace. His hands had moved as fast as if he was stealing the book. Seeing this, the mysterious beauty could only roll her eyes at him in annoyance. However, this gesture was useless towards Yue Yang. He even thought of her move as a flirtatious glance designed to entice him. After bidding farewell to the hospitable Grandma Qi, Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty walked out of the water door and returned to the edge of the lake. The mysterious beauty then took out a teleportation scroll and prepared to leave. However, Yue Yang hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute, beautiful lady. I wouldn't even start on how you played a trick on me or how you were rude to me, but you even kicked my butt. Are you thinking of shirking your responsibility? The mysterious beauty could only sweat in speechlessness. Wasn't that because there was a need to trick our opponent during the battle? Furthermore, afterwards, you have also kicked my butt, so doesn't it balance out in the end? Hey, were you taking revenge on me when you kicked my butt afterwards? When Yue Yang heard this, he quickly shook his hands. No, it's not revenge. I wanted to protect you and prevent you from getting injuries. That was a kick out of concern for you. It's different from your kick that was designed to push me towards the enemy. My parents have told me before, whoever kicked my butt must become their daughter-in-law as a compensation for my loss. Since you have kicked my butt, you must atone for your sins. This is our family's rule that could not be broken. Yue Yang blabbered shamelessly, causing the mysterious beauty to almost fall on the ground. She replied with a headache, then what were you thinking when you were kicking my butt? Do you think that you are the only one with parents? Don't you think my body is also precious? You are practically making trouble without any reason. No, that's wrong. You are practically shameless. I'm not. I am speaking logically. I have decided that I will also compensate you for your loss, and be your husband if need be. Yue Yang smiled widely, showing his shiny teeth, his smile bright like the sun and easy like the spring breeze. Of course, his smile was also extremely pervertic. Stop acting cool. Who would want to be your wife? The mysterious beauty raised the ancient book in her hands and sent Yue Yang flying with a slap. Yue Yang really wanted to ask who this mysterious beauty was in his heart. Why did she follow him? Why did she save him? Even if it was a battle to her death, why did she still help him to fight the Marquis of Xia? Who was she exactly? This girl was simply too mysterious. She made him feel a kind of tickling curiosity. He really wanted to expose her and examine her clearly. This mysterious beauty was different from Yinan. Although Yinan, that girl, was also a little mysterious, Yue Yang could still guess her identity a little. This mysterious beauty in front of him, on the other hand, he couldn't figure her out even a single bit. As for why she wanted to help him, Yue Yang really couldn't understand at all. Normally, for someone like the pitiful guy who was not close to his uncles nor grandma and was not cared by anyone other than fourth mother, he couldn't possibly have luck with the ladies. As for him, although he had already caused chaos in the Yu clan castle only a few months after he came to this world, he hadn't done anything too drastic, so why would she take notice of him? She was even familiar with his usual attitude, behavior, words, and actions. This was simply too strange. I have to go now, you should ask your brother Yinan for comfort. The mysterious beauty even knew about Yinan. This caused Yue Yang to break out in sweat secretly. Brother Yinan is a guy, he wouldn't be able to comfort me. Yue Yang would obviously not admit that he was a womanizer who had decided to set his foot down on a number of ships. Who are you trying to trick? The mysterious beauty rolled her eyes adorably. That sort of girlish and pouty gesture immediately scored a home run at Yue Yang's heart, making his heart thump wildly. In that thousandth of a second, he found that he seemed to have taken a liking to this mysterious beauty, whose face he had not even seen before. Furthermore, this like was not the normal like. Although it wasn't much, his feeling towards the mysterious beauty was definitely not less than his feeling towards Yinan. Yue Yang really wanted to reach his hands out and pull her face scarf to see her face. Even more, he wanted to embrace her and fiercely kiss her cherry lips. His desire to subdue her surged high up. Yue Yang really wanted to face upwards and gave a loud, wolfy howl, then push her down right at this place. Of course, that was only his imagination. In the first place, don't even think about whether the mysterious beauty would retaliate or not, this place was still right in front of Grandma Kai's house. If Yue Yang pushed this mysterious beauty down, he was afraid that Grandma Qi would pretend to pass by and watch them excitedly. I'm really going now, the mysterious beauty said this on her mouth, but her legs didn't move a single inch. I'll send you off. Yue Yang was particularly attentive to her. Send your head off. Your glib tongue doesn't work on me at all. The mysterious beauty suddenly laughed. Her laughter sounded very unique. To Yue Yang, Luohua City Mistress laughter showed off her personality, sounding bold and unconstrained. When she laughed, her whole delicate shoulders would tremble uncontrollably, and she would also move her body animatedly. Yunan's laughter, on the other hand, was lovely and reserved, she always covered her little mouth when she laughed. This mysterious beauty's laughter was even more unique than the both of them. She laughed with her eyes. Her eyebrows revealed a smiling expression that was unique to her own. It didn't look like she was laughing out loud on the outside, but her smiling expression gave him the feeling that she was smiling directly from the bottom of her heart. Her smile particularly warmed his heart. As she opened her teleportation scroll, Yue Yang suddenly had an impulse to shout at her, "Stay here with me. I will make sure to treat you well all my life." The mysterious beauty waved her hand that was holding her ancient book a few times to bid him farewell. Yue Yang watched her leaving him with reluctance in his heart. He really wanted to run towards her and embrace her tightly, stopping her from leaving him. However, he also understood that if he wanted to attain her heart, he couldn't show his anxiousness for her. Even more, he couldn't be too aggressive or he would definitely scare her off. Chasing girls require patience. He had to go about it slowly. This was a war of attrition with the goals of pushing her down forever and obtaining all of her body and soul. It would be impossible if he didn't spend some time for this. Besides, it was fine this way too. As long as she continued to follow him, he would have many chances in the future. He believed that after this battle, she would have a favorable impression on him. Yue Yang changed his hand that was about to grab her into a wave, bidding her farewell freely and easily. The mysterious beauty glanced back and gazed upon Yue Yang with her especially clear and bright doe eyes before stepping into the teleportation gate and left. Those pair of eyes had sent a strong jolt of electricity through Yue Yang's body. Heavens, beauties are really creatures that can send out electric currents. Yue Yang realized that he felt like he had just been struck with lightning. He felt uncomfortable yet extremely comfortable at the same time, and he felt an indescribable feeling of parchness in his heart. He couldn't help but to give a loud wolfy howl. He then looked at the blood scythe demon who was still struggling. Although it couldn't escape, the little thorny flower demoness also had a hard time to swallow it. Yue Yang had wanted to use his Huijin magic blade to hack at it wildly, chopping the blood scythe demon to 18 pieces for better digestion. However, he changed his mind. Maybe he could use some other special ways. For example, the fragrant sleeping flower. Indeed, when Yue Yang poured the fragrant sleeping flower perfume to the top of blood scythe demon's head, the originally beaten and exhausted blood scythe demon showed a peculiar reaction. Its body lost its control. As sleepiness came over it, the blood scythe demon's struggles became slower with time. No matter how it tried to resist its sleepiness with all of its strength, the effects of the fragrant sleeping flower finally overcame it. As its resistance became weaker, countless thorny flowers immediately seized the opportunity to absorb its body's energy. 2 thorny flower demons enveloped the blood scythe demon's whole body, digesting it slowly in the blood scythe demon's dreams. At long last, the super strong gold rank level 7 blood scythe demon met its tragic end. At this time, the little thorny flower demoness who was sleeping on her flower terrace had actually woken up without Yue Yang realizing it. She kept on observing Yue Yang, her master, as if she was extremely curious about him. Yue Yang didn't pay attention to her, instead, he scooped the blood scythe out from the bottom of the lake, and started to search through the whole battle area for loots. At the same time, he also thought about his battle and even tried to copy the Marquis of Xia Jin's space teleportation technique. He was extremely envious of the space teleportation ability. When the Marquis of Xia Jin executed it just now, he had especially used his level 3 divine vision to observe it clearly. He wanted to secretly learn the shameless space teleportation technique, so that it could be his trump card when he mounted a sneak attack in the future. In reality, Yue Yang, who had long realized the nature's heart, had an indescribable sense of clarity with nature, space, and other elements. He also had this special feeling when he used teleportation scrolls normally. When he had entered the battlefield of certain death and the demon abyss, Yue Yang had already had the determination to unravel the secret of spaces. Previously, when he was tricked by the cunning old fox and entered the dimension of test that he had created, Yue Yang's interest towards space and dimensions had greatly increased. Entering Grandma Kai's underwater dimension just now had also allowed him to realize that it was not that it was impossible to master dimensions, he only needed to execute the right method to master it. Hence, Yue Yang gathered all his body's awareness and realizations, including the information he gathered from observing the Marquis of Xia Jin's space teleportation skill, and started to try mastering spaces and teleportation. It even need more attention to detail and care to be executed than his twin fish spherical beheader. He first created a sphere with innate chi in the space, allowing the space to take a physical form of a vortex, a passageway. Yue Yang calmed his excited heart and continued to train. He failed again and again, tried again, and improved a little with every try. Every time he failed, he gained a new understanding of space, a new feeling of space. After countless number of failures, right before Yue Yang's last bit of spiritual chi was exhausted, he finally created a space vortex. His space vortex wasn't as big as the Marquis of Xia Jin's, its revolving speed was also faster, hence the time it could be sustained was extremely short. But Yue Yang had succeeded. He couldn't wait and leapt into it, trying to teleport. As a result, as he teleported out after passing through the space passageway, he found that his body had reappeared right above the water. His teleportation had failed, he had missed his teleportation target that was 10 meters away by a few dozen meters, teleporting right into the middle of the lake. Splash! Yue Yang plunged into the lake, his whole body completely drenched. Waiting for Yue Yang to swim back miserably to the edge, the little thorny flower demoness was engrossed in watching his movements. However, her expression seemed to show her confusion, as if she didn't understand why her master had purposely jumped into the lake on his own. This space teleportation was indeed more difficult to master than the average skills. Yue Yang heaved a sigh. If the Marquis of Xiajin heard his words, he would probably throw up blood. The Marquis of Xiajin, who regarded himself as an unparalleled genius and was born with dimension control inherent skill, had trained for many years before he could even learn his teleportation skill. He even spent a full 50 years to train before finally having such a mastery in teleportation today. However, Yue Yang managed to secretly learn the skill from him although he had only fought him for a while. This matter, it was fortunate that the Marquis of Xiajin didn't know about this matter, otherwise, he would probably die immediately out of anger and vomiting blood. As Yue Yang trained his teleportation ability, the little thorny flower demoness watched him excitedly with great interest. Of course, watching Yue Yang did not stop her from eating her snack. The silver-ranked level 6 ugly beast was like a snack to her. She extended her secondary stalk that was as thick as a bucket and swallowed it whole, even inclusive of its great sword. What are you looking at? Little kids should sleep early. Yue Yang realized that this naked little thorny flower demoness had been watching him non-stop without lifting her gaze off him even a single moment. Yue Yang became flustered as he had accidentally let her saw his embarrassing moment, hence he immediately brought out his might as her master. The little thorny flower demoness was indeed afraid that he would get angry the moment she heard him. She immediately retracted her flower terrace and covered herself, comfortably sleeping inside. By the time she finally woke up again, the thorny flower demons would probably have finished digesting the gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon. At that time, she would probably be able to evolve into a gold-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness. Yue Yang reckoned that she would probably grow up a little more and become a beautiful lady. Could it be that she would be a beautiful, mature Onisan when she became a golden-crowned thorny queen? Yue Yang's mind started to wander. Other than the hard-shelled dragon fruit that the mercenaries picked, the other two were still unripe. They were useless even if he plucked them, so after Yue Yang created a teleportation point at this place with his teleportation scroll, he decided to return back to the settlement camp and reunite back with Yu Bing. He would come here again in the future to pluck those fruits when he had the time. With the medicine encyclopedia, Yue Yang had decided to make studying medicine refining as his short-term goal right now. At the same time, he had also wanted to learn about space teleportation from the old cunning fox. He realized that there were still a lot of things that he could learn from his school. Yue Yang, who had now upheld the model student's attitude towards learning, had a new direction and a new goal to work hard on. Yue Yang, who was joyful and pleased after winning a huge victory from a great battle, recalled the little thorny flower demoness and opened his teleportation scroll, teleporting back to the settlement camp. However, before he even had the time to stand upright, a sword blade suddenly swung down upon him right on his face. Behind him, an axe was sweeping towards him horizontally, giving him a fright. With a swing of his crescent blade, he swept away the two weapons that were endangering his life and quickly turned around, kicking with lightning speed and sending his sneak attacker away with a loud boom. Just as he was about to ask why the opponent had launched a sneak attack on him, Yue Yang suddenly realized that the whole settlement camp had turned into a holocaust. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. There were chopped heads of mercenaries everywhere around, and bloody weapons filled the whole place. There was a large fire on the main camp. Countless mercenaries acted like wild, insane beasts, killing everyone within their sight. Yue Yang was greatly shocked. A feeling of uneasiness crept up to him. Could it be that the mercenary group that owned golden ant eggs had returned and started a mercenaries' war with other mercenaries who wanted to steal those eggs? Looking at the situation right now, it seemed like every single person in the settlement camp had participated in this looting massacre. No one had self-control on themselves anymore. In this place, those who didn't want to kill would be killed. No one was spared. When Yue Yang thought about how Yu Bing, who was standing right outside the ant hole, might be implicated too, he immediately became anxious. He roared loudly and flew towards the entrance of the ant hole with the speed of light. If something were to happen to Yu Bing, how could he explain it to Fourth Mother? No, she must definitely not be injured even a little bit. She was his smartest and most obedient little sister. Whoever blocks my path will die. Yue Yang thought. He anxiously held his crescent blade on his left hand and Hui Jin magic blade on his right as he passed through the crowd of people, his body moving like a purple flame tornado. Every single mercenary who tried to attack him or blocked his way was immediately killed on the spot. Yue Yang had guessed right. At the entrance of the ant hole, there was indeed a massacre. Countless mercenaries were hacking and slashing their blades blindly, tangled and bundled in a crowd. Some mercenaries were slaughtering others while some were merely defending themselves. They had also summoned their beasts who had started to bite and tear at each other. Every single person had gone stark, raving mad, wanting to kill all the enemies in front of them and carve a way out to survive for themselves. However, more people were killed, and even more were falling down. Chopped limbs and heads were strewn all over the ground. Beasts' corpses laid in disorder, forming mountains of corpses everywhere and emitting a bloody smell that made Yue Yang feel like puking. Amongst the fighting crowd, miserable cries resounded continuously as corpses fell to the blood-stained ground one after another. Beasts roaring, blades striking, close combat noises resounded through the whole mountain. You guys have all gone mad. The golden ant eggs are not with us at all. You guys have really gone mad. There were a few mercenaries who were innocently dragged into battle. Facing against the other mercenaries who had turned into mad slaughterers, they couldn't help but to pick up their weapons and kill as a self-defense. Yu Bing, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were also the same. A few hours ago, the 5 of them were resting outside of the ant hole, quietly waiting for Yue Yang to return. Never would they thought that a moment later, there was a disturbance at the entrance of the ant hole. At first, mercenaries only started to curse at each other. However, a few minutes later, it was unknown who had started it, but a shocking, crazy news had suddenly exploded. It was said that in the bags of 3 mercenaries, there was a golden ant egg each. Hence, every single mercenary who carried a backpack became a target for greedy mercenaries, causing a bloody war to explode immediately. The fire of the war ignited in every single mercenary soldier, and not even a single one was spared. Yu Bing, Ye Kong and the others had initially avoided the battle and was climbed up to a high mountain cliff, unwilling to fight a deadly battle with these mercenaries. However, before 10 minutes even passed, they were found out by the mercenaries below. Some devilish and monstrous mercenaries with fierce appearances started to charge towards them. They had already become mad from the killing, turning into a killing machine that would kill anyone within their sight. In order to create more disorder, there were even some mercenaries with a hidden intention to provoke other mercenaries, who started to point towards Yu Bing and shouted loudly, "The golden ant egg is on that little lady." Thus, mad, violent mercenaries started racing their way towards her. Their beasts also climbed along. It was impossible to avoid the battle again. Yu Bing and Ye Kong had initially wanted to teleport back to Hope Town, but found that their teleportation scroll failed when they opened it. Seemed like there was a dimensional disturbance in the settlement camp in Hope Town. The purpose for this disturbance was to prevent anyone from teleporting away from this place. In the sky, countless mercenaries riding their flying beasts descended on the ground. It was evident that these were the mercenaries from Hope Town who had heard about the news and decided to come over. Even if they were to teleport to Hope Town, it seemed like it wouldn't be safe anymore. Previously, they had never thought that something like this would happen. All the teleportation scrolls on Yu Bing, Ye Kong and the others had all recorded Hope Town or the settlement camp as their teleportation point. Only Yue Yang had a teleportation scroll to Shangjing. Furthermore, Yu Bing was also not willing to abandon her brother and flee. If his brother who had entered the ant hole didn't return for 1 whole day, she would also not leave this place for 1 whole day. No matter what, she would wait for her brother to return. "Don't force me to kill you." Yu Bing had a kind heart. In the beginning, she only summoned 200-year-old Treant Defender to threaten the mercenaries. She only sent those mercenaries climbing up towards her flying away, but she didn't hit them very hard. However, slowly, the stronger mercenary commanders amongst the mercenaries realized that this little lady's abilities were really powerful and started to believe that she truly had a golden ant egg in her backpack. Hence, under that misconception and the influence of their greed, the mercenaries' attacks became even more crazed. From the ground and the sky up above, countless attacks came down on them like heavy rain. Arrows, rocks, poisonous powders, flammable smoke, fire, ice, lightning and all other kinds of attacks poured down. There was not even a single kind of attack that wasn't used. There were archers shooting arrows and crossbows with accurate aims, there were berserkers throwing rocks, there were assassins throwing poisonous powders and flammable smoke, and there were also beasts shooting flames, ice and lightning attacks. Under the rain of all these attacks, the bronze-ranked level 500-year-old Treant defenders' bodies were all covered in cuts and bruises. However, they still continued to fight relentlessly. With the 2 Treants guarding in front of Yu Bing, no mercenaries managed to take a step closer. Yu Bing couldn't afford to be merciful to these people anymore. Neither being nice nor denying the possession of golden ant eggs had any effect on these crazed mercenaries. She ordered her 100-year-old Treant defenders trees, thorns and brambles and coiling roots to shoot out, killing every single beast that had come close to attack her. In 30 minutes, over dozens of greedy mercenaries and almost 100 of beasts were pushed down the mountain cliff and died a violent death, all under the power of the 100-year-old Treant defender. The mercenaries' endless attacks were all useless to Yu Bing, a summoner who owned a halo shield and 2 bronze-ranked level 5 beasts protecting her. However, a few moments later, they started to retreat slightly and reorganize as they waited for Yue Bing's halo shield to end. When it had ended, they continued to attack again like madmen. Fatty Ha's halo shield could only stand for 10 minutes. Yue Bing had really hoped that her brother could come back right at this moment. With her brother here, all these mercenaries would retreat. However, at this time, Yue Yang was still underground, looking for the volcano spring. Fatty Ha's halo shield disappeared very quickly as it reached its limit. Under the blindness of temptation and benefits, countless mercenaries started to crawl up, filled with killing intent as they swore to capture Yue Bing. In the sky, countless flying beasts were continuously circling around and launching attacks on them. Some sinister mercenaries who were riding on these flying beasts had even used crossbows to rain arrows down onto their body. In order to protect Yue Bing, whose spiritual chi and mental power had been severely depleted, Ye Kong exploded. He first summoned his strengthening type beast, the King Kong demon ape, to strengthen his body. Then, he summoned the strong Herculean rhinoceros beetle and used its almost unbeatable defense to protect Yue Bing. Ye Kong unleashed his King Kong's rod technique, which had greatly improved in power after Yue Yang's pointers. Furthermore, with the support of the strengthening type beast King Kong demon ape, his attacks utterly decimated the legion of mercenaries. However, after an hour, Ye Kong collapsed to the ground, unconscious, having spent too much energy. The Li clan brothers' power were weaker than Ye Kong's. Although they have also acquired Yue Yang's pointers, they didn't improve very much. Furthermore, they couldn't display their maximum capabilities fighting against a swarm of people. After all, their beasts were too weak, hence they couldn't provide much support to them. After losing the Herculean rhinoceros beetle's protection, the Li clan brothers could only bitterly fought against the sea of mercenaries for 15 minutes, before they were pushed down by the tsunami of mercenaries down the mountain cliff. Although Yue Bing had hurriedly saved them, they were gravely injured and had difficulties breathing. Seeing this, Yue Bing, who had a strong heart, didn't curl up in fright. Instead, her power exploded. Yue Bing summoned her grimoire again. When she summoned the 100-year-old Treant Defender this second time, it swept its trunks wildly and pushed all the mercenaries and beasts down the mountain cliff. A part of the mountain walls had actually collapsed due to the 100-year-old Treant Defender's multiple heavy and sharp attacks. A dark, deep precipice was revealed after the mountain walls collapsed. There were mercenaries in front and a cliff behind. Yue Bing was caught in a desperate situation. When the mercenaries saw this situation, they became even more insane and motivated, charging forward with a power stronger than before. With both her body and mental completely exhausted, and with the addition of the mental strain from the dire situation she was facing, even Yue Bing couldn't endure such despair anymore. After bitterly fighting for 10 minutes, Yue Bing couldn't endure it anymore and dropped to the ground. Before she collapsed to the ground, she cried out "Brother," loudly. Her loud scream echoed throughout the whole mountain. At this time, Yue Yang was still at the volcano fighting a deadly battle with the Marquis of Xiajin. He completely didn't think that his sister would fall into such a dire straits, to the point that she had fainted, waiting for his rescue. Fortunately, Hui Tai Lang, whom Yue Bing sent to seek Yue Yang previously, had returned. It had fought countless battles with numerous fire-red ants and went through countless of tunnels in the ant hole. However, it still didn't manage to find its master, and in the end, could only return back with nothing. Seeing that there was only Fatty Hai who was left standing amongst the party, Hui Tai Lang completely exploded. The dark demonic flames on his body ignited and soared up high to the sky. Like a demon king descending, a tornado-killing machine, it immediately killed the 100 over beasts and mercenaries that were climbing upwards. An hour later, there were more than 300 people and 500 beasts killed with its sharp teeth and claws. When it returned to the cliff and stand guard in front of Yue Bing, it was filled with wounds and lacerations, fresh blood dripping from all over its body. It was like a rain of blood, dripping onto the cliff. It, who was a silver-ranked level 4 beast, had killed countless level 5 beasts, and even a few level 6 beasts. All the mercenaries who came from the Hope Town and the powerful warriors hiding amongst the crowd had used every single means they had. Hypnosis, contract, temptation, ice, and thunder, but they completely couldn't stop its onslaught. In the end, they were massacred by Hui Tai Lang instead, thrown below the cliff. However, the endless surge of beasts who attacked it relentlessly finally subdued Hui Tai Lang with numbers. In the end, Hui Tai Lang miserably lost to numbers. Although it continued to kill the beast on the mountain cliff and guarded in front of Yue Bing, it had already reached its limits and did not even have the energy to continue to stand. That two-headed dog is finally done for, let's go. Kill. Whoever gets the golden ant egg will be rewarded 1000 gold. Kill them and take revenge for our fallen brothers. Whoever first reach the mountain will be rewarded with that girl. Charge. Against those mercenaries who were rushing up the mountain like ants, Hui Tai Lang furiously gave a loud howl, a woo. Just as Hui Tai Lang was struggling to stand up and was about to give its all one last time, a fat hand suddenly patted its head. Why are you so anxious? Nobody has died yet. When did I ever tell you to show off your loyalty here? Watch this carefully, there's still this Master Hai, you know? If I, Master Hai, couldn't endure it anymore, you'll have to carry Yue Bing and jump down that cliff. You must not let Yue Bing fall into those mercenaries' hands. Also, as for Ye Kong and the others, you have to free them from their suffering. There are only men who die in wars, not men who kneel as prisoners of wars. Fatty Hai tore the upper portion of his clothes and shouted with a twisted expression, you imbeciles, didn't you guys want the golden ant eggs? Fight for it then. He then threw Ye Kong's and his bags down the mountain, causing the mercenaries to kill each other as they tried to snatch the bags. Flesh and blood flew all over the place. Countless mercenaries died from each other's blades. In the midst of the chaos, the bags had been torn into shreds. However, other than food and clothes, there were no golden ant eggs inside at all. The mercenary commanders all started to suspect if the golden ant eggs were actually hidden by Fatty Hai. A lot of mercenaries harbored deep hatred towards Yue Bing, Ye Kong, Li clan brothers and Hui Tai Lang, who have killed hundreds of people. This party had almost killed all of their brothers. They had already went crazy a long time ago. No matter what, they had to destroy this party. The mercenary commanders were willing to fight to the bitter end. They felt that other than themselves, they should definitely not even leave a single person alive. Only those who survived would have a chance to acquire those golden ant eggs. Hence, other than themselves, they wouldn't let anyone off. Spurring, encouragement, commands, rewards and promises were all spewed out from their mouths, with the goal of motivating the mercenaries who have fought the battle for countless of hours without winning. Their purpose was to leave all these cannon fodder to die and acquire all the loots and rewards to themselves. Charge! The mercenaries climbed up ferociously without caring for their lives, they had long since gone insane from the massacre. At this time, Fatty Hai had not even summoned his summoning grimoire yet. Instead, he took out a piece of dark crystal, then mumbled a long summoning incantation. Dark light permeated the air, as if night had enveloped the whole sky. Roar! A roar that sent chills down everyone's spine blasted from within the darkness, echoing throughout the mountains. There were also countless loud booming sounds from the mountain. In the middle of that dark light, there was an ugly, frightening monster that made people feel like vomiting and trembled with fright at the same time. It suddenly appeared in front of the mercenaries. It had an enormous head, shoulders and a gigantic body. Its arms which were as thick as tree trunks and as hard as steel. Its dark claws were even sharper and longer than daggers. On that ugly monster's face, there were extremely sharp fangs, growing long down the monster's mouth. What kind of monster was this? No one had ever seen it before. However, this frightening monster could actually speak in human language. Its bloody mouth opened and resounded with a human-like voice, haven't you seen handsome guys before? You guys all deserve to die, go and die right now. Is this a person or a monster? It seemed like a behemoth, but I have never heard of a behemoth that could speak. This doesn't seem to be a strengthening type beast. What kind of weird being is this? Quick, kill it. The mercenaries hurriedly rushed over. Although they were many in numbers and countless mercenaries' reinforcements kept coming from Hope Town to increase their numbers, fear and panic still filled the air. The creature that the mercenaries thought was a behemoth raised its pair of claws and jumped down from the mountain. With just a slash from its claws, a level 3 wild bull king's head was immediately swept away. Countless of attacks and rocks were aimed on its body. However, the frightening behemoth was simply in pain and not injured in the slightest. Instead, it became more furious and crazed as it gave a loud howl, slashing its claws right in the place where there were the most number of people and caused a bloody massacre. 2 hours later. After that frightening behemoth monster used its utmost effort to kill hundreds of beasts and hundreds of mercenaries, it finally fell under the rain of attacks from the mercenaries. Just when a few dozens mercenaries were about to surround and behead it, suddenly, that ugly behemoth sat down on the ground and started to spout human language again. This young master don't want to play with you guys anymore, this young master is tired. Let me go back and rest up for a while. From within the crowd of mercenaries surrounding it, it charged and slashed forward, carving a bloody pathway out, in hope of being able to return back to the mountain. Arrows poured down on the behemoth's back like a heavy rain. Within the arrows, there were some enormous arrows that wounded the behemoth greatly. These arrows were shot by strong warriors who were hiding in the crowd. The behemoth looked like it had turned into a porcupine, its back was filled with arrows. It had thoroughly exhausted its strength and had no more power to climb up the mountain cliff. In the end, it struggled to embed its claws deep into the cliff's walls, and just like that, it hung there suspended, 5 meters right below Yue Bing's body, not even moving a slightest bit. No matter how the mercenaries shot its body with rocks or arrows, it only swayed a little at the most and did not have any other reaction anymore. Maybe the behemoth's blood had already been squeezed dry, maybe it had already died long ago. Hui Tai Lang stood up and howled towards the sky in pain. Awoo, awoo, its sad and shrill voice echoed throughout the whole mountain. The golden ant eggs are now ours. Brothers, charge forward and snatch those golden ant eggs. Whoever reach the top of that mountain cliff first will be rewarded 100 gold. Whoever can find the golden ant eggs first will be rewarded 1,000 gold. Almost every single mercenary group leader put out the same kind of reward. And hence, chaos and disorder exploded once again. The mercenaries that were as numerous as a swarm of ants all climbed towards the mountain. A lot of people fell halfway through the mountain into midair as they were either killed by a sword or shot by an arrow. The few mercenaries who managed to climb up didn't even bother to find the golden ant eggs, they first attacked the mercenaries nearest to them. Hui Tai Lang didn't bother with the mercenaries who started to kill each other the moment they climbed up. Instead, it moved Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers to Yu Bing's side. After it arranged them in a line, it miserably howled out with sadness, as its blood and tears dropped to the ground. It then bit at Yu Bing's collars and flung her body to its back. And then, it reached out to Ye Kong's throat. Before it carried its mistress and leapt towards the deep abyss, it wanted to free its comrades from their suffering and prevent them from becoming prisoners of wars. Just as it was baring its fangs and was preparing to open its mouth, from the canyon far away, a purple-colored meteor shot through the sky, flying towards them furiously. When Yue Yang arrived, he realized that there were hundreds of mercenaries that were surrounding a mountain cliff in front of the ant hole. On the ground, blood was flowing like a river and corpses were strewn everywhere. With one simple glance, he could already estimate that there were at least several thousand corpses. As for summoned beasts' corpses, there were piled up like mountains. Black-colored and dark red blood flowed together forming small ponds everywhere, and several creeks had also formed from the continuous flow of blood. The desperation of this battle had gone to an extreme point. This didn't seem like they were only fighting for a few golden ant eggs, this seemed like a great war between two countries fighting for a city. Yue Yang simply couldn't understand how things could get this far. It was merely a few golden ant eggs, was there a need to slaughter everyone like this? Yue Yang felt that he understood mercenaries quite well. Other than those newbies who just joined in, the older mercenaries who could survive so far were mostly sly, cunning old geezers. They bully the weak and fear the strong, and they especially cherish their own life the most. Death was something they would avoid entirely. As for these mercenaries, they liked to enjoy their lives all the time. With this kind of attitude, how could more than 1,000 mercenaries act like those military soldiers who were trained to fight to their deaths without protecting themselves at all? How could they have done this just to snatch 3 golden ant eggs? Although golden ant eggs were good, could they be more important than their own lives? Could it be that they were completely brain damaged? Yue Yang really couldn't understand why. However, he immediately saw Hui Tai Lang, whose body was fully covered with wounds and was carrying the unconscious Yue Bing on its back. When Hui Tai Lang gave a loud miserable howl to him, Yue Yang instantly became furious, as if it had lighted the wick that led to an explosion in his heart. Yue Yang felt like there was lava flowing underneath his feet and whirlwind in his head. Inside his body, right at that moment, he felt like something had exploded. He turned into a mad, violent, and bloodthirsty force that couldn't be restrained anymore, his power rose up by 100-fold. Furthermore, his muscles and blood all felt like they had become excited. His body's senses felt sharper than before, he could even feel blood flowing through his blood channels and his heart beating. At this time, Yue Yang didn't think of anything other than destroy in his heart. The mysterious thing was that Yue Yang felt that his awareness still remained completely clear. This kind of fury, although it was difficult to restrain, it was a conscious action. It was contradictory, just like flames that had ignited on ice. He knew that his massacre would cause countless of people to die, but at the same time, he also felt the impulse, the hunger and thirst to slaughter every single living being bubbling up in his heart. These people in front of him weren't human beings anymore in Yue Yang's eyes. Yue Yang, who was in a berserk mode, felt like they were just as puny and as low as little ants. With regards to their actions of violating his own family, Yue Yang felt like he couldn't forgive these people no matter what. Since these ants had tried to bite people, then he should use his foot to stamp them to death. This was Yue Yang's berserk mode perspective. All of you, die. Yue Yang raised his Huijin magic blade and crescent blade on both of his hands as he furiously roared. Purple flames soared up to the sky as Yue Yang's aura exploded greatly. Boom! Like a shockwave blast, Yue Yang quickly sped through. Yue Yang, who was in berserk mode, was completely different from his usual appearance. His eyes glinted with a golden light as his clothes and hair moved with the wind. A faint golden light appeared on the surrounding of his body. A mysterious and strange ring of light appeared right below his feet. Yue Yang completely didn't have the time to notice the change in appearance after he went berserk. He only wished for bloodbath and slaughter right now. Only that would appease the deep hatred he felt in his heart. The mercenaries didn't even have any time to react. Even the strong warriors hidden amongst them could only see a golden person-like figure charging forward like a demon god. Yue Yang was even fiercer than a tiger who entered a flock of sheep. In an instant, he started his violent, madman slaughter. Only after countless heads and limbs flying off and a sea of blood spurting out from necks, did they finally hear Yue Yang's roar that he had shouted earlier. Yue Yang's movement speed was even faster than his roar. When his thunder-like furious roar finally shook and resounded throughout the mountains, Yue Yang had already killed at least 100 people. It didn't matter if they were high-leveled or low-leveled, it didn't matter if their beasts were big or small, every single mercenary guarding below the mountain cliff that Yu Bing was in had all been instantly killed by Yue Yang. The mercenaries were like wheat that was being harvested with a sickle, cut to the ground one after another. When Yue Yang rushed through them like the wind, even their torn limbs would fly from the force of the wind, dispersing in all direction. They could neither react nor escape in time, they could not even cry out in time. Just like that, they were immediately killed by Yue Yang, who were like a berserk demon god. Ding! As Yue Yang charged through, killing all mercenaries on his sight, suddenly, to his surprise, when he was slashing his blade towards an ordinary-looking mercenary, he realized that he could actually block his thunder-like attack. There was a strange feeling coming off from this person's body. Yue Yang couldn't help but to feel that he was different from the rest. If Yue Yang had completely lost his reason, he might have just rushed through without thinking about all these. Furthermore, this person immediately hid himself within the crowd, as if he didn't want to show his true capabilities. Just now, he only revealed himself because he was forced to defend himself from Yue Yang's deathly attack. Yue Yang shouted loudly as he furiously charged over, sending all the surrounding mercenaries flying away as if he was a hurricane passing by. Then, he used his level 3 divine vision and looked towards the weird man who was the only who could withstand his furious attack. When he saw through him, Yue Yang suddenly had an enlightening realization. Turned out that there was really something wrong with this person. Turned out that amongst the ordinary mercenaries, 2 level 6 elders and 8 level 5 grandmasters were hiding secretly. Amongst the mercenaries in Soaring Dragon Continent, it's not as if there weren't rankers, but there was definitely no mercenary with the ability of a level 6 elder. A level 6 elder would normally be conferred the title of city master or mistress by the kingdom. Even if they refused to be a city master or mistress, they would also become the kingdom's generals. Even if there were strong rankers that were willing to become a lowly mercenary, a ranker that had reached the level of a level 6 elder would probably go up the Tongtian Tower to train, they probably wouldn't stay at the Soaring Dragon Continent and become an ordinary mercenary soldier. If such a person exists, then they were definitely suspicious. They must have a hidden intention that couldn't be discussed with anyone else. Just like this time. Kill. Yue Yang didn't care who these elders were, he also didn't care if they had any secret plot. As long as they had dared to injure his sister, even if they were princes, Yue Yang must definitely kill them without mistake. Almost in that moment he had realized his opponent's strength. Yue Yang immediately flew towards that person's head and slashed his Hui Jin magic blade down with a speed and sharpness that could tear heavens apart. However, that person's speed was extremely quick. He didn't receive the blow head-on, and instead, he slipped through the sea of mercenaries like a mud skipper, walking in a zigzag, unclear line. The thing that angered Yue Yang the most was that this person could even change his disguise as he escaped, becoming another mercenary to fool Yue Yang. If Yue Yang had lost his reason, then that person's disguise might have worked. But right now, he was just a joke. Yue Yang waved his crescent blade and suddenly created a perfect spherical beheader. When that person turned back to look, he was immediately surprised as he shouted loudly, "This is bad. This brat could still act with reason as is really high-leveled. He even knew a powerful martial arts skill." He thought that Yue Yang would attack him like a wild cat, pouncing and slipping quickly through the crowd towards him. But Yue Yang did not pursue him. Instead, suddenly, Yue Yang disappeared right under their eyes, disappearing right into thin air. In the next moment, he had mysteriously teleported to an ordinary mercenary who was secretly climbing a mountain cliff. He took out his crescent blade full of bloodthirst and pressed it to that person's neck, shouting loudly, "You annoying idiot, turn back now. Let me tell you, whichever fool who dared to attack my family will not have a good ending." That ordinary mercenary started to tremble all over. He completely didn't think that at a distance of more than 10 meters apart, this frightening killing machine could appear at his back out of thin air. When that person turned back naturally as he heard Yue Yang's words, Yue Yang had already abandoned the 2 blades in his hands, and started to twist that ordinary mercenary's neck. Slowly. Very slowly, he twisted the ordinary mercenary's head off. In his last moments, that ordinary mercenary let out an extremely miserable, painful cry that resounded throughout the whole mountains unceasingly. Yue Yang twisted that ordinary mercenary's neck off, then raised it high up before smashing it towards the mountain cliff, splitting it up like a watermelon. Then he kicked it towards the mountain side, turning the head into a ball of bloodied flesh and broken bones that no one could clearly make out its original appearance anymore. "Hui Tai Lang, you idiot of a dog! Why are you so useless? You can't even protect a single person." Yue Yang carried Yue Bing's body before angrily raising his foot and kicked Hui Tai Lang madly. Although it was beaten up, Yue Yang channeled a lot of his innate qi into its body. Hui Tai Lang's wounds immediately healed, its demonic energy started to burst out once again. It howled loudly towards the sky and ignited the dark flame on its body. It leapt up from the ground and roared majestically at the beasts on the mountain cliff, announcing its resurrection. As long as its master was here, it would forever be a wolf cockroach that would never die. Yue Yang immediately rescued his sister. He placed her on a clean stone and pinched off a healing stone, allowing a white light of recovery to envelope her body. However, at the moment he saw Yue Bing's pale white face and the numerous wounds covering her body, Yue Yang was extremely furious and became berserk again immediately. All of you wretched ants, I'm going to kill every single one of you. I'm going to destroy every single one of you. Yue Yang, who experienced the second outburst, felt that his strength and power could still increase by hundreds folds. This time, he didn't even pick up his crescent blade and Hui Jin magic blade. Instead, he took out the blood scythe that the blood scythe demon left behind and ignited it in flames. He leapt down the mountain cliff and swept the blood scythe towards the crowd of mercenaries. A level 5 Grandmaster had summoned a strengthening type bronze-ranked level 4 steel-armored armadillo. Not even blades could injure his body. However, under Yue Yang's furious slash, his whole body was immediately cut into two. The effects from the strengthening was completely useless in front of Yue Yang, who had gone berserk. His other comrade, who was also a level 5 Grandmaster, wanted to escape. However, he had not even ran for more than 5 meters before he was whipped with a demon whip that was ignited in dark flames. His whole body was immediately beaten down on the ground. The whip was like a living snake as it crackled noisily. A person's head was thrown into the air. The level 6 elder, who was the first person that blocked Yue Yang's attacks and was continuously running away and changing his disguise, that level 6 elder who dressed like an ordinary mercenary on the outside and liked to hide in the crowd, had secretly summoned a smoke-like beast that could turn his body invisible. Under Yue Yang's bloody, violent and insane slaughter, this fellow was even more cunning than a mouse. He hid his body and quickly escaped through a crack on the mountain walls. Even if he was a level 6 elder, he still wanted to avoid this battle. When he had ran around 50 meters away, he went through a crack on the wall. Turning back, he realized that the bloody manslaughter outside was still ongoing. Nobody had realized his presence. He couldn't help but to heave a sigh of relief secretly as he took out a teleportation scroll, preparing to escape. Suddenly, a Demon King trident pierced into his butt deeply, and penetrated out through his legs. He had already strengthened his body with a strengthening type beast, Golden Bull. However, even that unbelievably strong defense was useless. His body, which couldn't be penetrated by swords, was pierced like paper with the Demon King trident. Without waiting for that person to even struggle, Yue Yang had already pulled his trident and flew into the air with that person still impaled on his weapon, before smashing him ruthlessly to the ground. That level 6 elder supported his body painfully with his hands, but before he could even cry out, Yue Yang's leg had arrived right onto his face, causing his teeth and blood to fly out. At the same time he kicked that person's body flying away, Yue Yang shot out his Demon King trident as quick as lightning, impaling his body right on the mountain's wall before ridiculing him furiously. "Dear fellow who have hidden his head but forget his tails, since you wanted to become a cuckold so much, I shall allow you to pretend your fill." At the moment of his death, the level 6 elder's strength immediately changed. He mumbled a summoning incantation in his heart and his body started to glow with a crimson light. He then punched at the mountain's wall with a powerful force. The mountain's wall immediately burst into pieces. His whole body started to twist like a snake. Even his body, which was impaled by the trident, could unexpectedly be freed on his own. He then ran away from Yue Yang's Demon King trident. Although he was heavily injured, he was still a level 6 elder. Even at this time, he still had the ability to escape. "If you guys still stay frozen like this instead of attacking him, we will all die in this place." That elder summoned a jungle boa that was thicker than a bucket and commanded it to restrict Yue Yang. As for himself, he climbed the mountain and quickly escaped towards his comrade, anxiously shouting, "Summon meteor quickly and crush him to death with the meteor. This brat's barbaric power is crazy. Beasts wouldn't have any effect on him. We must use the meteor. Don't hide yourselves anymore, help me quickly and kill this brat." The two level 5 Grandmaster who were nearest to him immediately helped him, summoning a bronze-skinned lion and metal bone leopard to support that heavily injured level 6 elder. However, in front of the berserk Yue Yang, these two bronze-ranked level 4 beasts were simply as weak as a sheet of paper. Not even the level 6 elder's bronze-ranked level 6 strengthening type beast, Golden Bull, could defend against the Demon King trident's frightening physical attack power. Let alone these two bronze-ranked level 4 beasts. The jungle boa had been beheaded by Yue Yang with a single slash of his trident. The bronze-skinned lion was immediately pierced through from its mouth to the back of its head with the trident. As for the metal bone leopard with the fastest speed, it had long since abandoned the battle and ran away in fear when it saw Yue Yang. However, it was unfortunately pierced through from its anus right to its abdomen by Yue Yang's trident. "Stop him, I need at least a minute to fully summon the meteor." The other level 6 elder who was hiding in the crowd and was an element-type ranker immediately shouted, his expression extremely unsightly. Yue Yang's unexpected appearance and his incomparably strong powers had completely foiled his plans, and was even endangering his life. But this was not the main point. If their plans were to be exposed, then he really couldn't think of the consequences. Not only themselves, but a lot of other people involved would definitely be sentenced to capital punishment. Hence, he must kill him to protect their secret. They would not hesitate to use every single method to kill this brat and his other comrades. It was better late than never. As long as they could quickly kill every single person here, then their plans would be completed successfully. It's just that, would Yue Yang give him that kind of time? Yue Yang, whose whole body was covered with fresh blood from both mercenaries and beasts, making him look like a demon god, held his Demon King trident on his hands as he swept the beasts blocking his path away easily, cutting them into chunks of meat before he walked forward step by step towards him. In the whole area, other than the 6 level 5 Grandmasters and 2 level 6 Elders who survived, other mercenaries had fallen to the ground. Even those who were not injured had trembled so wildly and paralyzed on the ground by this time. Every single person was trembling at the sight of Yue Yang, whose fury could even reach the heavens. Every step that he took was like a stomp to their spirits, shaking their hearts and making them feel as if the whole mountains was quaking. He was the demon god who had descended, each step he took was like thunder and lightning. Die! Yue Yang said it easily with just one word. However, the moment this word came out from his mouth, every single person there was immediately trapped within the cage of death. That level 6 elder who was seriously injured supported himself on the mountain walls as he took out a summoning crystal stone and summoned his last beast. A bronze-ranked level 5 giant mammoth appeared in front of Yue Yang. It had long tusks and a body like a giant mountain. Such a beast would definitely be able to sweep through the whole area easily. However, although it was gigantic in size, it was deeply frightened by the berserk Yue Yang. When the others watched it, they realized that the giant mammoth's gigantic body was even slightly trembling. Its small eyes revealed a shocked expression. When Yue Yang took one step forward, this giant mammoth couldn't help itself but to take one step backwards. Seeing that the situation was not good, the level 6 elder immediately concentrated his mind and commanded the giant mammoth to charge towards Yue Yang and use its legs that were as thick as pillars to stomp on him. Its master's command and the fear in its heart collided with each other. The giant mammoth struggled with its steps. It lifted its legs up at one time as if it wanted to move and charge forward, crushing its enemies with its stomps, but it also seemed like it wanted to move backwards and flee from the battlefield. Its legs were raised up high, yet it was also extremely hesitant, moving forward and moving backward at times. Hence, it could only helplessly stay on its original place, shaking the ground with its steps. The level 6 element type elder behind him urgently summoned his meteor. A red light flashed. A creature that looked like a fire crow was summoned out. It immediately flew to the sky, spreading out soundlessly and turned into a ball of fiery light. When the ball of fiery light exploded, the whole sky turned crimson red. Even the clouds seemed to shed drops of blood. There seemed to be ripples forming in the sky, like the ripples formed when wind blew through a lake. The crimson-red undulations in the space grew bigger and bigger, rotating from internally to the outside, getting faster and faster. In the end, a few meteors ignited in flames appeared in the sky, rumbling with a loud sound. 2 of the biggest meteors aimed towards the top of the mountain cliff where Yue Bing and the others were present, another 2 aimed at Yue Yang, while the last one aimed at the mercenaries. That kind of rumbling sound sounded like the end of the world. Every single mercenaries thought that it was the end for them. How could they still be alive if the meteors rained down upon them? What made the others wonder was that Yue Yang didn't try to stop it at all, as if he was purposely letting that level 6 element type elder summon his meteor. All of the ordinary mercenaries were all concerned about their imminent deaths, so nobody tried to guess Yue Yang's thoughts. However, the 6 Grandmasters and 2 Elders all felt that something was wrong. Why would this fellow who had gone berserk did not even try to stop them at all? When they were about to retreat all together into a cave on the mountain walls and wait for Yue Yang to fail at saving his comrades and be crushed into meat paste by the meteors, the giant mammoth suddenly ran away. Its body that looked dumb and heavy was actually extremely spirited. It had immediately run towards the cave to hide its body and only left its big butt outside. The thing that made them even more dumbstruck was that there was a gold-ranked bloody queen flying in the air right in front of them the moment the giant mammoth had stepped aside. Then, just as the few Grandmasters and Elders were about to raise their weapons, with a speed even faster than lightning, no one managed to stop the bloody queen before she let out a shrilling banshee scream that exploded in their ears. The 6 Grandmasters immediately fainted to the ground. That elder that was seriously injured from Yue Yang's blows was even more heavily injured by the scream, so much that his eardrums had ruptured. His hands couldn't even prop his body up as he immediately fell to the ground. However, the person who was injured the most by the bloody queen's banshee scream was definitely not him. It was the other element type level 6 elder who was concentrating on commanding the meteors to fall to the ground. If Yue Yang had never studied in school before and had never listened to Grandma Wu Teng's lectures, then he would have long since charged forward, solve his problems with his barbaric fists and stop the element type meteor attack to be released. The current him, however, had learned a simple method from Grandma Wu Teng, and that was interruption. When one was summoning an element type beast, he must control it with his mind. The stronger the element type beast was, the greater the mind control it would require. If they lose their mental control, they would instead suffer from the element-type beast recoil. This was equivalent to when strengthening-type beasts left its master's body, or when a fighting beast-type beast abandoned a battle and run away. This was all caused by the master's loss of control over their beasts. Furthermore, amongst all of recoils, the element-type recoil was the scariest one. The element-type beasts possessed a destructive power. However, the moment it recoiled, the one destroyed would be its master. Yue Yang could have killed the fire crow before it flew up to the sky and summoned the meteors, but that would only count as an initial stage interruption. The fire crow's death would only cause its master to have a terrible headache. When it had successfully summoned the meteors, if its master's mental control weakened and Yue Yang carried out interruption in this moment, the consequences would be. The 5 meteors suddenly turned in direction, flew in a bended arc and fell straight towards the element-type level 6 elder immediately. Ah, no. When that elder awakened from his dizziness, he realized that the meteors was falling towards them. He shouted miserably. Yue Yang threw the unconscious behemoth monster on top of Yekong and Li brothers to cover them, then stood on top of the behemoth monster holding Yu Bing tight in his hands as he erected his halo shield. The bloody queen flew fast like an arrow into the shield and hugged Yue Yang tightly. Seeing that there was no space for him inside the shield, Hui Tai Lang immediately buried his head and went underneath the behemoth monster's stomach. Unfortunately, its tail was still outside when the huge explosion exploded down to the ground. The 5 meteors which were burning brightly with fire rained upon the valley almost simultaneously. The whole mountain shook as blazing fire soared up to the sky. The shock-wave blast and the raging flames even decimated the creatures underneath the ant hole completely. The loud explosion and the great earthquake was as if the whole earth had split. The explosion caused the whole mountain cliff to rumble, burst, collapse, as chunks of boulders flew about everywhere. Even that giant mammoth who was hiding inside a cave was thrown into the sky. Subsequently, a mushroom-like smoke rose up to the sky following the explosion. Suddenly, a mountain peak snapped and collapsed. Following that, half of the mountain then collapsed, breaking into countless chunks of boulders and slowly fell to the ground. In the end, increasing in momentum, the boulders fell into the valley with loud rumbling sound. The mountain peak fell not more than 20 meters away in front of Yue Yang, before breaking apart and falling into the valley. The whole earth shook once again. Yue Yang was secretly relieved. He had taken the meteor falling into his consideration, but this piece of mountain peak was beyond his calculations. Luckily it had not fallen and smashed at the mountain cliff. Otherwise he could only kick Yekong and the others into the deep abyss beside them and commanded the bloody queen to save them before they were smashed into meat paste. That was already difficult on its own. Let alone their numbers, Fatty Hai had even turned himself into a monster. This ability of his. The mercenaries underneath the mountain cliff were definitely finished. Let alone them, even those 6 grandmasters and 2 elders must certainly be dead. They were first smashed by meteors, before being smashed by a huge mountain peak to boot. Even if their ancestors were cockroaches, they would definitely not be able to live. After experiencing 2 great earthquakes, the flat mountain cliff that Yue Yang and the others was on had become slanted from its level position. Luckily it was still strong enough to withstand the explosion and did not crumble. Hui Tai Lang wriggled out disorderly from within the behemoth's body and climbed towards the flat mountain cliff side to look down. It realized that the meat below had all disappeared, they were all buried under the rain of rocks and boulders. After the earthquake, Yekong, who had collapsed from exhaustion, also wriggled out from underneath the behemoth monster's stomach with great difficulty. He shook his buzzing head and rubbed away the bloodstain on his nose and his mouth with his sand-covered hands. He then asked Yue Yang weakly, what had happened? I seem to see people lighting up fireworks in my dream, that's more or less what had happened. Yue Yang's berserk mode had slowly calmed down, and he also felt a little tired. What is this monster that is squashing me? Yekong asked as he realized that there was an extremely ugly monster that was snoring very loudly lying on the ground. It had squashed him to the point that he couldn't breathe. Don't you think his snores are familiar? Yue Yang felt that as long as someone had heard Fatty Hai snored before, they would definitely recognize his snores. Is this monster that damned Fatty? Yekong was so shocked that his chin dropped to the ground. Who else do you think in this world could still sleep so soundly after suffering such grave injuries, other than Fatty Hai himself? Yue Yang felt that Fatty Hai's sleeping skill was definitely one of his inherent skills. It was an extremely powerful inherent skill that would allow him to sleep soundly anywhere and anytime. This point had really made him respect Fatty Hai deeply. Yekong was dumbstruck for a very long time before he finally nodded his head, certain that this ugly monster was Fatty Hai's transformation. It's just that it was extremely strange. This was not strengthening type, element type, and most definitely not a fighting beast type beast. So what kind of beast had Fatty Hai summoned? Why would it even transform his whole body into a monster? In Fatty Hai's bronze-ranked grimoire, there wasn't the existence of this beast. With regards to all these things, Yekong couldn't figure it out no matter how long he thought about it. Yue Yang had already realized that Fatty Hai was different from the rest and had a potential in him before. However, Fatty Hai had never told them about this before, so he had respected Fatty Hai's secret and did not ask him about it too. It was only after using healing stones for quite a while that Fatty Hai's monster body slowly turned back to his original appearance. However, before his monster appearance disappeared, he gave out an extremely smelly fart that took form in a yellow cloud of fog that lingered on his body for quite a while. The smelly fart shocked the Bloody Queen and Hui Tai Lang so much that they immediately ran away. As for Yue Yang, he had already carried Yu Bing as he teleported 100 meters away. The mysterious thing was that when Yue Yang was on berserk mode, his teleportation ability had become extremely accurate. The current him who had calmed down, on the other hand, had missed his teleportation target very far away. His head had almost knocked into the mountain walls on the opposite side of his teleportation target. Had it not for his extremely quick reactions, he would have fallen into the valley. Ye Kong had wanted to check on Fatty Hai with good intentions. Who would have known that he would have to bear his smelly fart head on? He choked and fell to the ground in the midst of the giant yellowish fog of a fart, his mouth frothing with bubbles. His two legs twitched uncontrollably, just like an insect that had been sprayed with insecticide. Luckily there were a lot of strong winds in the despair abyss that blew this yellow, dense, mysteriously huge fog of a fart away in a few moments. Then, a naked Fatty Hai slowly woke up from his sleep and mumbled, "I think I smelled the smell of barbecued meat, get down immediately or I will kill you." Ye Kong, who was still squashed beneath Fatty Hai's butt, gritted his teeth as he struggled to grab his weapon on the ground. "Eh? You are still alive, monkey? Didn't you die already? Then I have been sad for nothing." Fatty Hai looked at Ye Kong very innocently, as if he didn't realize that his big butt was actually becoming the main culprit for killing Ye Kong. "I am not dead yet, but I'm going to die soon from being squashed by your butt." Ye Kong's spine was groaning. He, who had collapsed from exhaustion, didn't have the strength at all to move Fatty Hai away. He could only howl madly. "Brother," the weakened Yue Bing woke up, and the first person she saw was Yue Yang. She hugged Yue Yang emotionally. She, who had forced herself to be strong all this while, finally shed her happy tears. "I knew that you will definitely return safely," Yue Yang consoled her with a gentle voice and patted her head that was covered with lustrous black hair slowly. He also helped to wipe her tears away. In the skies far away, there were still quite a few large flying beasts carrying a few men that were dressed as mercenaries, quietly observing everything that had happened in the valley. In the end, a middle-aged man that looked like their commander gestured with his hands, and those flying beasts immediately followed his orders and left this place quietly, as if they had never appeared before. Before he departed, that middle-aged man who seemed to be the commander glanced at Yue Yang. His expression seemed to be extremely complicated, as if there were hatred, surprise and fear mixed together into one. He then looked at the gold-ranked level 5 Bloody Queen before quickly urging his flying beast to move, catching up to his comrades in front. Very quickly, they left the valley. This matter. It's definitely not that simple. Yue Yang had also used his divine vision to deeply remember that middle-aged man's look. He would ask the Luo Hua city mistress when she arrived here. If this matter was indeed related to him, then he would need to investigate till the end. No matter who was behind all these, he would investigate it to the end and track all of the clues. He would definitely catch the main culprit behind this matter. "Brother, there are a lot of fire red ants climbing out from that place." Yue Bing was lying weakly in Yue Yang's arms when she suddenly saw movements from the valley below. Could it be that the golden ant eggs are over there? Seeing that, Yue Yang's heart immediately twitched. After half of the ant hole had collapsed, the fire red ants poured out without end. They did not even care about the human flesh that they usually loved to feast upon. They only moved piles and piles of crushed rocks without cease. Many giant ant soldiers had come out, patrolling everywhere, and some of them even crawled towards Yue Yang. However, before Yue Yang could do anything, they had already been thrown off the hill by Hui Tai Lang, who hated the fire red ants to the core. Hui Tai Lang spewed its raging black flames of hell onto their antennae, causing a few ant soldiers to roll down the hill in pain. When it was inside the ant nest where it were surrounded by more than 10,000 restless ants, no matter how strong Hui Tai Lang was, it could not take advantage of them. However, it was only facing a few ant soldiers now. It could now easily beat up these huge fellows whose bodies were a few meters long until they didn't know which way was north. The anger and pent-up frustration that it had bottled up when it was surrounded by the ant colony could now be vented out. Hui Tai Lang was pleased. As long as the fire red ants left their colony, it would go up and beat them up as much as it could. After all the crushed rocks were moved away, the fire red ants found a few bags hidden within the cracks of the rocks. Yue Yang and the others observed what was going on and found out that there really were golden ant eggs. 3 golden ant eggs were being carefully transported by a group of fire red ants who were preparing to deliver them back into their nest. Yue Yang's heart twitched. Although they were useless to him, but these gold beast eggs weren't bad either. Ye Kong and the others might be able to use them. Yue Yang let his intentions be known to Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. Who wants them? There are 2 gold-ranked ant soldier beasts, and one of them is a female golden ant, which would be the future Ant Queen. I don't want them. Ye Kong hurriedly waved his hands. The Herculean rhinoceros beetle had been contracted by him last time. This time, the opportunity should be given to the other companions. Give it to Fatty Hai and the others. What? I don't want it either. The naked Fatty Hai covered his lower body with both hands and shouted, your boss truly only wants to contract with beautiful female summons. I don't like ants. Give it to Li Qi and Li Ji. I won't value them at all. Although he said it so naturally on the surface, but in reality, his heart was aching so much that the fat on his face was trembling. If it were under normal circumstances, he might have gladly accepted it. However, ever since Yue Yang had helped him to regain his dignity last time, he became determined to turn over a new leaf. After drawing up a special plan with Yue Yang, Fatty Hai knew the direction that he was going to develop, which would be to train his iron rhinoceros. The iron rhinoceros was a guardian beast. Although it was still a little weak now, once it turned into silver ranked, and then gold ranked, the value of cultivating it would be much higher than cultivating a non-guardian beast golden ant soldier. At the very least, the iron rhinoceros would never die, nor would it ever betray him. It would be his most trustworthy companion through his lifetime. Although the golden ant soldier was good, once it died, he would have nothing again. And furthermore, ant soldiers did not have intelligence, only instinct. There was not much practical use for deploying them on the battlefield. Thank goodness this was a strengthening type beast. If it were a fighting beast type golden ant soldier, then it might not even be able to square off evenly against a silver-ranked demon wolf. Leave the female golden ant to the ant colony. It's the future ant queen after all we need are those two golden ant soldiers. Li Qi and Li Ji felt that it would not do if they did not hurry up and improve their strength. With the golden ant soldiers, their strength could be increased tenfold. In that case, they believed that they would not be burdens that pulled everyone down. They knew themselves very well. Being able to contract with a gold-ranked beast like the golden ant soldiers was already more luck than they had dared to yearn for in their lifetime. Not only that, these golden ant soldiers were still eggs, still larvae. They could take their time to cultivate them. If not for Yue Yang, they would have never been able to obtain these golden ant soldier eggs. They could only watch such precious objects and drool. Under Yue Yang's instructions, the bloody queen swept down from the skies. With a move, she snatched both golden ant soldier eggs into her hands. An uproar immediately began in the ant colony, but the fire-red ants were instinctively fearful of the gold-ranked bloody queen. They were also unable to fly and thus, could not pursue her further. The only thing they could do was to increase their protection on the female golden ant egg. Dozens of fire-red ants crawled on top of the bodies of their companions, forming a densely packed ant wall as the female golden ant egg was swiftly transported back into the ant tunnel. Even when the female golden ant egg was already transported so deep within the ant hole that it could not be seen anymore, the fire-red ants stacked up rocks and sealed the ant hole tightly behind them. It was as if they were still afraid of the bloody queen pursuing them again. They had the inborn instinct to protect the ant queen. Compared to the golden ant soldier, the ant queen was everything to them. Even if it was a golden female ant egg that had not been incubated, that egg which was birthed by the previous generation's ant queen was already destined to become the next ant queen. These ant eggs are really sturdy. Yue Yang discovered that even after going through two great shocks, the two golden ant eggs remained completely undamaged. If it were me, I would fuse a chaos egg with it like that monkey. Although the King Kong demon ape is still trash after fusion, but it's still much better compared to the strength it had before. Seeing that the bloody queen and Yu Bing were there, Fatty Hai, who was nude, quickly hid behind a rock. Although he did not dare to come out, his voice showed that he did not want to be left out, giving a rotten idea for the Li brothers. No, we don't want to try fusing a chaos egg. Li Qi and Li Ji rejected the proposition in concert. The 0.01% success of fusion already made people despair. Not only that, this was already a gold-ranked beast from the start. Why risk the danger? Yue Yang also felt that using gold-ranked beast eggs to fuse with chaos eggs would be painful. The higher the grade of the beasts, the harder it was to find a suitable chaos egg for fusion. Fatty Hai's train of thought was really like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Although they were ant soldiers, they were still gold-ranked beasts. This was already not bad. It wouldn't do to be too greedy. Although they were surrounded by danger, they had been able to gather a good amount of rewards. Not mentioning Yue Yang, Yue Bing and Fatty Hai's summoning grimoires had both risen in grade. Yue Bing's advanced bronze grimoire had officially turned into a silver grimoire. At the same time, other than gaining an extra blank page on her grimoire, her inherent skill Intense Poison had increased in grade too. Yue Yang also found that her 100-year-old Treant Defender was showing faint signs of leveling up. Most likely, with the help of an external force, it could successfully become silver ranked. Fatty Hai's bronze grimoire evolved from beginner ranked to intermediate ranked. The ancient code had also gifted him a young female hippopotamus beast. Although this little hippo looked like it was an idiot, but this was a gift from the ancient code. Fatty Hai did not dare to abandon it. If a beast granted by the code was abandoned, one would never again be able to get the gift of a beast. When the summoning grimoire rose in rank again, the most they would get would only be a blank page. Seeing Fatty Ha's gloomy expression, Ye Kong laughed until tears formed in his eyes. This thing is a bronze-ranked beast, cultivate it well. Maybe after the rhinoceros becomes a beauty, you can also cultivate a hippo beauty. Ye Kong rolled on the floor laughing. Hee hee. This sentence even made Yue Bing laugh. Ah! The Li brothers, who had meanwhile contracted with the golden ant soldiers, let loose a loud howl simultaneously. On their bodies, a faint golden-colored carapace appeared like armor which was draped over their bodies, covering almost half of their entire body surface. Ye Kong raised his fist and punched Li Qi as hard as he could. Li Qi's body wobbled slightly, but his feet did not move a single inch. If he had been punched by Ye Kong full force before this, he would at least be thrown tens of meters away. His ribs might have been fractured too. Now, he could fully withstand Ye Kong's full power, completely fine from the attack. This was just the defensive ability that the golden ant soldier had when they hatched. They were still larvae. If they were cultivated to become mature golden ant soldiers, their defensive ability could probably be increased many-fold. Not only that, the area of their armor covering Li brothers' body would also increase, until they had completely covered the Li brothers' entire body. So strong, as expected from a gold-ranked beast. Ye Kong cried in surprise. Actually, it hurts a little too. If you summon your King Kong demon ape and punch me again, I might not be able to withstand it. Li Qi nodded his head, unexpectedly happy. Your golden ant soldier is still a larvae, there will be a lot of room for it to grow in the future. Furthermore, after I contracted with the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, I received a boost in power and have grown to have at least 10 times the power I had before. Even if I didn't summon the King Kong demon ape to strengthen my body, I can probably send the fatty flying with one punch. Your golden ant soldier is really strong. Ye Kong confirmed the value of the golden ant soldier. However, it was now Fatty Ha's turn to oppose his opinion. Oi, don't use me, Master Hai as comparison. I'm not a punching bag. The defensive capability isn't bad, and its other aspects are decent too. Their only flaw would be their lack of wisdom. Looks like it'll be difficult to raise them beyond gold rank. Yue Yang sighed. Although the golden ant soldiers were gold-ranked beasts, they had limited potential. They were not the most ideal beasts to have. Being able to own a golden beast is already the greatest honor that we, the Li brothers, have ever had in our lifetimes. We will treasure it. Li Ji nodded solemnly towards Yue Yang. Li Ji and Li Qi were the kind of people who did not speak a lot. They knew that they were not talented enough and would require a million times more effort in order to obtain a little progress. Even though the golden ant soldiers were not the best gold-ranked beasts out there, how many warriors in this world would have a gold-ranked beast? Even though they neither had outstanding talents nor the backing of great families, these two ordinary young men now had beasts that most people could only yearn for in their dreams. What was there to not be satisfied with? In comparison, even Ye Kong, who had the greatest potential amongst the three of them, and Fatty Hai, who owned a grimoire, did not have a gold-ranked beast. How could they not know how to be satisfied? If not for meeting Yue Yang, they would have starved to death in Tongtian Tower's floors. Even if they had not, they were just the two idle bodyguards, destined to die who knows when as food for beasts. If not for Yue Yang, would they still be around today? Thus, Li Qi and Li Ji especially cherished and were extremely thankful for everything Yue Yang had given them. They did not thank him in words, because great kindness could not be reciprocated with mere words. They had already decided to use their entire lifetime to pay back this strange guy who had completely changed their lives and fates. Oh no, if Sister Yinan. Ah, Brother Yinan has already arrived at Hopetown and met the mercenaries in their skirmish, she might be in danger. Yue Bing thought of something and immediately cried out. Thinking about what she said, Ye Kong and the others sweated profusely. If Yinan had coincidentally just arrived at Hopetown, then the situation would be extremely dire. Ye Kong and the others looked at Yue Yang, hoping that he had some plan. Yinan has a grimoire, he should be fine. Yue Yang consoled Yue Bing, but felt that it would be better if he went back to look around. Therefore, he nodded his head, saying, let's go back to Hopetown and see what's really going on. I really felt that it was really strange for the mercenaries to go crazy killing each other so chaotically. Someone must be pulling the strings from behind. Then, let's go back quickly, for Yue Bing, Sister Yinan was her future sister-in-law whom she could not bear to see getting into trouble too. When they returned to Hopetown, it was already midnight. Before they had even arrived at the town, Yue Yang could smell a dense smell of blood. In the darkness, a large group of low-leveled flesh-eating beasts came out upon smelling the blood in the air. Under the light of the fire, the eyes of these beasts flashed with a faint green color. From time to time, sounds of quarrels and conflicts burst out. The distinct sound of laughter from hyenas were heard one after another echoing through the town. It was a horrific and strange atmosphere, causing people's hairs to stand on end hearing it. The town was ablaze. Aside from some houses that were burning, there were countless foot soldiers who were patrolling the area with torches. All of the mercenaries and civilians who had survived were sitting on the floor, being surrounded by foot soldiers in a circle. Are you survivors? A burly platoon leader from the patrol came out from the line and asked Yue Yang and the others warily. Are there any other survivors on the valley floor? What's the situation below? We're all Ivy Academy's students, we are here to train. Yue Yang gave the Academy-approved training application records and Academy badge to the platoon leader. A student from the Xia Empire. The platoon leader furrowed his eyebrows. If he did not manage these students from Xia Empire well, this situation might escalate into a dispute between countries as a serious diplomatic incident. After confirming again that there was no mistake, he quickly nodded his head and inquired, are there any casualties in your group? No? Then, that's really good, you're really lucky. Please come over here to rest. Don't worry, after you've rested up, we'll send you as quickly as possible back to your country. Before that, we hope that you could help us. Could you tell us about the situation at the settlement camp at the valley floor? Are there any survivors below? Shiro, this was previously translated as camp, army camp, gathering camp, mercenary camp because I lacked the better name to translate it and felt one name sounded better with each chapter, apologies X. But Cephalai managed to find the perfect translation settlement camp. I'll change the previous chapters to this, I don't know, they've probably all died. We escaped the chaos by hiding inside the ant hole. After we came out, everyone had died, and there were even meteors falling from the sky. The whole valley floor was in ruins, we were almost buried. Yue Yang spoke a few sentences in a fleeting manner. This situation seemed to be caused by the golden ant eggs. Ye Kong chipped in. Those mercenaries have gone crazy. Fatty Hai acted as if the incident was haunting him. We came back to search for our companion. Her name is Yinan, Cephalia, he/she in Chinese sounds the same, Yue Yang can't differentiate between gender with this phrase. She departed 2 days after we did. Please help us to check if she's already here. What Yu Bing was most worried of was still Sister Yinan's safety. Alright, I thank you for the information that you have provided. We will record it in your training records to score a few points for you. As for your companion, we will follow up on it. If your companion is still in Hope Town, we will bring the person back as fast as we can. The platoon leader brought Yue Yang and the others into an intact house. Then, he ordered some people to bring hot water and steamed buns for them. After recording the names of Yue Yang and the others, the platoon leader hurriedly went out. After around half an hour, a male dressed up as a general came in. The platoon leader was following behind him respectfully. Seeing the wary expressions on Yue Yang and the others, the platoon leader hurriedly waved. Students, it's fine. Our general just wanted to understand the situation on the valley floor better. This situation may not be that simple. We need you, the Xia Empire students, to help us. Everything's fine. Let's all sit down and discuss. The general, whose face was completely stern with his eyebrows furrowed, also tried his best to show a smile. Students, I'm Ma Xing Kong, you may call me Old Ma. Cephalia, Ma equals Old Horse, Ma Xing Kong equals Flying Horse, Old General Ma. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai were in perfect sync as they called him with this name. We do not have any records of your companion. Your companion should be as lucky as you and averted this disaster. Perhaps she have not even arrived at all. Students, could you tell us what happened? That old General Ma extended his hand and patted the fatty Ha's shoulder. Then, leisurely sat opposite of Yue Yang. He could see that within this team, this low-profile masked guy was the core of the party. Old General Ma did not doubt this boy's ability to survive, having a silver-ranked level 4 twin-headed demon wolf as his pet. With him around, it was normal for this party to arrive here safe and sound. Even if this young lad was laying low and acting normally, but the crescent blade on his back imperceptibly exposed the fact that he was a strong person. This was, after all, a weapon usually used by demon generals. Within the weapon shops of the Soaring Dragon Continent, not a single store sold this kind of magic weapon. Old General Ma knew that if he wanted to learn more about the circumstances leading to this event, this young man would perhaps offer him the best answer. Ye Kong sipped his hot tea and acted as if he was trying his utmost to cooperate. He started to describe the situation passionately. Originally, we wanted to cultivate and improve within the ant hole. But suddenly, we heard a cry for help deep within the ant hole sounded out by an SOS scroll. We wanted to delve in and save them, but the ant hole was in chaos. There were countless fire-red ants around and we were instead trapped there. I'm their boss, so I'm most clear on this. It was a desperate situation then, so I decided to get out of the ant hole and return to the surface. Fatty Hai acted as if he was the boss. When we came out, we found out that the mercenaries had all gone crazy. They were killing every single person within their sight. Li Qi talked about the horrific scene that unfolded that time. After that, we were embroiled in battle as well. But luckily, we found a crevice and hid in there. Li Ji nodded his head. After that, what happened? It was not that the old General Ma did not trust what they said, but he felt that they were only scratching the surface. The one person who knew the truth would probably still be this masked lad who had not spoken a single word. He believed that he was the leader and the true boss of this party. I didn't leave the ant hole, so I was not clear on how the battle outside happened. Yue Yang felt that if he did not say anything, he would be unable to hide the truth from this old General Ma, who seemed rough on the surface but had an extremely cautious mind. Obviously, Yue Yang would not speak of the battle between him and the Marquis of Xia. However, he told him what happened in the ant hole that time. I entered the ant nest and found that the thousands of ants were in chaos. On the second floor of the ant nest, countless mercenaries and fire-red ants were fighting each other. Some of the mercenaries even killed their own kind. Those mercenaries who had the golden ant eggs were trapped on top of a platform. The situation was really desperate. Being an upright human, I went forward to assist them and gave them teleportation scrolls. Not only that, I opened a path for them and escorted those mercenaries into the ant tunnel. Their leader was called Zhong Hao. If you find him, then you will be able to prove that what I said was the truth. Yue Yang tried to probe and see if that mercenary group's Zhong Hao was still alive. He was 90% sure that Zhong Hao had died. This was because if Zhong Hao was still alive, then the old General Ma would know that he had obtained the hard-shelled dragon fruits. He wouldn't ask about the matter of the golden ant eggs, much less of not being clear on why the mercenaries went crazy. Old General Ma confirmed it. There was indeed someone called Zhong Hao before. He had managed to escape to Hope Town and sought refuge from our garrison. But, there was an attack carried out by some thugs shortly after. All of the soldier from the garrison died in battle. Zhong Hao and his companions were captured as prisoners by the enemy. Following that, a battle broke out between them. All of the mercenaries seemed to know about the matter regarding the golden ant eggs, and started to kill everyone on sight. However, I suspect that the enemy released some kind of poison that would make people crazy. Otherwise, the mercenaries would not completely lose their sanity just for the golden ant eggs. Something more suspicious was that the space of Hope Town and the settlement camp seemed to be disturbed by some kind of artifact asterisk, and so people were unable to teleport out. There were very few people who managed to flee. Little student, could you talk about the meteor explosions? Shiro, asterisk artifact was translated as sacred item before because lack of better words, he felt that Yue Yang's party was definitely related to the meteor explosions. Perhaps the enemy had found a few more survivors who had great power, and so they decided to summon meteors to rain down upon them. In order to cover up for the matters regarding the hard-shelled dragon fruit, the Marquis of Xia, Grandma Qi and the medicine encyclopedia, he decided to tell old General Ma about the last battle to divert his attention. Shiro, I think I forgot to explain this in previous chapters. Grandma Qi equals Lake Grandma. Not sure if that is her name or her nickname. I'm gonna leave it as Grandma Qi for now. Using a calm tone, he described the battle. At that time, I had killed my way out of the ant nest that was packed with thousands of ants. When I was outside, I realized that my companions had been surrounded by the enemies. There were even 2 level 5 grandmasters and a level 6 elder amongst the enemies. They hid themselves in the group and rallied the mercenaries to surround and attack my companions. After that, when I came back, I found out that they had summoned a jungle boa, a bronze-skinned lion and a metal bone leopard. Not only that, they summoned a gargantuan mammoth to attack us as well. After a bitter fight, the level 6 elder hidden within the crowd even summoned 5 meteors. I took risks and dispelled his summons. Finally, the meteors backfired and were directed towards him. As a result, even the mountain peak was destroyed, and we got knocked out from the impact. When we came to afterwards, the enemies had already been rescued by their companions in the air. There were many flying beasts in the sky, at least 200 people, who left after the meteors struck the valley. Could you tell us how that elder who summoned the meteors looked like? Old General Ma furrowed his eyebrows. He could hear that although this young lad had described everything quite simply, it did not seem like he was lying. If there was a level 6 elder involved in this who even summoned meteors to kill everyone, then things would become complicated. This situation would be 10 times as bad as what he had imagined it to be. Yue Yang sighed in relief inside. He knew that the old General Ma would not doubt or notice what happened to him in the ant hole for now, but rather focus all of his attention on that level 6 elder. This was precisely the side road that Yue Yang led old General Ma to take. He borrowed it to divert his attention. It seemed like this matter was not just as simple as enemies trying to kill him. Since it was unrelated to him, Yue Yang decided to stay out of this matter. He was too lazy to bother with the matters of the nation and conspiracies. It would be better for him to devote himself towards developing relationships with women. Since the old General Ma wanted to know how that level 6 elder looked like, Yue Yang was extremely generous. He completely described that level 6 elder's, along with the 2 level 5 grandmasters' looks. Yue Yang had even pretended that he did not know that there were 2 level 6 elders. He only spoke of the little level 6 beginner-ranked elder who summoned the meteor. All of the mercenaries called that man master. When he spoke of this, the old General Ma's expression changed. Evidently, the old General Ma knew of those two elders. Not only that, he was extremely familiar with them. I must thank you very much. You have uncovered a terrifying plot for our Tianluo kingdom. We will definitely report this to His Majesty and request him to specially award you. Now, we suspect that the enemies are still trying to cover up and blot out this matter. Please don't leave for now. We will gather more experts and notify your academy's teachers to come and fetch you back. Of course, you can relax. We will definitely keep you safe. We are an army, we have the strength to do it. Before old General Ma could finish, an explosion could be heard from outside. The giant shockwave from the explosion blasted the wooden door open. The entire floor was shaking and the dust on top of the ceiling pillars constantly fell down. A sharp alarm blared out. Old General Ma's eyes burned with anger as if they were volcanoes on the verge of eruption. He stood up resolutely. Before he left, he did not forget to appease Yue Yang and the others. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, we guarantee that we have the ability to protect you. For now, stay in the house and don't come out of it. I'll go out and see what's happening. Yue Yang felt that this turn of events was a little unimaginable. The Tianluo kingdom had even already mobilized their army. How could those thugs still had the guts to launch another attack? Who were these desperate criminals? What great secret did the Despair Abyss hold, causing them to do this at all costs? For a period of time, Yue Yang was extremely curious. Could it be that there was still something even more valuable than the golden ant eggs and the hard-shelled dragon fruits here? A scream tore through the sky. The sharpness of the sound sounded like an awl piercing through the night. The sound was a little familiar to Yue Yang. It sounded like the banshee scream of the Bloody Queen, but it neither had its distinctive mournfulness nor its soul-piercing reverberation. Instead, there was an agitative, raucous quality. Such a sound did not have as much killing power as the Bloody Queen's banshee scream, but it was unnerving and hateful for those who heard it, making them feel frustrated and irritated. That's a harpy. Oh God, those are monsters from the Falling King Mountain. When the platoon leader saw the harpies outside the door, he started to shake in fear. At that moment, countless flying-type beasts flew across the sky. A few of them could be seen clearly in the flames, but most of them hid in the darkness higher up in the sky. One could only deduce that there were groups of flying-type beasts flying over their heads by the ripples in the air and the sound of the flapping of wings. Yue Yang's eyes, with the shared power of night vision from Empress Fei Wen Li, could clearly see even in a black cave without any light at all, let alone now. Within the span of Yue Yang's vision, he discovered that there were at least tens of thousands of different flying-type beasts that were circling about in the sky. Flying about at the highest altitude were giant eagles and dragons. In the middle were harpies that had entirely black bodies. These harpies were different from the harpies at the Bloody Queen's pavilion in Tongtian Tower's pavilion. These harpies looked exceedingly ugly and evil, with wrinkles all over their bodies, looking very disgusting as a whole. At the lowest level, there were some flesh-eating crows, drummed wing lizards, fur membrane mice, flat snakes, and a large number of giant bats that were flying together. While making all sorts of noises, they searched for their targets, swooping down in various parts of the small towns and attacking the people. The screams that Yue Yang had previously heard were the sharp hisses made when the harpies swooped down towards the soldiers on the ground. Falling King Mountain. Ye Kong had never heard of this place before. Falling King Mountain. In contrast, Fatty Hai started to squirm in fear, looking like he had just seen a ghost. What is going on? Master Hai, quickly tell us what you mean. Yu Bing had also never heard of this place before. Falling King Mountain, was there such a place in Soaring Dragon Continent? Yue Yang also started to keenly observe Fatty Hai's reaction. However, suddenly, his ears picked up the sound made by another type of animal. It was very faint, but in Yue Yang's ears, it was extremely distinct. It made all the hairs stand up on his body. That was the sound of crawling made by giant spiders, one of the Despair Abyss's three greatest killers. The low-level flesh-eating monsters that were previously lingering outside the town scurried about in fear as they tried to escape. However, other than the jackals and hyenas which moved the fastest, most of them could not escape from the giant spider's attack. Yue Yang went out of the door and leapt onto the roof, scanning the slope halfway down the mountain. His heart suddenly pounded. There were countless, thousands, or maybe 10,000s of giant spiders thickly dotting the entire expanse of the halfway slope, converging on Hope Town. These giant spiders which had never left Despair Abyss had all strangely left their nest in full force, and were attacking Hope Town. Yue Yang frowned. If not due to deliberate temptation, it was impossible for so many giant spiders to leave the Despair Abyss, and it was even more impossible for all of them to hunt for food in Hope Town. Under the roof, Fatty Hai was as white as a sheet. Wiping his cold sweat, his voice shivered as he spoke. Falling King Mountain is a scary place that is situated somewhere on a giant island in the middle of the sea. It's very far from Soaring Dragon Continent and there are many scary monsters living them. It's also called the land abandoned by the gods, meaning that it is such a desolated place that it was even abandoned by the gods. In Soaring Dragon Continent, there are some extremely evil warriors who have committed the most heinous crimes that have escaped to it, forming a demonic palace, whose motto is exclusively to destroy peace and wreak havoc in Soaring Dragon Continent, with the destruction of humanity as its main mission. According to legend, Falling King Mountain is a place that is even scarier than the demon abyss. All living things there are corrupted creatures. If anybody were to enter Falling King Mountain, they would be assimilated into the evil spirits there and become unrestrained and corrupted beings. Demonic Palace. Ye Kong was speechless. He was shocked that Fatty Hai, whose knowledge could not normally measure up to even half of his, actually knew of these secrets which were practically unheard by Ye Kong himself. Is there really such a place? How come I have never heard of it? Yu Bing was still somewhat in disbelief. There should be. Li Qi and Li Ji confirmed this in unison. When they thought of the madness of the mercenary soldiers, they came to the conclusion that what Fatty Hai said made sense. Didn't the mercenary soldiers who looked as if they were on a mad killing spree look a lot like corrupted beings who were assimilated by the evil spirits? For the golden ant eggs, they indiscriminately killed anyone in their sight, no matter whether they were friends, family, or close brothers. If it was not due to the influence of the corrupted beings of this Falling King Mountain's demonic palace, the mercenary soldiers would not behave so abnormally. As for the existence of this Falling King Mountain's demonic palace, Yue Yang was not in the least bit surprised. For thousands of years, there were numerous kingdoms in the Soaring Dragon Continent which had lost in the war for power. The ones who emerged victorious became kings and the ones who lost became bandits, with numerous adherent elderly persons and youngsters fleeing overseas. It was not surprising that they would form such an organization to resist the Soaring Dragon Continent. However, that they had such immense power made Yue Yang a little suspicious. If they did not have innate rankers at their back supporting them, would a bunch of runaways who were defeated by their opponents have such immense strength that could pose a threat to the country of Tianluo? Everybody knew that the Tianluo kingdom was officially recognized as the strongest empire and its combined might was even above that of Xia and Zhaijin kingdom. Even compared to Zhaijin Empire whose citizens were war-crazed and revered military strength, Tianluo was still a level higher. Yue Yang thought back to their previous encounter with Elder Tianzuo in Xia Empire's clinic and the mercenary soldiers' mad spree today and became even more sure that there were turbulent undercurrents underlying the current Soaring Dragon Continent. The poisoned soldiers of Xia Empire were the first to be targeted, in order to incite disharmony between the relations of Xia Empire and the Floating Mist sect. Now, there is the incident of the golden ant eggs, triggering the mercenary soldiers' mad spree, even leading to the 10,000 monsters surrounding the town tonight. It looked like there was definitely a powerful manipulator behind all these incidents who was pulling the strings. Without the support of innate rankers or some powerful sect it was practically impossible to take on empires like Xia and Tianluo. To extend that thought a little, could it be that the tragic guy's father, Yu Qiu, who was the Yu clan's most promising genius ranker, was actually killed by the demonic palace? Could the tragic guy's rejection of marriage and his suicide by jumping into the river be related to the demonic palace as well? Also, Yinan seemed to bear hostility towards the demonic palace. It looked like Wu Yi, Xiaohuo, and company were people from the demonic palace. Especially Xiaohuo who was able to summon forth the demon king Xian through the blood ritual. If he wasn't a corrupted being of the demonic palace, how would he have so much power? Basically, there were a lot of issues that were still unclear. There was no truth and there was no answer. Unless he went to search for and exposed the truth behind these matters. General, the teleportation spell has been interrupted. A loud gasp of surprise came from the teleportation circle. The flow of people who were continuously appearing from teleportation suddenly came to a halt. A black light pillar mysteriously floated above the teleportation circle, and the teleportation circle had temporarily broken down. What happened? Chaos started to erupt amongst the people who had just teleported out. Hurricane Expel Noble Team immediately returned to the capital to request for help. Old General Ma's bushy eyebrows locked together even more profoundly as he urgently waved his arm to give his command. Some of the guards behind him immediately dispersed. All of them raced to about 100 meters away and opened up their teleportation scrolls. On seeing white light emerging prominently below them, the flying-type beasts in the sky immediately swooped downwards. Some of the corrupted beings who rode on the flying-type beasts continued to hide within the darkness and used their crossbows or longbows to shoot a torrent of arrows at these soldiers who were trying to return and ask for help. Old General Ma swiped his arm and countless soldiers immediately raised their giant shields in a well-trained manner, defending their comrades against the arrows. There were also archers who simultaneously raised their bows and shot arrows into the sky in the direction of their enemies. The disperse and teleport tactic that the Hurricane team deployed successfully scattered the concentrated power of the enemy's attacks. At the same time, 20 teleportation pillars of light appeared in Hope Town. There seemed to be quite a few soldiers, who had attempted to escape and to ask for reinforcements, that were shot by the strong enemies in the sky. Only a few soldiers managed to escape into the teleportation portal in time. The teleportation has failed, the space has been warped by the enemy. The official in charge of the teleportation circle had extremely abundant experience in his field. At one glance, he knew that the teleportation strategy did not entirely succeed. Even if there were some soldiers who successfully teleport the way, the enemy had warped the space with certain artifacts. The teleportation distance was perhaps at least 1,000 li away from their intended destination. It was impossible to achieve their purpose of asking for reinforcements. When old General Ma heard this, his face changed a little. But he remained calm and executed another command. All soldiers defend, Hurricane elites follow me to the front lines. Yes. Hundreds of elite soldiers answered loudly, and gathered behind old General Ma. Hurry, retreat back to the house, a great war is about to erupt. Don't worry. I will protect all of you. Even if the platoon leader was shivering in fear, but he still forced himself to remain calm, ushering Yue Yang and company back into the house. With a tall and sturdy body, he blocked the entrance of the house. Even the hand that was holding on to his weapon was shaking uncontrollably. When Yue Yang saw this, he did not know whether to laugh or be angry. How could he dare to say that he wanted to protect him with such lousy martial arts skills? Yue Yang, Yu Bing. Ye Kong, Master Hai, are you all here? Shouts suddenly traveled over from afar in the midst of all the noise and clamor. It's Sister Yinan, no, it's Brother Yinan. Fatty Hai had the fastest reaction to Beauty's voices. When he heard her, he immediately started to leap up. His speed was extremely fast, barreling into the platoon leader and knocking him down, even stepping on his body to rush out of the entrance, all the while shouting, "We are here, we are here. Yinan, where are you?" Over there. Yu Bing's sharp eyes immediately discovered Yinan, clad in a thief's attire, standing at the core of the side of the teleportation circle. She hurriedly waved her hand in the air. "I am over here, it's dangerous over there, come over quickly." A flying dragon in the sky was flapping, its giant wings spiraled downwards. Its sharp gigantic claws extended, preparing to grab at Yinan, who was currently anxiously shouting for her comrades. Fatty Hai hated that he could not immediately grow 8 legs to fly over. But his speed was as slow as a tortoise's crawl as compared to the flying dragon. Ye Kong's speed was a little faster than him, but he also could not rush over in time to save her. What made things worse was that Yinan had just teleported over and had yet to fully understand the dire situation. She only knew that the entire situation was in a mess and was hence hurriedly shouting for her comrades. She did not discover the thousands or even 10,000s of flying-type beasts circling in mid-air above her in the sky, let alone the fact that there was one flying dragon that was swooping down towards her direction. "Dodge it! Dodge!" Yu Bing's shouts were drowned by the noisy and raucous environment, and were unable to clearly reach Yinan's ears. Just as bloodthirst flashed in the eyes of the flying dragon and as it extended its claws towards Yinan's body, a wisp of purple flame spiraled upwards into the sky. Yinan turned her head and was shocked. Yue Yang was brandishing his demonic dagger that was emitting purple flames and chopped downwards towards her head like a demonic spirit. Her eyes immediately turned round in shock. Why was he brandishing his dagger as if he wanted to chop her to death when they are seeing each other after such a long period of separation? The light of the dagger flashed past. Just as Yinan was sure that she was dead meat, she suddenly discovered that the blade had slashed across the top of the head, and had miraculously missed her. Rumble. There was a loud sound. She only felt a splash of blood, that sprinkled down like raindrops. A loud howl of despair by beasts immediately sounded in the air. Then she felt a large shadow growing larger as it smashed directly to the ground before her, its large tail still sweeping maniacally and gigantic wings still flapping. On top of it, Yinan discovered that Yue Yang looked like an awe-inspiring battle god as he brandished his 2 daggers and hacked wildly at the beast. His moves were like the sound of thunder and the streak of lightning. Every hit produced a splash of blood from the beast as it continuously howled in pain. The beast had suffered fatal wounds. Desperately flapping its wings, it looked as if it wanted to escape back into the sky. Yinan then saw that Yue Yang, whom she had yearned for day and night and could not simply forget, had actually discarded his crescent blade and was roughly pulling at the flying dragon's giant tail, ruthlessly smashing it down to the ground. Those tyrannical movements and behavior looked as if he practically wanted to pound the dragon to its death in hate. Boom! The earth vibrated. The flying dragon smashed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Its wings were broken, its neck was twisted, and its head was smashed in. Blood poured out in all directions. It only struggled a little before falling dead in front of him. In the middle of the flames, his back looked as strong and powerful as a god of war, with unsurpassable and unrivaled bravery. This was the man whom she had fallen for. Agitated, Yinan could not help rushing forward, encircling his waist from behind and hugging him tightly. Even though she was extremely happy, tears had started to form in her eyes. These were not tears of sorrow, but tears of joy. Part of it was the excitement of meeting again after a long period of separation, part of it was the pleasant surprise of his sudden appearance, but part of it was also the emotions stirred up at his rescue of her like a knight in shining armor and also the longing for him that she could not put in words. Arrows suddenly poured down from the sky like a torrent of rain. Unleashing his spherical beheader, Yue Yang repelled all the arrows back towards the sky. Yue Yang's move scared all the attackers so much that they shivered uncontrollably. Unfortunately, Yue Yang had yet to successfully execute the combined use of both level 2 Yin Yang and space teleportation skills masterfully. Otherwise, this combo attack would probably decimate these fellows who liked shooting arrows so much. Yang Ha just experimented with combining the use of level 2 spherical beholder and teleportation in a single slash. After executing that attack just now, Yue Yang came to a completely new realization. He had always thought that after the countless great battles he had been through, especially the one with the Marquis of Xia, he should have been able to level up even further. The time of his breakthrough should not be too far from him now. It was just that he still had not reached the tipping point for the breakthrough to happen. The flurry of arrows just now had provided an opportunity for breakthrough for him, but unfortunately, he had not prepared himself sufficiently for it. Otherwise, he would have successfully broken through his current state and leveled up. Yue Yang's attack did not actually bounce the arrows back up high enough. All of them had fell back down onto the ground in a parabola-shaped arc, hence they did not pose much threat to most of the flying-type beasts. However, some of the flesh-eating crows, drummed-wing lizards and giant bats were unlucky instead, running into the rain of arrows when they swooped down to attack the soldiers and eat their flesh. They were immediately shot by the arrows, falling to the ground. "Look out, maintain the circle." The mercenary commander in the valley who had noticed Yue Yang since back then immediately commanded his subordinates not to create any form of disturbance or attack Yue Yang. He discovered that arrows were useless against Yue Yang. It was simply a joke to use normal attack methods against such a rancor. One must use the battle strategy of pitting soldiers against soldiers and rancors against rancors. They could only execute their plan of besieging the town tonight successfully if their greatest threat was removed. Old General Ma took in everything that was happening. Even though he did not make a sound, he was secretly pleased. Before this, he had already knew that the masked brat was unusually powerful. However, because of his identity as a student of the Xia Empire, he could not ask for his help to serve Tian Luo Kingdom. Now that he had taken the initiative to stand up and attack the enemies to rescue his comrades himself, even effectively deterring the enemies in the sky in the process, he had taken a large burden off him. It was their best glimmer of hope in such a nasty situation. For Hope Town's current situation, every extra ounce of military strength was an extra helping hand. Especially with the immense strength that this masked brat had that was definitely not lesser than his. This was practically God's blessings for the soldiers, mercenary soldiers, and citizens of Hope Town. Yue Yang may not use his full effort to help Hope Town, but he would at least protect his comrades. To the enemies who had secretly planned to besiege Hope Town, Yue Yang would also become a large threat and an unpleasant shock to them. These enemies would never have thought that such a powerful opponent would unexpectedly appear in Hope Town. Their miscalculation on Yue Yang's presence might perhaps be the start of the collapse and failure of their entire plan. Hence, old General Ma was secretly extremely pleased by Yue Yang's decision to help attack the enemies. In such a dangerous situation, he was unable at present to come over and express his gratitude to Yue Yang. He quickly led his elite soldiers to counterattack against the giant spiders that had invaded the town. Use fire, spiders are afraid of fire. Old General Ma had plenty of battle experience. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him immediately shot out flame arrows. Subsequently, many soldiers threw out petroleum and lighted torches, burning the giant spiders which had just crawled through the walls of the town, making them squeak in panic. "Are you all right?" Yue Yang was enjoying the wonderful sensation of Yinan's fragrant, soft, and lovely body that was hugging against him. It was simply so comfortable that he could not help but extend his wolfish, sinister hands to caress her back. I'm fine." Yinan discovered that his burning big hands were caressing her back. Pleasant shivers reverberated throughout her skin. Discovering that this bastard's hand were creeping down her back and had almost reached her butt, she hurriedly pulled his hand back up and placed it firmly on her lower back. She could not bear to release him for now. Instead, she thought that the feeling of him hugging her to him was an extremely comfortable one. It gave her a sense of security in her heart, and at the same time, the sensation of their skin pressing tightly to each other, their bodies and hearts becoming one, made her feel blissful. As for his concern for her, Yinan was afraid that he would see the streaks of tears on her face. She hurriedly lowered her head and secretly wiped them away. "Sister Yinan, brother Yinan." Yu Bing was still little and not very aware of things related to love and whatnot. Not knowing that she was interrupting the blissful moment that her older brother and future sister-in-law were currently sharing, she flew over in excitement when she saw that Yinan was safe, opening her arms and hugging both Yue Yang and Yinan tightly. "Brother Yinan, it's great that you're okay." Fatty Hai also wanted to pretend that he was idiotic and opened his arms, but Yakong stuck out his leg and kicked him into the mud like a dog. With the crowd gathering near her, Yinan immediately felt embarrassed. It was fine if it was just Fatty Hai and Yakong. Yinan already knew that they could tell that she was a girl. But she still wanted to maintain her identity of brother Yinan in front of Yue Yang so that he would tell her more of his true feelings and talk about things that she would never hear if he knew that she was female. To prevent Yue Yang from being suspicious or misunderstanding, Yinan explained a little vaguely. Ah, this is a custom in my hometown. When people meet again after a long period of separation, we would mostly hug each other to express familiarity and well wishes to each other. Just like this. As Yinan explained herself, she hugged Yue Bing. Yue Yang inwardly laughed, but he pretended to not know anything. He sighed deliberately. This custom is really not particularly pleasing. It's fine if one were to hug a beauty, that would be good fortune. But to hug a guy, it really does not feel good. Yue Yang even pretended that goosebumps had arisen on his body, to express his discomfort of hugging Yinan. Yinan almost wanted to kick him. She had never seen such an idiot like him. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately pretended to be excited. I like Yinan's hometown custom. Come, let's have a hug too. Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers immediately hit him to the ground simultaneously. Ye Kong then pounced on him and started to beat him up. My hometown's custom is that once we see somebody irritating, we will beat him up, just like now. Seizing this opportunity, the Li clan brothers started to stomp on Fatty Hai's meaty butt, nodding matter-of-factly. How coincidental, our hometown also has the same custom. Yinan inwardly laughed. Recalling that this state of affairs was caused by her, she felt sorry for Fatty Hai. She hurriedly pulled Yue Yang and Yue Bing away, in case Fatty Hai said even more wrong things that would cause him misfortune. She firstly said a few pleasantries to Yue Bing, before asking Yue Yang. How is it? You attended a few days of classes in the academy, did you see any beauties or campus belles? Yue Bing was afraid that her future sister-in-law would feel jealous, so she immediately shot Yue Yang a pointed look, trying to indicate to him to not make any irresponsible remarks. But Yue Yang pretended not to see them. With one hand over Yinan's lovely shoulders, he said. I didn't see any beauties or campus belles. My main objective is still to attend the academy. But on the first day, I happened to pick up a sexy drunk cat Onisan downstairs. Tisk tisk, her figure was really hot. I'll describe it to you in detail when we had the opportunity. I guarantee that you will salivate in lust. Really? What happened to the drunk cat Onisan after that? It would be a lie if Yinan was not at the least bit jealous, but she believed that Yue Yang would not immediately sleep with a drunk cat Onisan that he had just picked up. At most, he would just gallantly rescue the beauty and revive the drunk cat Onisan from her sleep. After that, I brought her back to the dorm. If not for her golden-ranked little panda Niu Niu protecting her, hee. Yue Yang grinned conspiratorially as he patted Yinan's lovely shoulder. His underlying meaning was, we are both guys, you know about this stuff. His lustful expression made Yinan roll her eyes secretly. With such a beauty in front of him that he could not even tell, he was still telling her about pushing down the drunk cat Onisan. He was practically an idiot that made her at a loss of whether to laugh or be angry at him. Brother was actually very well behaved. When he brought her back to the dorm, he just laid her on the bed and went away to study. When the drunk cat Onisan woke up, she started to beat Ye Kong, Master Hai and company up. On the other hand, brother was studying and researching on beasts with me outside. Because brother was a good student, he didn't get beaten up. Yue Bing hurriedly spoke words of praises about her brother. I don't think I'm that good. Did you know that she even left a note for me? This proves that she kept me in her mind constantly and can't forget about me. Yue Yang was immensely pleased with himself, bragging about how overly handsome he was that beauties left love letters for him. What note? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yinan became tense. Isn't this one? Yue Yang took out a note from his robe. Yinan immediately snatched it over. Seeing that it was an adorable little paw print, she was puzzled. What did this mean? A secret sign for a date? A secret love letter? Yinan. Brother Yinan, this was left for him by the little panda Niu Niu, she likes to eat sweets. Yue Bing started to giggle. I see. Congratulations, Yue Yang, you successfully captured a little girl's heart. Upon seeing Yue Bing's gestures to describe the little panda Niu Niu, she realized that the girl was just a little kid, and was immediately humored inwardly. She also felt ashamed for her own nervousness. Why was she even jealous of a kid? This fellow may be good looking, but he was actually a big idiot. He had been cooped up in his home so much that he did not even know how to win favor with girls. Also, he always wore his mask. No wonder no beauties had fallen for him. Her fate was intertwined with him. Even though he appeared to be a little lustful, he still ultimately belonged to her. No one could snatch him away from her. Thinking about this, Yinan was elated. She did not mind Yue Yang's hand that was hugging her shoulders, and even pressed her body closer to him. She did not need to care about her actions in front of Yue Bing, since she was already treating her as her future sister-in-law. She also did not need to hide what she was saying from her. With a hint of bashfulness, she said in a low voice. I have an easy method for you to see beauties. Next time, I'll introduce you to my little sister, I guarantee that you will salivate in lust with one look at her. If you want to see her, I'll make the arrangements. Do you want to? I'll think about it. Yue Yang pretended to be mindful of Yu Bing's presence beside him and hence looked as if it was inappropriate to express what he really thought. However, he seemed to be anxious and filled with anticipation at this suggestion. This made Yu Bing giggle secretly and Yinan extremely happy. With the conclusion of their small reunion, when Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and company came over, everybody started to feel tense about the situation again. The flying-type beasts in the sky were temporarily biding their time. They had landed on the rocks of the mountain summit, looking down at Hope Town. Near the enclosed walls outside the town, countless giant spiders were trying to crawl in. There were poisonous fluids and spider webs all over. From time to time, there were soldiers caught by the spider webs. Luckily, there were enough soldiers defending the town. There were elite soldiers guarding within every few meters of distance. When they saw the spider webs, they immediately torched them with fire. The spider webs, which were immune to blades and spears, were extremely vulnerable to fire instead, melting immediately upon burning. Currently, there were not a lot of casualties amongst the soldiers. The soldiers which were injured or poisoned were also bitten by the smaller spiders. As long as they took the requisite antidote, the soldiers' vital organs were not bitten and treatment was rendered in time, their lives were generally safe. But it was merely the start of their attacks now. The giant spiders which the soldiers killed was not even 1,000th of the total number. Also, there were still numerous spiders crawling out in dense packs from the despair abyss, spreading across the mountain slopes, forming a ghastly sight. Old General Ma furrowed his brows tightly together. He could tell that his soldiers' strength was exhausted quickly and that their beasts were starting to suffer from more injuries. Now that there were no reinforcements, they might not even be able to kill all these spiders in one whole day and night. There were still thousands of flying-type beasts and corrupted beings on the mountaintop that were eyeing the town covetously, merely waiting for the best chance to attack. This battle's initiative was entirely controlled by the enemy. It was practically a fight to the death. If the masked lad was willing to lend a helping hand, they could perhaps last till dawn. Otherwise, just with these 2,000 soldiers under himself, they would definitely not be able to last beyond tonight. Old General Ma immediately turned to look at Yue Yang's direction. However, he suddenly discovered that there was a ranker riding on a black steel-winged griffin in mid-air that ignored the ranged attacks of the soldiers, loftily hovering in the air. He suddenly spoke out to Yue Yang and posed a proposal: "You guys are not soldiers, and also aren't our targets. We have decided to let you go. Go now and leave this place immediately." Everybody was looking at Yue Yang. Some were worried that he would accept the proposal, some were envious that he got a chance to leave, some resented his good luck, some others wished that he would stay and fight together with them, some shook their heads in despair, while some people pleaded with their eyes. Ye Kong and company's eyes only revealed one piece of information. That was, they were resolute to follow Yue Yang's decision. They were not willing to fight against strong enemies, but they could not bear to abandon so many soldiers and leave just by themselves. Hence, they chose to listen to his decision. As for Yinan and Yu Bing, both of them would definitely support Yue Yang's decisions. When I was 3, my father taught me not to believe what the enemies say. Did you think that everybody are as dumb as you are? Save your cheap tricks and saliva, nobody will fall into your trap to lure us away. When Yue Yang said this, the surrounding soldiers immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and started to break out in cheers. Even old General Ma, who was a distance away, also nodded his head resolutely. As predicted, he did not make an error of judgment of this person. He did not fall into the enemy's trap nor abandon the soldiers and leave alone by himself. A good man should be like this. Old General Ma looked at Yue Yang. Suddenly, an air of confidence and heroic spirit lifted his heart. With this man here, the situation did not look as bleak now. The expression of the ranker riding on the black steel-winged griffin immediately changed. With regards to Yue Yang's answer, he seemed to feel that he had suffered great humiliation. He immediately somersaulted and jumped down from the griffin's back, pointed at Yue Yang and coldly snorted. "Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Don't think that you can be cocky with some lousy martial arts skills. We only treasure talents. With that arrogance of yours, don't blame us from not holding back. You egoistical young fellow, die." Yue Yang's level 3 divine vision could see the enemy's real power that he had hidden. This masked ranker was even stronger than the two that he had met in the ant hole. He should be an advanced senior elder who owned strengthening type beasts and was an expert in martial arts. His power was probably not below old General Ma's. This fellow was also the strongest one amongst all the corrupted rankers that Yue Yang had met. With just one sub-rank difference, he was still 2 times stronger than the 2 elders that he met at the entrance of the ant hole added together. However, Yue Yang, who had defeated the Marquis of Xia, was of course not afraid of him. But in this situation where it was inappropriate to expose Xia Wen Li and the rest under the scrutiny of many public eyes, Yue Yang could not use them in battle. Yue Yang thought that it would not be easy to defeat him just by relying on his strength alone. What made Yue Yang vigilant secretly was that there was a ranker who was multiple times stronger than this fellow hiding someplace in the darkness, observing the battlefield. That person must be the true leader of all these attackers. Faced with the enemy's arrogant challenge, Yue Yang's reaction was to yawn lazily. If you want to fight, just start. Stop saying so much rubbish. This young master is about to fall asleep with your yap. Roar. With this, the soldiers' emotions were stirred up. All of them raised their arms and cheered loudly. Ya! 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 They shouted loudly in unison as if to make Yue Yang even more awe-inspiring. The shouts reverberated throughout the skies and earth as the soldiers' morale soared up high. Soared up high. Black-winged Tan Wufang, your opponent is me. Old General Ma received the blade that was coming towards him, charging forward with big steps. In his heart, he felt that they must not lose Yue Yang, this young one. It didn't matter if they were in a dangerous situation and had to force themselves to be strong, or if they have to be diplomatic with other countries. The best way to threaten their enemies was to keep and train the strong rankers in their midst in the best way possible. Old General Ma knew what kind of person the Black-winged Tan Wufang was. He was the black-winged human demon, one of the demonic palaces Sky, Earth and Humanity, 3 different demons. His name was renowned as the 108th rank in the Falling King Mountain's demonic palace. On the surface, it seemed like he was weak because he couldn't manage to enter the top 100. However, this was definitely not because his abilities was lacking, it was because his achievement points weren't enough yet. If one took into consideration how he managed to climb up from over 3000th rank to 108th rank in 10 years by fighting countless battles, one would be able to imagine how strong he was. Old General Ma reckoned that the Black-winged Tan Wufang would definitely be within the top 100 amongst the demonic palaces ranking in terms of abilities, or maybe even the top 50. With regards to the Black-winged Tan Wufang, Old General Ma was extremely familiar. He was one of the rebels from the Tianluo Kingdom, who had escaped to the Falling King Mountain. He was once the audacious, disguised robber who attacked the princess of Xia who had come to Tianluo Kingdom for a marriage when his plot had failed. He became a wanted man and was hunted after by strong rankers from both Tianluo and Xia Kingdom. He was heavily injured a lot of times and had almost died, but he managed to escape from dangerous situations every time. His streak continued until the Tianluo Kingdom finally dispatched one of their 5 enshrined elders, Wan Li Shat, also known as Sandstorm, who finally managed to capture him and upheld justice for all. Shiro, Wan Li Shat also meant 1,000 miles sand, however, right at the day of his capital punishment, the strong sky demons from the demonic palace, Sky Pearl, Sky Law and Sky Wrath created diversions and saved him with a crafty escape plan. Throughout history, the Black-winged Tan Wufang was the only offender who had managed to move the 3 major sky demons into action to save him. It could be clearly seen from this how greatly the demonic palace had thought of him. After recovering from his deadly injuries, Tan Wufang, who was almost like a disabled person initially, recovered his previous battle power, and even improved his strength. In a few years, his rank continued to increase unceasingly from countless battles, defeating hundreds of demons. He rose from 3000th plus to the 108th rank. Finally, he rose to become one of the Sky, Earth and Human demons, the Human Demon. His promotion speed almost rivaled the Falling King Mountain's fastest promotion record. The holder of this record rose to the top 10 from the 5000th rank in just 2 years, finally ranking just below the extremely strong Sky Demon ranker, Sky Calamity. Although Old General Ma had never fought with the Black-winged Tan Wufang before, he knew that this renegade Tianluo rebel, who killed people easily as if they were flies, was definitely not any weaker than him. He was worried that Yue Yang was too young, did not have enough experience and would fall for Black-winged Tan Wufang's tricks easily. Hence, he decided to step forward bravely and meet the Black-winged Tan Wufang head-on. Ma Xin Kong, I don't want to fight you, you are too old for me. Black-winged Tan Wufang didn't even take the Old General Ma into consideration. In reality, the Old General Ma wasn't really old, it was just that his expression was a little strict and his brows were always tied up in a knot. He was also experienced and knowledgeable, and furthermore, he loved his soldiers as if he loved his own children. Hence, he was nicknamed Old General Ma. It's useless to try provoking me. Old General Ma wasn't affected at all. He walked over with grand steps as he summoned his strengthening type beast, Burst Giant Bear, to add extra strength to his body. His arms started to transform into a bear's arms. You are still as foolish as before. Black-winged Tan Wufang suddenly took out a crystal stone and summoned a cloud of strange, grey-colored fog. When the strong mountain winds blew, that cloud of grey-colored fog dispersed in all directions. Everyone immediately smelled a kind of potent and extremely fragrant smell, but nobody felt unwell. Instead, they felt their salivas building up in their mouth as they quickly gulped it down. Fatty Hai, especially, was drooling so much that he had created a waterfall of drool. Old General Ma, who was walking so determinedly and domineeringly like a huge mountain, suddenly waved his sword in pain and stabbed it into the ground. He tried to prop himself with the sword, but that hard metal sword bent and broke under his weight. Under the public's gazes, old General Ma dug his bare transformed arms deep into a rock. Although there wasn't much difference in his expression, only a deeper frown on his thick eyebrows, an observant soldier would be able to notice that at this time, the old General Ma's back was already drenched with his sweat. His arms and legs that had dug deep into the ground were also slightly trembling. It was extremely obvious that he had suffered from the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's secret attack. His body was in serious pain. However, old General Ma had a willpower made of steel. He was still enduring and persisting with all of his efforts. Suddenly, the black-winged Tan Wu Fang appeared right in front of old General Ma. He raised his legs and landed heavy kicks on old General Ma's body, kicking his body right and left repeatedly. He also stomped on the old General Ma's bloodied face, laughing disdainfully. Ma Xingkong, one of the top 10 generals in the Tian Luo Kingdom. Aren't you strong? Come and get up then, come and beat me up. I have even already stepped on your face, aren't you angry? Go on, get angry and let out your fury. Raise your bare palms, make me afraid of you. I'm definitely not angry. Don't even think of enraging me. Old General Ma's face was swollen from the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's stomps, but his glare was still as sharp as a knife and as cold as ice. Traitor, you dare to hurt the general. I'm going to kill you. 2 Grandmasters ranked deputy generals immediately charged forward bravely without caring about their lack in power against the powerful enemy. They simply couldn't stop themselves when they saw that their old General Ma had been humiliated and stepped on the face by the black-winged Tan Wu Fang. Annoying trashes, begone! The black-winged Tan Wu Fang waved his hands and immediately summoned a strong wind. The 2 deputy generals were flown 10 meters away, coughing up blood when they hit the ground. Old General Ma suddenly howled loudly as his eyes turned bloody red. His whole body slowly turned into a bear, but he quickly squashed his fury down and returned to his original appearance. Everyone, stand back. I can defeat this traitor. He then commanded his subordinates to retreat. So turns out that he had used the Mad Bee's fog to enrage old General Ma. Isn't that mere child's play? Yue Yang had used his level 3 divine eyes to see through the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's trickeries. This fellow had actually summoned a rare kind of special type Mad Bee's fog beast. The fog that he emitted just now was actually the fine honey powders that the bees had produced. Normal beasts would not be affected when they smelled it, but bear-type beasts would immediately lose control and go insane. This black-winged Tan Wu Fang had purposely summoned a beast that was the old General Ma's burst giant bear's arch-nemesis. He wanted to provoke the old General Ma and make him go insane with anger, turning into a killing machine who would kill anyone within his sight, just like those mercenaries who had slaughtered each other like madmen. He wanted him to destroy the whole of Hope Town. As for old General Ma, he'd rather be beaten than be angered as he gritted his teeth and endured his humiliation. He continued to resist the Mad Bee's fog smell until it had completely dispersed away. His strengthening type beast burst giant bear had an unparalleled defense and strength, so he wouldn't be injured by the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's kicks. This was only humiliation by words designed to make him lose control and be angry. Ma Xingkong, look at yourself. Do you even still look like the reputable Great 10 generals? Why don't you change your name to Miserable Worm instead? The black-winged Tan Wu Fang raised his large leg and bashed it furiously on the old General Ma's face. He humiliated him as much as he liked, his words sharp and unkind. He continued to provoke him, hoping that the old General Ma would go into rage and lose control, becoming an insane violent giant bear who would kill people blindly. I think the Miserable Worm nickname is more suitable for you. Suddenly, Yue Yang appeared right behind the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's back, without him even knowing when. What? The black-winged Tan Wu Fang froze. Someone had actually sneaked right behind him without any indication at all. Yue Yang was extremely shameless. Normally, people would speak first before launching their attacks. However, he was different. He would attack first and warn the enemy later. He had kicked the black-winged Tan Wu Fang squarely on his butt and sent him flying away before leisurely spoke out his sentence of warning, "Let me demonstrate how people usually stomp miserable worms to death." The black-winged Tan Wu Fang was furious. He braked the impact of Yue Yang attack in mid-air and prepared to flew down to counter-attack Yue Yang. However, suddenly, Yue Yang had reappeared once again at his back. Clasping his fists together, Yue Yang swung them down hard right at the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's back. When his opponent crashed down to the ground like a meteor, Yue Yang had even managed to do a roundhouse kick at the exact place on the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's back that he had knocked earlier. Despicable. The black-winged Tan Wu Fang broke his fall with his hands as he crashed to the ground, but he still sunk deep into the ground from the large impact of Yue Yang's force. Without waiting for the black-winged Tan Wu Fang to struggle free from the earth, Yue Yang had already floated down to the ground right in front of him. The black-winged Tan Wu Fang's expressions immediately became frozen. Wasn't this brat's movement speed too fast to be possible? He had came crashing down, yet Yue Yang had managed to float down before him. What kind of beast had this brat actually summoned that made his speed even faster than himself? You haven't seen Despicable yet. Yue Yang revealed a smile that would even make demons shiver as he coolly raised his legs and kicked at the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's chin hard. Yue Yang kicked him out of the earth like a soccer ball. The black-winged Tan Wu Fang flew 10 meters away, but he immediately bounced back and roared furiously as he returned back with a speed even faster than a hurricane to attack Yue Yang. Boom! His fist punched into empty air. Yue Yang had already disappeared from his original location. Unbeknownst to the black-winged Tan Wu Fang, Yue Yang had already soundlessly appeared right behind his back. As the black-winged Tan Wu Fang revealed a disbelieving expression on his face, Yue Yang's right hand had already pressed onto the back of his head as he smashed the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's whole body down to the ground. Yue Yang then pushed his face forward, drawing a trail of pit on the ground with black-winged Tan Wu Fang's face, before finally smashing his face against a wall. As the black-winged Tan Wu Fang tried to struggle free, Yue Yang used his other hand to grab onto the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's left leg and lifted him off the ground, before smashing his whole body onto the wall. Boom! A deafening sound resounded. The mountain wall crumbled to dust, burying the black-winged Tan Wu Fang deep inside. The previously overbearing and arrogant black-winged human demon Tan Wu Fang had practically been beaten up by Yue Yang to the point he didn't recognize which way was north. Watching this, the soldiers couldn't help but to burst out in a loud cheer. The declining soldiers' morale had once again rose 100-fold higher. Ah, this is too refreshing. Good job in beating him up. Beat this son of a bitch even more. Fatty Hai was so excited that his face was red. Realizing that Yinan and Yu Bing were looking towards him, he immediately corrected his speech. Actually, I am a gentleman. That sentence just now, I was merely helping to shout what Yekong and the other monkeys who did not have a good upbringing would say. I take extra attention on elegant demeanors and bearing. You guys could see this immediately in the refined manner I usually carried myself. I speak politely, have a kind heart, am enthusiastic and concerned about others' welfare. Such a low-profile gentleman like me would definitely not tell you that I had once donated all my pocket money to victims of natural disasters as a kind act. I was only 6 years old at that time. Ah? Who hit me? He had not even finished speaking before Yekong and the Li clan brothers started to administer his daily fix of beatings. In the darkness, there was suddenly a sharp and cold voice calling out, "Fool! He had already seen through all of your weaknesses from the start. I have already said before. Don't summon the Mad Bee's fog in front of a strong rancor, you would only decrease your battle power greatly that way. Give me more time and I will personally kill him." The utterly miserable black-winged Tan Wu Fang pulled his body out of the rocks and calmed his fury as he glared at Yue Yang. "Don't make me wait too long." That sharp, intense voice that was as sharp as needles harumphed before disappearing into the darkness. The black-winged Tan Wu Fang froze as he hurriedly called for the black steel-winged griffin in the sky to come down, fusing together with it. His body became more sturdy and more masculine as his muscles rippled. A pair of black steel wings appeared on his back, and his fingers turned into terrifying claws that could even split metals apart. In an instant, his battle power had burst up to more than dozens of times. Right now, this was his most powerful state. He had finally become the true black-winged human demon Tan Wu Fang now. Just as the black-winged Tan Wu Fang flew upwards with confidence and was about to tear Yue Yang into shreds, that sharp voice that was as sharp as needles suddenly shouted out anxiously again, "Cancel your summon quickly, cancel your strengthening fusion. Fool! You have fallen into his trap. In that brat's body, he had some spores." Yue Yang smiled brilliantly like the sun as he helped the voice to complete his sentence. When everyone present was all baffled by this, the black-winged Tan Wu Fang who was flying in the air suddenly shouted "Ow!" and fell to the ground like a piece of log. Piece of log. Hui Tai Lang saw an opportunity and immediately pounced over to bite. The black-winged Tan Wu Fang had only lost control of a part of his body. He did not completely lose his ability to battle. He tried his best to struggle and raised his hands to counterattack. The people watched the whole scene in astonishment. When Hui Tai Lang had bitten the black-winged Tan Wu Fang's shoulder maniacally, he started to roll away and kick in the air. However, when Hui Tai Lang jumped to the side and bit hard on his leg, this black-winged Tan Wu Fang started to raise both his hands and flailed wildly instead. He seemed to have jumbled up the control of his hands and feet. However, his power was still there. Even a casual sweep of his flailing arms or legs across a hard rock surface would leave a deep crack. The wings on Tan Wu Fang's back flapped as he rushed up towards the sky. However, he had completely lost his sense of direction, crashing everywhere like a blind fly. He would suddenly change altitude, and fly upside down at times, crashing into the wall. At other times, he would fly at dizzying speeds towards the floor. The more black-winged Tan Wu Fang wanted to control his body, the weirder his actions were. Everyone's eyes were on Yue Yang. Everyone knew that this was his doing. The only thing they didn't know was what he meant when he said spores. What a fool! From the darkness, a mysterious cloaked person slowly appeared. His eyes were faintly green like a firefly's glow. There were some luminous decorations on the face of that cloaked man. With a flick of his giant sleeve, he swept the black-winged Tan Wufang onto the ground, and pressed his right hand against his head. Tan Wufang, who was originally rampaging violently around, became like a little worm in his hands, completely unable to struggle. A surge of towering flames burst out from the palm of the mysterious man. At the same time, everyone felt a wave of heat pouncing towards them. Following that, they smelt something weird, like the smell of charred flesh. Then, they heard Tan Wufang let out an extremely painful cry. Tan Wufang fell onto the ground, his entire body as black as charcoal. The soldiers could not help but hold their breaths at the hooded fellow's actions. Not only them, even Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were scared. Did he just kill the black-winged Tan Wufang with a single move? Before that, Yue Yang had beaten Tan Wufang black and blue, but although he had been beaten up so much, Tan Wufang did not even suffer any serious injuries and still possessed extremely strong combat abilities. But now, this cloaked guy had actually killed Tan Wufang instantly with a single move. With this as the basis, wouldn't this cloaked guy's strength be much stronger compared to Yue Yang? Everyone's hearts beat in unison like drums, pounding heavily. Yue Yang slightly furrowed his eyebrows as he looked towards the mysterious cloaked man. He noticed that this mysterious cloaked man had used a special type fire spirit to completely incinerate black-winged Tan Wufang's body inside out, causing the spores that he had implanted into Tan Wufang to be burnt totally. Originally, the implanted spores had fused with the strengthening type beast, fusing into Tan Wufang's body. Unless his beast was taken out, it was impossible to eliminate the effects of the spores. However, this mysterious cloaked man could use his fire spirit to incinerate the spores. He only incinerated the spores, without going overboard and killing the black-winged Tan Wufang. This level of control was really ingenious. This mysterious cloaked man was definitely an expert who was well versed in using fire. Regardless of whether it was his beasts, techniques, or body composition, all of them would definitely be the perfect combination to make full use of fire energy. This fellow was definitely the second strongest enemy he had encountered after the Marquis of Xia. If he wasn't careful, he would easily be defeated. Facing a strong enemy, there was no fear in Yue Yang's heart. On the contrary, his thirst for battle became stronger. His blood boiled. Enemies like this were exactly the kind of targets for battle he was looking for. Every time he defeated an enemy like this, it would be another round of upgrades, another leap in strength. Be careful, he's the luminous demon, Ding Zhang. He's a demon with extreme proficiency in controlling fire. In the demonic hall, his strength is ranked 38th. He's the demon with the most hope of becoming a sky demon. Old General Ma stood up shakily from the ground. Although the scent of honey did not completely disappear, but because black-winged Tan Wufang fainted, the Mad Bee's fog had dissipated, causing it to lose most of its ability to affect old General Ma's mind while he had transformed into a bear. It's 36th. I had just took out the 36th ranked ghost face earlier on. The mysterious cloaked man rebuked using his sharp voice. He seems to be the leader of the corrupted attackers. We'll fight this strong enemy together. Old General Ma knew that although he was adept at fighting wars, there was a huge gap between his strength compared to the luminous demon Ding Zhang. He had to fight him alongside Yue Yang, otherwise this battle would be dangerous. You're not fit to be my opponent. Only he might be able to take one or two of my hits. The luminous demon Ding Zhang completely ignored old General Ma. The old General Ma rushed at him in a fit of rage. A pair of huge hands crashed down blocking the heavens and the sky. The luminous demon Ding Zhang waved his huge sleeves. Blazes of flame swept across the sky. Old General Ma hurriedly protected his eyes using both of his arms, and was forcefully pushed back by the fire spirit that pounced on him head-on. He tried his utmost to stand firm. However, the terrifying fire spirit could not be resisted and pushed him away. On the floor, a deep pit was formed that stretched for many meters. As the crowd looked on, they were all overcome with shock. Just with a single fire spirit, he could push old General Ma that possessed an unmatchable power back. Just how strong was this fellow? The next thing they knew, another terrifying event had happened. As old General Ma slowly put down his bare feet arms, the soldiers discovered that his face was still burnt black although he had blocked the flames with his arms. Under the gazes of thousands of men, old General Ma fell. Just with a single move, without even touching the body, he was defeated by the luminous demon Ding Zhang. The two deputy generals hurriedly went forward, thinking of saving old General Ma. Suddenly, they cried out ouch. As it turned out, when they grabbed onto the old General Ma's shoulder plates with their hands, they found that the steel shoulder plates were glowing red from the fire. Terrifying. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others swallowed nervously at the same time. Yu Bing and Yinan however looked nervously towards Yue Yang. They were both worried for him. With regard to the flames of the luminous demon Ding Zhang, although Yue Yang had a little headache over it, he was not afraid of it. No matter how overpowered this fellow was, compared to the Marquis of Xia, their strengths were still significantly far apart. After fighting with Grandma Qi and exhausting a great amount of energy, the Marquis of Xia still had enough power remaining to be able to kill him instantly. In the end, he even let himself be defeated by Yue Yang. Why would he need to be fearful of a luminous demon Ding Zhang? The only problem was that after fighting a bitter battle against the Marquis of Ziyijin, getting berserk twice at the bottom of the valley, the amount of innate qi in his body had been heavily used up. This was what Yue Yang really had a headache over. However, only in this kind of extreme challenges and dangerous situation could Yue Yang temper himself, improve, and make breakthroughs. Yue Yang had a slight grin at the corner of his mouth. He waved towards Yu Bing and Yinan, signaling to them not to be worried. At the same time, he took out his Huijin magic blade, then walked with big strides towards the luminous demon Ding Zhang. This is my hellfire, it is absolutely impossible for you to defend against it. Ding Zhang had great self-confidence. His elemental type beast was hellfire. Unless it was a beast that was its direct weakness, anyone who went up against him would be at a severe disadvantage. Most importantly, this elemental type beast hellfire was a guardian beast. It would never die, nor would it betray its master. Not only that, it belonged to the Flame of Hell's category. It was one of the best beasts in the world. Possessing a gold-ranked level 6 hellfire at his side, Ding Zhang did not believe that any opponent who was a level 6 advanced senior elder or weaker would be able to withstand his attacks. Even if it was a level 6 advanced senior elder, without possessing a beast that could directly counter his beast's element, they would probably lose to him. The ghost face who was ranked 36th was actually a little stronger than him. However, he eventually died to his hellfire too. Hellfire was practically an invincible existence. Ding Zhang was very confident in himself. He did not believe that this lad could take his next attack. No matter whether he had a strengthening type or battle type beast, there was only one conclusion when he chose to fight against his elemental type hellfire being charred to death. Yue Yang continued to walk forward step by step. He too had the faith that he would be able to obtain the final victory. His method was to break through those flames. The luminous demon Ding Zhang flicked his giant sleeves, conjuring a great blaze of flames. Those flames seemed to have life, riding the hot air currents and pouncing fiercely towards Yue Yang. Some of the soldiers could not bear to watch any further. Under these flames that soared through the sky, they were afraid that the result would be the same as old General Ma falling in a single blow. God, please protect him. Yu Bing and Yinan both closed their eyes and prayed for Yue Yang. Ah, Fatty Hai let out a cry of fear. Heavens! Ye Kong and the Li brothers both cried out involuntarily as well. This scared Yu Bing and Yinan until their faces had turned white, almost fainting onto the ground. When they opened their tear-filled eyes, they found out that Yue Yang had been pushed back 10 meters, just like old General Ma. They could not help but cry out. They were afraid that Yue Yang would end up like old General Ma, falling with a wave of Ding Zhang's hand. However, a miracle occurred. Yue Yang put down the blade he used to shield his front. He did not fall like old General Ma, and was even continuing to walk towards Ding Zhang. Ding Zhang could not believe his own eyes. This lad had received his attack, but why was he still standing? Anger swelled inside him. A cloud of raging flames that was a few times larger than before rumbled loudly. In his hands, it formed into a giant blazing ball that looked like the sun, as he angrily threw it towards Yue Yang. Boom! Under the gaze of the crowd, Yue Yang took it head-on without dodging it, using the Huijin magic blade to intercept it. An explosion resounded in the air and everyone fell to the ground from the impact. Some roofs and walls of houses cracked, while some houses were even overturned from the hot blast of wind. In the hot blast of wind, Ye Kong and the others struggled hard to hold on. Trying their utmost to breathe in the suffocating burning air, they tried to find Yue Yang's figure in the darkness. Yu Bing and Yinan was already crying until tears were streaming down their faces. They did not know Yue Yang's true strength, hence they were extremely worried for his safety. At a distance 30 meters away from Ding Zhang, there was a single figure standing. It was Yue Yang. He was still standing, holding his blades with both of his hands, not moving even a single inch. Just when others were worried that he would fall to the ground like old General Ma, suddenly, Yue Yang moved his body forward and continued to walk towards the luminous demon Ding Zhang. This is impossible. Ding Zhang was dumbstruck. This brat's strength was clearly more or less the same as Ma Xin Kong's, but why was he able to withstand his five-fold hellfire? Are you okay? Ye Kong couldn't help but to shout out. However, before he blurted it out, he thought to leave out Yue Yang's name. He must not let the enemies know Yue Yang's name. Not even considering what the outcome of this battle will be, the demonic palace in itself was already so terrifying. It wouldn't be good if they tried to find him afterwards. This is just child's play. Playing with fire is also my speciality. Yue Yang suddenly revealed a shining smile and waved towards Yu Bing and Yinan, gesturing to them not to worry about him. Tenfold hellfire. The luminous demon Ding Zhang was extremely furious. His whole body suddenly ignited in fire. His cloak turned into ashes as he turned into a blazing man. A pillar of dark red fire soared up to the sky 10 meters tall, then it slowly coagulated and became a giant flame that looked like a fire dragon. There was a dragon's head, body, wings, and tail, and every single part of the fire dragon's body was equipped with raging flames. The fire dragon then tore the air apart as it rushed towards Yue Yang. At this time, Fatty Hai and Yu Bing had already summoned their grimoires and erected their shields. Only those who had shields to protect themselves ended up safe in the battlefield. Every single soldier had been sent flying by the blazing firestorm, and houses had all collapsed one after another, the houses' woods raging in flames. The whole of Hope Town had turned into sandstorm and fallen into darkness. Only a single dragon could be seen in the middle, trying to swallow a black figure. Ye Kong and the others cried in their hearts, it's the end. At this time, they didn't even hope for Yue Yang to be able to continue fighting, they only hoped that he had summoned his grimoire and erected his shield as defense on time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. He must never face the flames head-on. That was not a hellfire that a person could defend against alone. But Yue Yang's actions and moves were still stubborn as ever. Instead of erecting his shield, he drew a circle of light leisurely with the Hui Jin magic blade in his hands. It resembled a rainbow, gently flowing like water. The fire dragon devoured the earth and the sky, meeting with the flowing water-like slash that Yue Yang had unleashed head-on. Ding Zhang thought that this brat would definitely be finished this time. In the next second, he would definitely be burnt into ashes by his fire dragon. That brat should stop dreaming about extinguishing his tenfold hellfire with that kind of small and powerless slash. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ding Zhang's lips. This brat was practically seeking death. In the next second, as Yu Bing and Yinan watched nervously that they almost fainted from the tension, Yue Yang had actually not been swallowed by the fire dragon. Instead, he had slowly revolved himself around that fire dragon whose body was 100 times larger than himself. With every revolution that he made, that fire dragon lost a part of its body. In the sky, a mysterious ring of fire would appear with every turn he made. After Yue Yang turned 9 times, there were 9 rings of fire in the sky surrounding his body and mysteriously revolving. Under his controls, these rings of fire looked extremely calm and docile, as if it was not going to explode at all. Wah! Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were extremely shocked when they saw this and jumped a few meters back. This is impossible, Ding Zhang was filled with fear as he saw the scene in front of him. He completely couldn't believe his own eyes. Although Yue Yang's gentle blade couldn't extinguish his hellfire, Yue Yang had easily separated the fire dragon into 9 stable rings of fire. After realizing level 2 of Yin Yang and after learning from his 2 failures and lost of controls previously, Yue Yang had finally truly grasped the actual method to control his fire ability. Mastering the level 2 Yin Yang had been Yue Yang's goal of a breakthrough for a long time. Right now, Yue Yang finally mastered the fire ability from the Yang pole of his Yin Yang. When he finally mastered the fire ability, Yue Yang felt that his abilities had expanded greatly. It was as if he could grasp the whole world in his palms. In that moment, he had caught a glimpse to his innate realm's 4th stage. He believed that when he had his next breakthrough, he should be able to step into his innate realm's 4th stage. As long as he had entered into the 4th stage of innate realm, let alone this luminous demon Ding Zhang, even if he fought against the Marquis of Xia again, he believed that it wouldn't be that difficult anymore. The feeling of finally mastering his skills made Yue Yang extremely moved. From the moment he created his spherical beheader, he had only spent less than a month to master this fire ability now. Yue Yang sighed. He had only just started his ranker's path to become the strongest. In the future, he didn't even know how many more mysterious things that awaited him. Even that sword goddess Onisen's heaven and earth destructing kind of ability would not be an impossible feat to achieve. It was just that he did not have enough time to train. His martial arts skills were still lacking. One day, he believed that he would also be able to climb up onto that stage, as long as he continued to improve and open new breakthroughs. The luminous demon Ding Zhang looked at Yue Yang with a complex expression. Suddenly, he took out a teleportation scroll. Not caring about how the disturbance in the dimension would cause a faulty teleportation, he immediately tried to escape. It was the first time for Yue Yang to meet such a life-preserving fellow. They had only fought halfway and he actually thought of abandoning his comrades and escape. The corrupted warriors standing by on the peak of the mountain started to create a disturbance. However, they were immediately hushed by the other commander in charge. They continued to stand on guard. It was obvious that they had decided to continue to besiege the town. Old General Ma, who was heavily injured previously, suddenly struggled to stand up, then rushed towards Yue Yang while nodding his head and said, "Seems like Ding Zhang had retreated to the demonic palace to report back. Could you help me kill the surrounding enemies and go to the Tianluo Kingdom capital and ask for reinforcement? Please ask His Majesty to send at least one member of the Heavenly Imperial Guardians. Only then would we be able to come out safely. Otherwise, when the powerful rankers from the demonic palace came here, we would all be in danger." Yue Yang frowned a little and said, "I am just a student from the Xia Kingdom, would His Majesty believe my words? My words? My general's tiger seal would be able to prove your identity." Old General Ma handed Yue Yang a seal carved with a tiger pattern and advised, "You must accurately teleport to the capital. We can only hold on for an hour at most. I hope that you can use your fastest speed to arrive at the Imperial Palace and seek for an audience with His Majesty. Ask His Majesty to dispatch the enshrined elders or the Heavenly Imperial Guardians, otherwise our whole army will be annihilated. We only have 3 teleportation scrolls left, it's not enough for your whole team to escape. If you have teleportation scrolls with you, then leave quickly and return to Xia Kingdom. Old General Ma's words implied that Yekong's, Fatty Hass and the others' abilities weren't strong enough and would not be able to help his army at the current state. They would only endanger their lives staying here, so it would be better for them to leave. Yue Yang nodded and received the tiger seal from Old General Ma. The 2 deputy generals had already taken the next step in their army formation. The injured soldiers were moved to the middle, while the other elite soldiers surrounded and protected them. Almost all the houses in the vicinity had been ignited in flames. Blazing flames rose up into the sky. The giant spiders who were afraid of fire didn't dare approach, so the soldiers could still preserve their lives for now. As for the flying beasts in the sky, they continued to simply observe the situation. It still wasn't the best time to attack right now. The soldiers were still united and had battle power. Especially Old General Ma's Hurricane elite troops, had minimal casualties. Every single one of them was burning with fighting intent, their morale high and confident. The corrupted warriors' commander had an even calmer and a more cautious disposition than Old General Ma. He neither commenced his attack nor retreated easily. Although the luminous demon Ding Zhang had been defeated by Yue Yang, escaped, and the black-winged Tan Wufang had been captured, the corrupted warriors' commander still didn't move. If you take more than an hour, you don't have to come back. Old General Ma's underlying meaning was extremely clear. If reinforcements didn't come after an hour, then all of them should have already been killed. At that time, even if reinforcements come, it would all be useless. On the contrary, they might even fall to the enemy's trap. Yu Bing, let's go. Yue Yang grabbed the unconscious Tan Wufang and shouted towards Yu Bing and Yinan. We'll return back to Xia. Yekong patted the shoulders of the platoon leader, who was supposed to protect them, and looked towards the trembling fellow. He then suddenly suggested, do you want to come with us? We'll first return to Xia, but Yue Yang will teleport to the Tianluo Kingdom capital afterwards. He would not be familiar with that place and will probably need a guide. Why don't you leave together with him? I think I will stay behind with General. Long live His Majesty. Long live Tianluo. That platoon leader's ashen face did not reveal any kind of emotion, but his whole body was shaking violently. He had forced himself to hold on and cheered loudly. Anyone could clearly see that he was extremely afraid, but he wasn't a coward. Yue Yang thought that this soldier must come from a family with status, he could even be one of the descendants of great clans and was participating in his first battle. It was really rare to see someone like him. He was able to endure so much even when he was confronted with such a dangerous situation. If it was another person that was given such a chance to live, they might even fight for that chance even if they have to kill another. But he had actually rejected the offer and chosen to stay. Encountering a desperate situation, although he was afraid, he didn't choose a path to survive. He had instead chosen to stay and fight the battle together with his comrades. Seemed like this Old General Ma really had a way to lead his soldiers. Old General Ma patted the platoon leader's shoulders. He didn't say anything, but his eyes revealed all the praises and pride he had in his heart for this subordinate of his. Wait for me to return. I will definitely return. Yue Yang promised the soldiers in Hope Town whose lives had now become dependent on him. He might not be able to get reinforcements within an hour, but Yue Yang would definitely return and fight with his soldiers until the last moment. Hui Tai Lang charged in front and opened up a path for them while Yekong, Fatty Hai and Li clan brothers followed closely behind. Yue Yang carried the unconscious black-winged Tan Wufang, who had been tied up by the 2 deputy generals. He tied Tan Wufang on his back as he pulled Yinan and Yu Bing along with both of his hands. Behind him, the Old General Ma, who was determined to accompany the small team to depart, followed closely. Although he was filled with serious injuries all over his body, he still had some battle power left in him. His barification ability was shockingly powerful. He carried a giant burning pillar as he swept away the giant spiders that swarmed towards them. They rushed outside town. Yue Yang then asked Yinan to summon her grimoire and stay on her place. Yue Yang himself, on the other hand, waved his Huijin magic blade and made use of his newly mastered fire ability to create violently revolving rings of fire with his purple flames and then sent them flying towards the swarm of giant spiders. The giant spiders all cried out miserably as they were cut to half by the purple flames and burnt alive. In the sky, that commander who was riding on a giant eagle led a few wyverns and a few dozens corrupted warriors and continued to encircle the town, waiting for a chance to launch a sneak attack. He was terrified of Yue Yang's power in his heart, hence he didn't dare to rush over. Instead, he ordered his corrupted warriors to attack using crossbows and rain arrows down on them. Yekong and the others continued to throw ignited torches unceasingly towards the countless giant spiders. With this method of defending and attacking, the team slowly made their way forward. Go, go! Old General Ma knew that the longer they delayed, the more dangerous the situation would become. If they still delayed, these students might not even be able to escape. Ye Kong and the others whined secretly. They had killed their way almost 2 kilometers in distance, but they were still within the vicinity of the dimension disturbance caused by the artifact. If they continued this way, they would probably reach the despair abyss soon. Old General Ma continued to wave his giant burning pillar as he roared towards the slowest moving Fatty Hai, "Go and teleport away from here. Normally you wouldn't end up in some cliff and fall to your death with your teleportation. Try to use your teleportation scrolls again and return to the places you belong. Then, quickly try to find the strongest teachers to protect you and don't move around as you please. Also, don't put up the news of this attack in the Warriors Guild. The powerful rankers from the Demonic Palace should be arriving soon. Go quickly." Fatty Hai and the others were extremely nervous, but Yue Yang did not nod his head, so they did not dare to open their scrolls and leave. Yue Yang thought that his whole team must stay together. Otherwise, if the enemy captured one of them, it would be really troublesome. No matter what, he must bring the whole team back to the Ivy Academy first. Old General Ma suddenly roared to the sky. His bearification intensified as he almost turned into a giant steel bear completely. He charged madly towards the giant spiders as if he had lost control, killing those giant spiders wildly. He charged forward and killed unceasingly, carving a way out for Yue Yang and the others. However, when Yue Yang went closer to him, he, whose eyes had turned bloody red, had actually aimed an attack on Yue Yang's chest. When Yue Yang avoided the attack cleverly, the red glow in old General Ma's eyes dissipated a little as he howled out, "Go quickly. I wouldn't be able to hold on for long. You are different from us, you are only students. Don't sacrifice your lives easily, you guys are the future of Soaring Dragon Continent. We are soldiers, dying in a battle is our greatest honor. Go, go. I am going to lose control soon, hurry and leave this place." The bearified old General Ma continued to kill the giant spiders and created another bout of disturbance amongst the swarms of monsters. Turning to a corner halfway, he lured countless giant spiders and went towards the direction of Hope Town to return. Ye Kong's hands were thoroughly drenched with sweat. He was pinching his teleportation scroll so hard that water was almost wringed out. Seeing that there was no more dark energy influencing the crystal gem inside the teleportation scroll, he immediately opened the teleportation scroll and shouted, "We can teleport now. We have escaped the range of the dimension disturbance. Everyone, move quickly." In the sky, the corrupted beings that was riding on giant eagles and a flight of wyverns immediately swooped down in order to create a disturbance on Yue Yang and the others' teleportations. As long as they could successfully cause a disturbance, the soldiers would not get reinforcements and they would all probably die at Hope Town. Yue Yang raised his Huijin magic blade and leapt high to the sky, immediately killing one of the giant eagles that swooped down the fastest. Blood splashed all over and eagles' feathers flew all over the place. At the same time, seeing that the situation was not good, those swooping giant eagles and wyverns immediately scattered away and retreated. That corrupted warrior's commander's expressions changed. He had actually wanted to take out a golden crossbow from his robes to shoot at Yue Yang and the others, but he kept it back again. A corrupted warrior who didn't manage to escape in time was scared to death by Yue Yang's sudden appearance at his back. His struggles and attempts to escape was futile. Yue Yang's blade flashed across him, before he slowly jumped back down to the ground. By this time, Ye Kong and the others had already successfully teleported away. In the sky, the corrupted warrior and his giant eagle who had lost their heads fell down to the group of giant spiders below. They were immediately engulfed by the bloodthirsty spiders, disappearing into the darkness in an instant. On the ground, only Yinan and Yue Yang was left. With Hui Tai Lang's protection, Yinan was not in a danger when she summoned the teleportation gate. However, she was waiting for Yue Yang to go with her. Yue Yang quickly opened his teleportation scroll. He first kicked Hui Tai Lang into the teleportation gate that appeared, then entered their respective teleportation gates together with Yinan and teleported away. Their teleportation target was originally the square at Ivy Academy. The old cunning fox was researching on his teleportation circles when he suddenly found a slight ripple in the dimension. When he looked up, he found Fatty Hai who was crying wah, wah, loudly come crashing down, hence he immediately avoided him and ran to another side. He watched as Fatty Hai crashed loudly on the ground, before asking him in astonishment, "What happened? Fatty, are you still alive?" Before he even finished his questions, Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers suddenly appeared in the sky too. The old cunning fox was so shocked that he immediately scurried away, avoiding being squashed by their fall. Just as he was in a complete puzzlement, a pair of legs had suddenly squashed his body down. He only managed to hear Yue Yang's voice asking from the top of his head, "Is everyone all right?" "They are all right, but as for myself, the vice principal, I am very curious about one thing and would like to ask you, student. Where did you set your teleportation target to and why would you set it to right on top of my head?" The old cunning fox felt that Yue Yang was extremely heavy for a brat. When he looked up, he realized that Yue Yang was holding on to Yu Bing, hugging a female thief at one of his side, and was even carrying a burnt person who was charred completely black. He immediately realized why this brat felt even heavier than Fatty Hai. Turns out it was the weight of 3 people and a captured enemy. There was still a slight disturbance in the teleportation space, but we finally managed to return safely. Vice Principal, I don't have time to talk to you now. I leave these people to your protection. For every strand of hair they lose in the time I have yet to return, I will demand your full explanation. Yue Yang was rushing for time, hence he said that when he was still standing on top of the old cunning fox back. He then hurriedly placed Yinan and Yu Bing down, before opening the scroll that old General Ma had given him. Carrying Tan Wufang, he immediately teleported to the Tianluo Kingdom's capital to seek for reinforcements. What is actually happening here? Who is that charcoal of a person that brat had carried just now? The old cunning fox was extremely confused as he scratched his head. It's nothing. He is just some person from the demonic palace who came to attack us at Hope Town. The charred, barbecued person that Yue Yang was carrying is the black-winged Tan Wufang. Ye Kong had purposely downplayed the facts. What kind of jokes are you spouting? Why would the demonic palace try to attack you guys, a bunch of kids? The old cunning fox jumped in shock. I don't quite understand it either. Ye Kong humbly spread out his hands, looking helpless. Is that person really the black-winged Tan Wufang? The old cunning fox could feel that this matter was not that simple. The black-winged Tan Wufang was a Tianluo rebel, so he had naturally heard of him before. He wasn't that strong though. Yue Yang managed to beat him black and blue in an instant. The strong one was a fellow called the luminous demon Ding Zhang. He almost turned us all into roasted duck. I have initially thought that one of the top 10 generals, old General Ma, is already strong enough, but he actually lost completely to the luminous demon Ding Zhang in an instant. Luckily old General Ma has a strong fate and managed to stay alive. Fatty Hai reported with a brilliant smile. If the old cunning fox was willing to listen to him, he had even prepared to reiterate the whole events that had unfolded until now. You could even fight against the luminous demon Ding Zhang. The old cunning fox cried out in shock. Did that Yue Yang beat him down? This is impossible. Even I would need to spend a lot of effort to defeat the luminous demon Ding Zhang. That fellow's hellfire is an extremely troublesome beast, if you don't own its arch-nemesis beast. How long did Yue Yang, that brat, take to fight him? 3 moves. Yu Bing nodded with an indescribable pride in her expression. Impossible, I wouldn't even be able to defeat the luminous demon Ding Zhang in 3 moves. The old cunning fox was thoroughly distressed. He didn't beat him, he only used his magic blade to cut the luminous demon Ding Zhang's 10-fold hellfire and scared him away. Yinan replied. That is also impossible. It's a 10-fold hellfire. It might still be believable if I was the one who withstood that attack. Is that Yue Yang brat that powerful? The old cunning fox felt that he needed to reevaluate Yue Yang's battle power. Vice Principal, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Aren't you the worst teacher in the Ivy Academy? Who would knew that you are even more proficient at talking big than me, Master Hai? Fatty Hai hugged the old cunning fox's shoulders. He then shook his head emotionally. I say, Vice Principal, it's normal to dream, but it's not normal to brag. Everyone would do it at some point of time, but dreams are dreams and brags are brags. You must not exaggerate so much. With just your level 5 Grandmaster's ability, you wouldn't even be able to fight against that luminous demon Ding Zhang's single toe. It's fine if you simply say these words to us, but please make sure not to say it to others. Otherwise you would probably be laughed at by everyone. Furthermore, speaking from the perspective of students from the Ivy Academy, you will also tarnish our reputation if you bragged so much. The old cunning fox was lectured by Fatty Hai and felt really gloomy in his heart. He almost wanted to show off his whole skills and frighten this Fatty Hai to death. However, he still kept this thought away instead. He had only managed to hide his abilities after going through great difficulties. If Fatty Hai really knew his capabilities, he would definitely not hear the end of it. In the end, the old cunning fox could only look down helplessly and replied extremely gloomily, All right, Fatty, what you said is right. I admit I have said the wrong thing just now. Demonic Palace is not an organization that you can offend easily. There may even be the possibility that they tailed you guys here. But everyone, don't be afraid, I will definitely protect you all. I will find a strong person to protect you all. Yue Yang didn't know about the very exciting exchange between the old cunning fox and Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. He immediately found something was wrong when he entered the teleportation gate. It might be because he had carried the black-winged Tan Wufang in his hands, the teleportation had deviated and they did not arrive at the teleportation circle outside the Imperial Palace. Instead, when Yue Yang reappeared, he realized there was a roof in front of him. He immediately sucked in his breath and tried to make himself lighter, inching the tip of his toes towards those fragile glazed roof tiles. Who would know that even though he hadn't put much weight on his foot, his whole body had immediately fallen through the tiles, passing through it as if he was a ghost. However, the black-winged Tan Wufang, whom Yue Yang had been tightly clutching onto the whole time, had actually crashed into the roof with a bang and was stuck there. He was then tossed a dozen meters away, ending up who knew where. Yue Yang had even heard the black-winged Tan Wufang cry out in extreme pain despite being unconscious. As for Yue Yang himself, he hadn't been able to grasp any supporting beams or anything else as he fell through the roof. In the end, he fell straight down onto the ground. Yue Yang looked around and sighed in relief when he found that he had fallen onto a ground. If he had fallen to 1,000 miles deep abyss or some other dimensional space, then he would definitely be doomed. Once again, he sucked in his breath and tried to put as little weight on his foot as much as possible. Yue Yang hoped that the black-winged Tan Wufang had also fallen to the ground and did not trigger a trap. He prayed that he wouldn't trigger a trap that would release thousands of arrows. However, another weirder thing had happened in the next instant. Yue Yang's foot lost its footing once again. It seemed like the ground was fake and was actually an empty space. Yue Yang was extremely astonished as he fell through the ground again. The next thing he knew, the illusion of the ground had shattered and a pond of clear water appeared instead. Yue Yang's whole body fell into the water with a loud splash. Only now did he realize that the whole house, beams, pillars, ground, and others were all an illusion. The real object was a body of water, and it was an extremely huge lake at that. Yue Yang was extremely confused. He had obviously teleported to the Imperial Palace teleportation circle, so why would he arrive at this place? Furthermore, why did he manage to fall into the lake, but the black-winged Tan Wufang couldn't? How could he get out from this place? Just as Yue Yang was at a loss with this matter, suddenly, he heard two people's extremely soft voices talking about himself. He hurriedly looked around the whole place nervously, but he didn't see anyone at all. How could this brat fall into our mirage? A voice that carried an imposing presence asked with a leisured tone, as if he was speaking right into Yue Yang's ears. Capture him and interrogate him properly. Another voice that sounded mischievous, as if she was very young, resounded. Her voice sounded soft and delicate. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Mirage? Who were these two people? And what was this mirage place exactly? If he didn't have a mission to save people, Yue Yang would have pretended not to hear anything. He would first try to listen to find out what was going on. Right now, however, even a minute of delay might result in the annihilation of old General Ma and his army. Yue Yang hurriedly yelled out his story, "Dear owners, I have no intention to barge into your mirage unannounced. My teleportation target was actually the teleportation circle in front of the Imperial Palace. However, because I was carrying someone with me, there was a slight disturbance in the dimension. Please release me first. I have a mission that is related to the life and death of many people. I need to enter the Imperial Palace and seek an audience with the Tianluo Emperor Huasuri as soon as impossible. If the two of you wanted to punish me for barging in, please punish me after I meet the Tianluo Emperor." Although he didn't understand if this mirage was a beast or a dimensional space, Yue Yang felt that these two people must be extremely powerful to be able to possess such an entity. By chance, maybe the two of them were close to the Emperor Suri. Maybe they would not try to make things difficult for him when they see him trying to seek for help. Indeed, the two voices immediately become silent the moment Yue Yang spoke. After a while, the voice that sounded like a girl's soft and delicate voice resounded, "Brat, who are you? How could you still hear us talking even inside the mirage?" Yue Yang sweated inwardly. His level 3 divine vision was not working at all, yet he could listen very clearly with his ears. This mirage thing was really weird. Although he was thinking of this in his heart, he hurriedly replied, "I am a student from Xia Kingdom Ivy Academy, my name is Titan. A few days ago I went to Despair Abyss to train, but who would have guessed that I would be surrounded by the corrupted beings from the demonic palace that had come to besiege the Hope Town today. Hope Town is in grave danger. There are countless giant spiders surrounding the whole ground and thousands of flying beasts eyeing the soldiers and citizens in Hope Town viciously from the sky. Old General Ma had personally sent me out of the besieging beasts and told me to seek for help from the Tianluo Emperor Huasuri. He wanted me to ask His Majesty to at least dispatch a heavenly imperial guardian over. The battle situation is extremely urgent right now. I urge the two of you to release me quickly. I really need to find His Majesty the Tianluo Kingdom Emperor, Huasuri, as fast as possible." "Brat, aren't you afraid that we are actually members of the demonic palace?" that younger, delicate voice asked again with a little of mischief in her tone. "If the two of you really belonged to the demonic palace, then you would have definitely recognized the Tianluo rebel, Black-Winged Tan Wufang, that I was carrying just now. And you wouldn't be asking me any other things now, you would probably have killed me on the spot." Yue Yang was certain that these two people was not from the demonic palace. At a place close to the imperial palace where they were right under the emperor's nose, how would it be possible that there were people from the demonic palace? Furthermore, if they were really people from the demonic palace, why would they say these useless words to him? They could just kill him straight away. "Aren't these words of yours too confident? Maybe demonic palace members will even like such a foolish brat like you and think that you have a high potential, so they didn't kill you. What does the black-winged Tan Wu Fang even count as? He was just a pawn created purposely by the three major sky demons. The three major sky demons had purposely joined hands together to save him. This is tantamount to a propaganda from the demonic palace. Do you think just a mere weak black-winged Tan Wu Fang was worth it for the three major sky demons to come personally and save? Do you think he could be useful to the demonic palace at all? You, on the other hand, are different from him. You, brat, seem to have quite a lot of potential in you. Of course they would choose you over him. The soft female voice rebuked Yue Yang's words. However, with the words that she said, she had actually proven that she did not belong to the demonic palace. The battle situation is really very urgent. Please release me quickly now. When I have met the Tianluo Emperor Suri, I will come here again to receive my punishment. Yue Yang hurriedly asked the other side to release him. He felt that this place was a different dimensional space. It was as if it was a boundless space, there was only this limitless lake no matter how far the eyes see. Teleportation scrolls were of no use here. Yue Yang knew that it didn't matter if this was a beast's ability or a dimensional space created by someone, other than getting the owner's permission, he would never be able to escape from this place. He thought that he should get out first, and immediately run away after meeting with the Tianluo Emperor Suri. Only fools would come back here to receive punishments. Yue Yang also had this weird feeling in his heart. Maybe this place was actually the Tianluo Imperial Palace, and these two people were the Tianluo Emperor's relatives or people with powerful connections to the Emperor. Otherwise, why didn't the two of them show any signs of surprise even when he kept saying that he was going to meet His Majesty? The girl's delicate voice laughed out. Do you think you can meet with the Tianluo Emperor Suri as and when you please? Saying that you will return here again to receive your punishment, it would be strange if you didn't run away as soon as I released you. I'm never going to release you. My punishment for you is lifetime imprisonment in this water prison. Yue Yang started sweating profusely. He was really speechless to have met with such a person. 2 heavenly imperial guardians and 3 enshrined elders of Tianluo Kingdom have already been dispatched by His Majesty's orders. Before you came, a few soldiers from the Hurricane Shiho team * had already came to ask for reinforcements. The other voice that carried an imposing presence slowly said. Please don't mind my younger sister's rudeness. However, anyone who intruded into the mirage must stay for 1 full hour before they can leave. This is outside our control. After an hour, you will be able to leave this place on your own. Shiro, previously translated as Hurricane Expel Noble Team, changing it to Hurricane Shiho, Yue Yang sweated even more profusely when he heard this. He really thought that perhaps this fellow was actually the Tianluo Emperor Suri. However, if he really was the Emperor, Yue Yang could let it go if he didn't reward himself for coming here to report after facing many difficulties, but the Emperor didn't even offer him his thanks. Wouldn't that be too inhospitable for an Emperor? Haha, this brat is really interesting. He didn't even know what mirage is, what a fool. Ha ha ha. The girl's delicate voice started laughing out loud without stopping. Wait there quietly then. The imposing voice didn't wait for Yue Yang to reply and immediately disappeared after saying that. Yue Yang never thought that he would meet with such a disaster coming here to seek reinforcements. Fortunately the Tianluo Heavenly Imperial Guardians had already been sent on their way. He floated on the water for quite a long while as thousands of questions surfaced in his heart. He had obviously teleported to the Imperial Palace, so why would he fall into this mirage instead? Why would this place be filled with so much water? Yue Yang then decided to swim to the bottom of the body of water. He felt that maybe there was something he could find at the bottom of the water. However, after searching for a long time, this mirage thing made Yue Yang even more confused than ever. Beneath, other than water, there was completely nothing else. There wasn't even a single fish. In the end, Yue Yang floated back to the surface of the water with nothing to do. The delicate girl's voice resounded again in his ears. Her voice, that seemed to be whispering to his ear, asked naughtily, how is it? Did you find anything? There's completely nothing. When Yue Yang replied, the girl started laughing non-stop. When you come out of this mirage, would you go and ask for a reward for your battle accomplishment from the Tianluo Emperor, and then quickly leave this place with a teleportation scroll? Although the girl was extremely mischievous, she could see through other people's hearts. She had even correctly guessed Yue Yang's next plan of action when he come out. I don't have teleportation scrolls in my body, I can't go even if I want to. However, Yue Yang would definitely not admit it in the open. He was afraid that this girl would do something and trick him again. Haha, silly liar. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? If you don't have teleportation scrolls inside your lich ring, would you be so calm when you are talking to me? I can still recognize a lich ring when I see one. I also know about that little thing on your wrist. The funny thing is that it is a fighting type beast, but you actually turned it into a wrist guard. Who is your master? How could he manage to teach you into a fool? The delicate girl's voice's words made Yue Yang's heart twitched a little. He never thought that she would know about the mysterious little golden beast that he couldn't see through with his divine eyes. Was the mysterious golden beast a fighting-type beast? Yue Yang thought about it again. It seemed that whenever this little thing see a dragon crystal, it would become extremely powerful. As for defense, he had never seen it defending him before. As for turning its appearance into a wrist guard, it had done it on its own. It was the one who transformed itself into a wrist guard. I don't have a master. Yue Yang immediately started to act pitiful. He actually do have a master, that was the sword goddess Onisan. However, this secret master must never be mentioned to anyone. If you don't have a master, how would you be able to master all these skills at such a young age? You won't be able to trick me, I am 100% sure that you have one. You really don't? You really don't have a master? That's impossible. Someone must have taught you secretly. The delicate girl voice seemed to be a master herself. She suddenly say out, seems like your master only teach you martial art skills secretly, but didn't teach you any knowledge with regards to the use of beasts. How about this, I can become your true master. As long as you can sincerely call me master and listen to me obediently in the future, I will teach you and turn you into a great disciple our institution. I can acknowledge you as my master, but you must be a beautiful girl. Yue Yang had his own conditions. Don't worry, I am more good-looking than what you imagine me to be. Having a person like me as your master is worth your luck in 3 lifetimes, the delicate girl's voice was extremely confident with her appearance. If I were to have a master, other than being good-looking, she must be full of wisdom too. I don't want to acknowledge a wallflower as my master. Say, what abilities do you have? Yue Yang was actually holding a Miss Universe pageant. My abilities? There's a lot. I know more than 200 different languages and I could write in more than 100 different languages. I can also read summoning seals and different kinds of rare, treasure books. I can identify more than 100,000 different kinds of beasts, including that beast on your wrist which is probably the last surviving Tongtian beast in this world and in the Tongtian Tower. I can break different kinds of enchantment seals, and even if it is an ancient equipment that is already covered in dust, I can restore them to their original appearance. The delicate girl's voice then continued her list of accomplishments for around 10 more minutes non-stop. Yue Yang's chin had almost dropped to the ground. Who was this girl? Wasn't she too powerful? Yue Yang's heart twitched. There are quite a lot of things he wanted to learn from her quickly, for example, this mysterious golden beast which was the only living Tongtian beast, summoning seals, how to break enchantment seals, ancient equipments and so on. In the future, if he wanted to enter the god's ruins, he must be proficient in all these, otherwise he would leave empty-handed from a mountain of treasures. Shiro, God's Ruins Chapter 74, the shameless guy from another world immediately revealed his sincerest smile when he realized the advantageous situation. His smile was as bright as the sun, revealing his shiny teeth. Master is indeed powerful. May I know exalted master's reputable name? In order to gain knowledge, Yue Yang had shamelessly started calling her master. Too late, I have regretted offering you to be my disciple. I suddenly feel like I can eat any food at random, but I shouldn't acknowledge a disciple at random. You should find another person to acknowledge as your master. The delicate girl's voice started laughing non-stop in a boastful tone. Just when Yue Yang wanted to faint, she stated her condition, you can come to me again when you have reached the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and obtained the source of life and dream jade. Only then would I consider taking you as my disciple. Nonsense. If I can reach the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, why would I still want to acknowledge you as my master? Yue Yang almost wanted to explode. How could she put out such a condition? Even if you managed to reach 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, you are still a kid in my eyes. You may have a lot of confidence in yourself, but let me tell you a secret to bruise your confidence a little. In your current level, I can probably defeat you with my one single finger. The words said by the delicate girl's voice made Yue Yang jump in fright. He had initially thought of her as a naughty princess or a princess consort. Who would know that she was this strong? Fortunately he had his counterfeit inherent skill, otherwise he might not be able to hide his innate status. Who was this girl exactly? Who are you exactly? Yue Yang felt that this girl was not that simple. His heart started thumping quickly as he prayed so that she wouldn't recognize him as the newly crowned young innate ranker. I won't tell you my name, because you are not my disciple. But if you want to show your respect to me, you can call me like how the other warriors call me usually. My title is Knight Empress *. When this delicate girl's voice said this, Yue Yang felt like lightning had struck in a clear sky and exploded right on his head. He immediately cried out, you are one of the Tianluo's 3 great heavenly imperial guardian, Knight Empress. The Knight Empress that had caused the Marquis of Xia to be gravely injured with just one move. Shiro, Knight Empress was previously translated as Yeho in chapter 145. I thought Yeho is a name, 2 moves. I have actually used 2 moves when I defeated the Marquis of Xia. The delicate girl's voice corrected him. My heavens! Yue Yang immediately jumped in fright. The Marquis of Xiajin was so powerful, yet she had defeated him with just 2 moves. Wasn't this girl's power too frightening to behold? When you reach Tongtian Tower 6th floor, if nobody is willing to be your escort, then you can find me. Right, who was your Tongtian introducer? The Night Empress' sweet voice resounded, suddenly asking a question that Yue Yang could not figure out for a long time. I don't know. When Yue Yang entered Tongtian Tower, the person who introduced him was a big-breasted Onisan that he had never seen before. He had only seen her before once. From then on, there was no longer a trace of her. It was said that Shangwu camp was normally managed by Elder Guiwu and definitely not that big-breasted Onisan who had a lazy yet extremely enchanting face. Yue Yang could not understand how it would be that coincidental. He just happened to go to Tongtian Tower to find Yu Bing and she was already there, prepared to receive him. What was even stranger was that when Yue Yang returned to Shangwu camp again, he even tried to obtain information secretly, but nobody knew who the big-breasted Onisan was. Not only that, nobody dared to bring her up in a conversation. It was as if that big-breasted Onisan was an extremely terrifying monster. Yue Yang remembered that initially, when there was a middle-aged man who asked him this question at Tongtian Tower's gate, he was extremely terrified when he heard that it was her. Normally, the warriors with sufficient ability to guard the gates of Tongtian Tower wouldn't be this timid. Could it be that the big-breasted Onisan was an even more terrifying existence than a demon king? Towards what Yue Yang had said, the Night Empress expressed her disbelief. Yue Yang's heart moved. He described the looks of the big-breasted Onisan a little. Then, acting as if he did not mind, he said, certainly, I don't know who introduced me to Tongtian Tower. Listening to the fatty, it's normally Elder Lu who receives warriors at Shangwu camp, however, I was an exception that day. When the Night Empress heard this, she was silent for some time. As Yue Yang started to have doubts in his mind whether he had said something wrong, the Night Empress suddenly groaned jealously, I knew it was her. With her inherent skill, of course it would be more convenient for her to find people. Humph, I hate her the most, she grabs everything before I do. What card did she give you? A crystal card? Humph, she's really generous. What kind of conditions did she ask from you? A wisdom fruit every year? That's too easy, this is obviously grabbing a disciple before me. It's not fair, she had really disregarded the agreement between rankers. You idiot, how could you agree to let her be your Tongtian Tower introducer? Having her as your introducer wouldn't give you any advantage at all, you've lost big now. Shiro, refer to chapter 41, it's fine, as the wise men say, being disadvantaged is a blessing. Yue Yang took this opportunity to make the situation worse. Yeah, right, a blessing. The Night Empress was angry, and did not speak for a long while. After a while, she suddenly continued. I'll give you a mission too. If you complete it, then I'll consider teaching you stupid little kid who doesn't know anything. It's a simple mission. In the heart of the Despair Abyss, thousands of meters underground, there is a black turtle's pond. There, a wounded dragon turtle resides. Cure it and get the black turtle pearl, then come back and find me. Cephilia, black turtle, China, what she said seemed to be easier than eating a bean. However, thinking about it again, this matter was probably 10 times harder than giving the big-breasted Onisan, whom nobody knew where was, a wisdom fruit. Who had ever gone to the heart of the Despair Abyss before? Nobody. Even if someone had gone there before, it would be rankers at the level of the Night Empress. They would all be the war gods that protected the countries. Normal warriors would never be able to imagine the level that they had attained. Running to the heart of the Despair Abyss alone, first curing the dragon turtle, then obtaining the black turtle pearl? It seemed ridiculous enough. Finding the heart-shelled dragon fruit at the bottom of the ant-hole and meeting with the Marquis of Xiajin almost cost him his life. If he met someone even more overpowered than the Marquis of Xiajin while going into the heart of the Despair Abyss, then it would be over. He wasn't a cat with 9 lives after all, if he died, he would really die. Furthermore, he still had the mission to collect Starlight Serene Indigo Grass from Grandma Wu-Tang. If he had the ability to complete the mission to collect the Black Turtle Pearl, he believed that Grandma Wu-Tang would not give him the mission to collect Starlight Serene Indigo Grass. Since Grandma Wu-Tang did not give this mission to him, it would mean that he could not do it right now. Thinking along these lines, Yue Yang inquired. What level of beast is that dragon turtle? Platinum ranked level 6. Originally it was platinum ranked level 10, but it was injured by someone. The words of the Night Empress nearly made Yue Yang cramp and drown in the lake. Even a platinum ranked level 10 beast can be injured. Yue Yang could not imagine what kind of ranker could do this. You can do it too in the future. The Night Empress giggled. Then, what's the Black Turtle Pearl? Yue Yang had heard of the White Dragon Pearl before. When the entire band of soldiers had been poisoned, Jun Wuyu gave Floating Mist Sect a national treasure, the White Dragon Pearl. Only then did the Floating Mist Sect deploy Elder Tianzuo to heal them. However, in the end it had caused the elder Tianzuo's imposter's case to happen instead. I'll tell you what the Black Turtle Pearl's uses are later on. However, it's a necessity. Only when you collect the Azure Dragon Pearl, the White Tiger Pearl, the Vermilion Bird Pearl and the Black Turtle Pearl, will you truly be recognized as a ranker. Lad, don't you know that at the highest floors of Tongtian Tower are extremely vast? Any small island there is greater in size than the Soaring Dragon Continent, or even the Demonic Abyss. We come from the Soaring Dragon Continent, but there are also rankers who come from other places. Everyone is competing against each other, striving to climb even higher. The kind of competition there is something you can't imagine right now. In comparison, the Soaring Dragon Continent is like a little village. With the Soaring Dragon as our starting point, we cultivate to ever greater heights. When you finally reach the extremely high realms and look back, the lives of normal people are really funny, just like seeing you being as busy as an ant right now. There are fewer rankers from the Soaring Dragon Continent, but we are also more united. Our standard is having the ability to gather the 4 pearls. Only then will you be recognized as a ranker and become a part of our team. As the dragon turtle is wounded right now, it's the easiest to get. So, I recommend you to finish it first. Don't let others finish it ahead of you, because once the dragon turtle is successfully cured by others, then it will recover its original battle ability and leave the Despair Abyss. It will then re-enter Tongtian Tower. It can't stay in the Despair Abyss forever. The Night Empress words made Yue Yang feel anxious. It was not a mission made solely for him if other people were able to cure it as well. But, even if Yue Yang took it, he did not know how to cure beasts at all. This matter was probably ridiculous enough, only heavens knew how to cure the dragon turtle. The Night Empress did not tell him how to either. She did not give any hints. It seemed like this secret could not be told to others. It was up to Yue Yang to find out himself. With a glint of his divine eyes, he asked, "What's the relationship between the White Dragon Pearl and the 4 pearls of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Turtle? Are they the same level, or is it of a higher level?" The White Dragon Pearl is a kind of dragon pearl that is needed for a level 7 overlord to level up to a level 8 emperor. It is a little bit different from the other pearls. White Dragon Pearl is quite alright, but we don't recognize the Soaring Dragon Continent's standard of level 8 emperor as a truly strong ranker. The Night Empress words thoroughly shocked Yue Yang. A level 8 emperor was still not considered a true strong ranker. Then wouldn't a level 7 overlord and a level 6 elder be normal people? No wonder innate rankers saw any warriors below level 5 as ants. Yue Yang gulped his saliva down, then asked, "Then at what level would you consider someone a true strong ranker?" Night Empress laughed gently. After quite a while, she then answered, "I think it's okay to tell you earlier, because you, foolish brat, has quite the high potential. In Soaring Dragon Continent, to be a true ranker, you have to be an innate. A level 7 overlord has only started to touch the innate realm while a level 8 emperor has only started training officially to become innate, however, we do not recognize them as a true innate. Only a level 9 sage and above would be called an innate ranker. Furthermore, innate realm is divided into 9 levels. A level 9 beginner sage in Soaring Dragon Continent is equivalent to an innate level 1, while a level 9 intermediate sage is innate level 2, an advanced sage is innate level 3. Shiro, decided to change level 9 saint to sage. I'm gonna faint. Yue Yang realized that he was only starting. Yue Yang knew that although he had reached the innate realm, his power was still far behind. He had only trained for half a year. In terms of skills and knowledge, he absolutely couldn't compare to those innate rankers who had trained themselves for a few hundred years. He was even still far behind level 7 overlords and level 8 emperors. Right now, if he really tried his utmost, he would probably be at the level of level 6 advanced senior elder and would only be able to defeat a level 6 intermediate elder with all of his efforts. As for a ranker with the power of a level 6 beginner junior elder, after the fight outside the ant hole, Yue Yang realized that he could actually defeat them easily. Level 5 and below were all ants to him, he could kill them all very easily. As for the defeating the Marquis of Xia, other than due to his own capabilities, it was also because that fellow had underestimated him and had battled with Grandma Qi before, losing a lot of his battle power. That was why he had gotten away so easily. If the Marquis of Xia had known his true strength and attacked him with all of his strength from the beginning, Yue Yang would have a headache. Had Marquis of Xia fought him in his peak condition, he would probably have emerged as the victor in the end. Yue Yang felt that he would only be able to fight against the Marquis of Xia if he could understand his yin power and master the ability to control water and ice, then master level 4 of innate invisible sword qi. The Marquis of Xia still needed a year to recover before he could return to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Yue Yang, who had understood his yang power and mastered the fire ability, was full of confidence right now. When that fellow returned from the Demon Abyss, he would probably be able to completely defeat him. This was because breaking through the innate invisible sword qi level 4 was just a matter of time. Yue Yang reckoned that he would probably be able to break through level 4 in less than 3 months. After his breakthrough, would he be able to open the divine grimoire? Yue Yang was still hoping for this in his heart. If that was possible, then he would be able to turn the Marquis of Xiajin into a miserable packed lunch, giving it to his thorny flower as a fertilizer. I have taken quite a liking to you and have thought to give you some pointers at first. But since you have already been snatched by her, based on the agreement between rankers, it's not convenient for me to get involved with you. If you want to learn from me, I must give you a mission first. Come and find me again when you have gotten that black turtle pearl. The Night Empress then suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, what did you originally set out to do in Despair Abyss? I wanted to pick Starlight Serene Indigo Grass. It was a mission given to me by Grandma Wu Teng. Yue Yang tried to test the Night Empress' reaction to Grandma Wu Teng. Is Big Sister Wu Teng your teacher? She's quite good, it's a pity that she was unable to recover after she was heavily injured by someone in the past. The Night Empress' reaction made Yue Yang feel even more respect towards Grandma Wu Teng. Even such a strong ranker such as the Tian Luo Kingdom Heavenly Imperial Guardian, the Night Empress, had addressed Grandma Wu Teng so respectfully. It was obvious that she was one of the peak rankers, or at least, she was once one of them. In the end, the Night Empress had kindly pointed out to Yue Yang, actually, you won't be able to pick the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass. That is not something that a guy could touch. Only pure, virgin girls would be able to pick it. I can introduce you to a girl who is extremely knowledgeable in this area. However, I cannot guarantee if she would be willing to help you. Her name is Luo Hua, and she usually stays at the Hanging Gardens in the Luo Hua city in the 4th floor of Tongtian Tower. You can go to the Warriors Guild in Tongtian Tower and leave her a letter. Say that I referred you to her, then maybe she will agree to help you. I know Luo Hua city mistress. We had even fought against demon generals before when she wanted to pick beautiful demonic flowers. This time, we had also planned to pick the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass together. Yue Yang was pleasantly surprised and immediately tried to rely on his connections. You knew Luo Hua? Ha ha ha, when the Night Empress heard him, she laughed out loud happily, even seeming like she was a little pleased with herself. This made Yue Yang be at a loss. Was there something wrong with him knowing Luo Hua city mistress? Yue Yang's mind started to spin quickly. Could it be that Luo Hua city mistress wasn't a Xia citizen, and was actually a Tian Luo citizen? What kind of relationship did she have with the Night Empress? You can first pick the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass with Luo Hua and complete Big Sister Wu Teng's mission. She is extremely knowledgeable, so you can learn a lot of medical-related knowledge from her. Then, you can go to the Despair Abyss with Luo Hua to get that black turtle pearl, she will definitely be of a great help to you. How about this, I'll give you a year, no, half a year. When you have acquired that black turtle pearl, I'll tell you more secrets. It's about time now, I shall give you some things before I send you out. The Night Empress' extremely soft and delicate voice resounded again. In that moment, two things appeared on Yue Yang's hands. One was a map. Seemed like it was a map that leads to the heart of the Despair Abyss. The other thing was a bottle. It was made from white jade and decorated in extreme detail. The cork that was covering the bottle was made of a purple-red wood. It felt warm to touch and emitted a nice, fragrant scent that seeped right into Yue Yang's heart. There must be some kind of liquid inside. Yue Yang could feel the liquid shaking inside when he shook the bottle lightly. It's just that he didn't know what was inside. What's inside this bottle? Yue Yang's curiosity could probably kill a cat. It's eternal youth spring water. A normal person will look 10 years younger when they drink this, while warriors will experience a huge increase in their spiritual chi. If you want to refine a martial god pill in the future, you will need this eternal youth spring water. What? You have never heard of martial god pill? It's an even better pill than martial spirit pill. Martial spirit pill helps to awaken the potential capacity of a person, but martial god pill, on the other hand, helps to increase the potential capacity of a person. Forget it. I'll tell you next time. The Night Empress had not finished speaking when Yue Yang suddenly felt the sky spinning around. In an instant, he was flung out by an irresistible force. Shiro, Martial Spirit Pill was translated as Martial Arts Spirit Pill, Chapter 144, previously. Changing it to Martial Spirit Pill. When he returned to his senses, he was already standing in front of a gigantic imperial palace. Underneath his feet was the Imperial Palace teleportation circle. Yue Yang didn't wait for the soldiers to start interrogating him and immediately opened a teleportation scroll to return back to the Ivy Academy. Of course, he first placed his Eternal Youth Spring Water and the map to the heart of Despair Abyss inside his Lich Ring. At the entrance of the Ivy Academy, the old cunning fox was waiting along with Yu Bing, Yinan, Yekong, Fatty Hai and Li clan brothers. Brother. Yu Bing was the first to run towards him, throwing herself into his embrace. It's good that you are okay. Yinan also really wanted to hug Yue Yang, but she found it a little embarrassing to do it in front of others. Hence, she tried to stop herself. Bing don't cry. Tian Luo Kingdom had already sent 2 heavenly imperial guardians over. Old General Ma and the others will be fine. I have promised Old General Ma that I will go back and greet him later. Yue Yang caressed Yu Bing's soft hair and smiled at Yinan before nodding towards Ye Kong and the others. Don't be afraid, with me looking after them, there wouldn't be any problem. The old cunning fox immediately nodded when he saw Yue Yang looking towards him at the end. Vice Principal, I realized that we actually shared the same inherent skill. Fatty Hai felt that the old cunning fox was as thick-skinned as he was. He even dared to say that he would protect them when he was only a mere level 5 Grandmaster. Wasn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? Let alone Fatty Hai, even Ye Kong and the others all felt the same way. If the old cunning fox was really as strong as how he had boasted he was, then why would he brought them to find the eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li to seek for his protection just now? Fatty, seems like you need a spanking. The old cunning fox was almost driven mad. Fortunately there was still Yue Yang, the brat, who knew about his true strength. He knew to find him immediately when they returned to seek for his protection. Otherwise, he would probably die of depression. Yue Yang laughed at the old cunning fox. He then opened his teleportation scroll and teleported to the wilderness a few kilometers away from Hope Town once again, together with Hui Tai Lang. What was the situation in Hope Town currently exactly? With 2 heavenly Imperial Guardians dispatched, no matter how aggressive the demonic palace was, they would probably exercise some restraint, right? Teleporting back, Yue Yang actually didn't hope for the demonic palace to escape and avoid to battle. Instead, he hoped that a huge battle had erupted between the two sides. Maybe he could even benefit as the third party and collect all the spoils of war. Even if he only managed to get a few demonic palace rankers' corpses, they would already be very good fertilizers for his thorny flower. Fertilizers, I'm coming. Yue Yang impatiently rushed into the teleportation gate. What appeared in front of Yue Yang's eyes was a pile of giant spider corpses, towering high as if it was a small mountain. Raging flames still continued to burn the ground. The whole of Hope Town was already leveled by a frightening power. Even the mountain peak on top had been crushed to pieces. The mountain that had been split apart revealed cliffs and jagged edges. A gigantic meteor was embedded deep into the ground not far from where Yue Yang was standing, glowing in embers as thick, white smoke rose up to the sky. It was obvious that a great battle that Yue Yang wouldn't be able to imagine had exploded in this place. It was definitely a fight between peak rankers. Yue Yang was secretly glad. Luckily he had been trapped inside the mirage and was not able to come out. Otherwise, if he came back to Hope Town and encountered a battle at this scale, let alone reaping the loot from the battle as a third party, he might even lose his life if he wasn't careful. It was good if he could get a strong ranker's corpse as fertilizer, but it would be best if he didn't meet with a very strong enemy in the meantime, otherwise it would be very dangerous for him. Yue Yang realized that other than giant spiders, there were also various flying beasts' corpses lying on the ground, their corpses piling everywhere. At a place surrounded by torches, there was some people who had set up a small camp. Outside the camp, old General Ma, who was covered in blood, sat on top of a giant stone. You have come. Sit. Old General Ma looked completely exhausted. Seeing Yue Yang coming over, a streak of happiness revealed on his face. I came back late. Yue Yang wanted to explain that he had came back late because he had mistakenly entered the mirage and was stuck inside for more than an hour. But the words were stuck in his throat. In the end, he decided not to explain it. It was actually my purpose for you to be caught by the Imperial Guards. The teleportation scroll I gave you had the Imperial Palace back garden recorded as the teleportation target, instead of the teleportation circle outside the Imperial Palace. I knew what kind of battle would unfold here. I couldn't let such a young person like you return to such a dangerous place. Old General Ma extended his hands and patted Yue Yang's shoulders lightly. I'm already very happy that you came back again. I really thank you for risking your life to seek help. If it weren't for you, all of my soldiers would probably have been annihilated. I would also like to thank you for not abandoning us until the end. You really are a comrade that is worthy of being relied upon. In the future, if there is anything you need help with that this old Ma can do, just say it and I will definitely come help you no matter how far I am. Yue Yang realized that this old General Ma was actually an old cunning fox. He had actually sent him off to ask for help because he wanted to protect him. Furthermore, he even purposely planned for him to break into the Imperial Palace's back garden, and be seized by the Imperial Guards. The only thing that was out of old General Ma's expectations was that he had actually burst into the mirage instead, and was trapped until now. Old General Ma had even thought that he had been caught by the Imperial Guards and was only released until now. However, as for the matter of seeking reinforcements, Yue Yang didn't want to take credit for something he had not done. He immediately shook his hands. It was the Hurricane Shiho team that delivered the report, not me. I have returned late. Here's your tiger seal. Old General Ma suddenly laughed. Did you think a mere Hurricane Shiho team soldier could make the Heavenly Imperial Guardians move? Furthermore, 2 Heavenly Imperial Guardians that came. This was not something a mere soldier could do. Actually, the teleportation scroll that I gave you was something that was bestowed to me by His Majesty. I can only use it during a dangerous situation. That scroll was not for me, these old bones, to use and save myself. Its purpose was to protect a young promising next generation like you. Normally, this teleportation scroll should only be used when the total annihilation of the whole army is imminent, right at the end of our lives. Although I didn't know what you said to His Majesty, it was definitely because of your words that His Majesty had sent out 2 Heavenly Imperial Guardians to us. Heavenly Imperial Guardians wouldn't move easily. Even if we all die in battle, they already had an arrangement with the country that they wouldn't care about the country's matters. The Heavenly Imperial Guardians will only move when the country's safety or the country's future is at risk, protecting the country. This time, the Heavenly Imperial Guardians moved because your life was at stake, threatened by the demonic palace. They would definitely not care about the life or death of some normal soldiers. Hearing this, towards Soaring Dragon Continent's culture of being fiercely protective of their future generations, Yue Yang felt happy and thought it was ridiculous at the same time. They could ignore the lives of a few thousand soldiers, but they could actually cherish a younger generation with high potential and fight for them, even if they aren't a young warrior from their own country. Yue Yang felt that this was simply too ridiculous. However, as he thought back, he also felt that it was logical. To an innate rancor, normal people were just as insignificant as a small ants. If they had to take care of all of these small things, they would be completely vexed. Would a normal person stand guard outside an ant's nest and help those ants kill their enemies and protect them from harm? That was obviously impossible. However, if it was a weak, small baby whose life was in danger, a normal person would definitely take care of that baby. They would probably not stay on the sidelines and simply watch without doing anything. To innate rankers who fought on the 8th or 9th floor of Tongtian Tower in the Demon Abyss, the Soaring Dragon Continent was just a small, tiny village. If something happened to the neighbor's child, although he is not their own, they would come help that child. After thinking about it this way, Yue Yang felt that it was actually quite normal. If it was him, he might also do the same. A lot of people die in mercenary groups every day, he couldn't bemoan the sad state of the world and stay by their side every single day, protecting them from being bitten to death by demons. Although he might have nothing to do, he would also not go that far. However, if he met a mercenary soldier that he was fond of and that mercenary soldier was attacked by beasts, he would probably help him. Those rankers would probably have the same thinking and attitude as he did. Yue Yang nodded. Now he realized, maybe the Night Empress had actually purposely trapped him inside the mirage for an hour. As for the other person whose voice carried an imposing presence, could he actually be the Tianluo Kingdom Emperor, Hua Suri? However, why didn't the voice sound like a guy's? Could it be that the Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri was actually a woman? Yue Yang hurriedly abandoned that thought. It was because the Soaring Dragon Continent regarded men as superior to women. If Hua Suri was a woman, she would definitely not become emperor. Furthermore, Hua Suri's sister was also not the Night Empress. Hua Suri had 2 sisters, one was a blood-related sister and she became Jun Wuyu's consort, while the other was a stepsister and she married the Emperor of Xia. Maybe the other voice that carried an imposing presence was one of the 3 Heavenly Imperial Guardians. As that person didn't appear again afterwards, so maybe she had gone to Hope Town already. In the future, you must be careful of the people from the demonic palace. They might set you as their target. Old General Ma patted Yue Yang's shoulder. I can't help you much. I can only say a few words. If you need help, this old Ma and my 3,000 Hurricane elite troops who owe our lives to you will help you anytime. Old General Ma jumped down from the rock, waved his hands then left without turning back. At a far distance, Yue Yang could see thousands of Hurricane elite troops that uniformly bowed towards Yue Yang. Then, they lifted their injured comrades and went inside the teleportation spell, leaving this place of death. The next day, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers was sent away on a mission given by the eagle-eyed Xia Li. Yu Bing and Yi Nan, on the other hand, was brought by the old cunning fox to meet the principal. It was said that they became transcribers, and had not returned yet. With nothing to do, Yue Yang learned space teleportation related knowledge from the old cunning fox. This time, the old cunning fox could be as cocky as he pleased and say, "What? You can't even do such a simple thing? Such a genius like you, how could you not be able to do a simple thing like this?" The moment he opened his mouth, Yue Yang was so suffocated to the point he couldn't even speak. He had sought for old cunning fox's teachings because he didn't know how to. If he knew how to, he would have kicked him to the 9th cloud. After jeering at Yue Yang for a whole day, the old cunning fox felt really happy in his heart. He gave Yue Yang a book named Comprehensive Collection of Space Theory to learn by the heart and whistled as he went away to attend an imperial banquet. I have never seen such a jerk of a teacher my whole life. I hope that old bastard will drop dead on the street. Yue Yang didn't know any death spirit curses techniques, otherwise he would have thrown a few curses on the old cunning fox's head. Fortunately, Yue Yang's bad mood didn't last long and took a turn for the better instead. This was because a messenger had come from the Thief Guild, passing him a letter from Luohua City Mistress. She said that she had arrived at the ruins of Hope Town, and urged him to quickly come to her place. Reading this, Yue Yang's mood immediately turned good. His beautiful sexual life had finally arrived. Since he had not had time to push Yinan down, pushing this Luohua City Mistress would also do. As his wolfy intentions surfaced in his heart, he remembered the wonderful feeling on his back when he was carrying Luohua City Mistress previously. That kind of feeling. Yue Yang immediately felt a hot, tingling sensation, as if fire had started burning and electric currents had started rippling all over his body, making his throat feel dry and parched. Seems like he would choke to death if he did not push that Luohua City Mistress down soon. Yue Yang immediately opened a teleportation scroll that had the ruins of Hope Town as the teleportation target. He brought Hui Tai Lang along, and then disappeared like smoke, yelling, "Girl, I'm coming, come and smile for me." However, the one who appeared in front of Yue Yang was not only the smiling Luohua City Mistress who revealed her dimples, there was also the mysterious beauty who kept holding on to her ancient book. Yue Yang was immediately petrified. Originally, getting to see a girl again had made his heart thoroughly stirred up and excited. But when he met up with the girl, there wasn't just one, instead, there were two. Yue Yang was simply too excited to the point his heart almost couldn't take it anymore. The difficulty of pushing down a girl was already very high, so pushing down two girls, this difficulty. It was definitely more than 100 times, no, 1,000 times harder than pushing down one girl alone. Maybe, he would succeed in pushing down Luohua City Mistress if he had found a suitable time and place, wrote her a few romantic poems and gave her a nice surprise, in addition to violently stripping off her clothes and let loose his flirty wolfy paws. However, even a fool would know that this was impossible under the mysterious beauty's watch. Could he push them down at the same time? Could he have a threesome? Yue Yang felt that the chances of that succeeding was even smaller than the chances of him killing two marquises of Xiajins instantly in a single move. You guys know each other. Yue Yang had a feeling that the two girls knew each other and had purposely come to find him together so that he wouldn't have his way with them. Fortunately he didn't bring Yu Bing or Yinan along, otherwise, it would really be very crowded. No Luohua City Mistress and the mysterious beauty denied it at the same time. Who are you trying to deceive? Yue Yang was almost driven mad. How could they be so coincidentally waiting for him here at the same time if they did not know each other? I really don't know her. Yue Yang, who is she? Introduce her to me, Luohua City Mistress laughed out. Her laughter hinted a little killing intent, her eyes sharp like a blade as if she really wanted to cut down Yue Yang's flesh. I don't know who she is. Yue Yang couldn't introduce her to Luohua City Mistress, because he had never even seen the mysterious beauty's face underneath the veil before. He also didn't know what her name was. Then what you meant was, she was just buying that, what was that again? Luohua City Mistress heard Yue Yang use the phrase buying soy sauce before, but she had forgotten. Shiro, buying soy sauce means someone who just passes by, no business at all. Used a few times in the story, but I always translated it as someone who just passes by, it's buying soy sauce. The mysterious beauty's memory was very good, she had remembered it clearly. She even knew buying soy sauce, and you still dare to say that you don't know her. Luohua City Mistress suddenly grabbed Yue Yang's collars, her actions quite similar to Princess Xian who had the aim to be a Yan Jihu. However, other than grabbing onto Yue Yang's sleeves, the Imperial Swordswoman had also liked to stare at Yue Yang with her Yan Jihu's eyes, as if she wanted to see through his heart. It was a pity that after Yue Yang's counterfeit inherent skill had leveled up, Princess Xian, the Imperial Swordswoman's 6 records inherent skill had miserably become obsolete. Shiro, Yan Jihu is a Chinese folklore about a female tiger who turned herself into a woman, no English reference found, sorry, this. Yue Yang felt that if he couldn't handle the situation carefully and answer correctly, his blissful sexual life would definitely be doomed. For his future blissful sexual life, Yue Yang gritted his teeth. He had decided to lie. Actually, she's my wife. She is already bearing my baby in her womb, I didn't dare to tell you this before. Yue Yang acted as if he was ungrateful. The mysterious beauty was blown away. Ha 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 ha. Luohua City's mistress was initially dumbstruck for a short while. However, immediately afterwards, she burst into a huge fit of laughter. She laughed until her shoulders were trembling wildly and finally even her tears came out. She patted Yue Yang and, resisting her urge to laugh, said, she's still a virgin, how could she bear a baby? Can your jokes be more hilarious? City mistress, how do you know she's a virgin? Yue Yang asked while acting dumb. Didn't you realize that she has that nice virgin smell like me? I say, Yue Yang, you have to see who the other party is if you want to lie. Luohua City's mistress laughed. There's really a virgin smell? Let me smell it. Yue Yang moved closer to the mysterious beauty. Go smell yourself. The mysterious beauty beat Yue Yang down to the ground with a book. Now that I think about it, your skin really is thicker than the city walls. Luohua City's mistress bent down and placed her slim finger on Yue Yang's chin while grinning. Her lips were only a few centimeters away from kissing Yue Yang's lips. Her breath was like a flower's, and her actions were ambiguous. Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. No matter what kind of relationship you have with her, it's fine. I'm just a little concerned over the lifetime happiness of my future guard captain. Don't misunderstand. I've already misunderstood. No. What I meant was, I wanted to misunderstand. No, I mean I said that the misunderstanding has already been cleared up, I'm not nervous. Yue Yang was a little incoherent. Your heart seems to be beating really fast. Luohua City's mistress' eyes seemed to carry a mischievous glint while laughing. This proves that I have great vitality. In this posture, Yue Yang could see a bit of snow-white skin. Thankfully, he didn't drown in that wonderful yet unfathomable sea of breasts. Under this situation, if his heartbeat did not quicken, then he was Dongfang Bubai. Cephilia, a character in a famous novel of a guy who castrated himself in order to master a legendary martial arts skill. Your face seems to be a little red. Luohua City's mistress asked again. It proves that I am healthy and my complexion is good. Yue Yang's answer was extremely fluent. Why are you sweating at the tip of your nose? Luohua City's mistress lightly blew on Yue Yang's face. She nearly melted Yue Yang's bones from her cuteness. Flirting while they were in this kind of ambiguous posture, if his heart didn't quicken, his face didn't redden and he didn't sweat from the tip of his nose, then Yue Yang's name would have already been changed to be called Liaxia Hui Star. The most terrible thing was that there was still a mysterious beauty watching them from the side. The double stimulation made him feel really bad. Many times, Yue Yang was on the verge of pushing either one of them down. After all, neither of the women were bad at all. Cephilia, an ancient Chinese politician with eminent virtue. However, he was also very greedy in his heart. He felt that both of them were great women and he could not just give them to others so easily. He had to take the both of them for himself. Of course, it would be even harder for him to take everything. Therefore, Yue Yang could not act too perverted. He had to act like an upright man and reduce their vigilance towards him. Yue Yang said resolutely, the tip of my nose is sweating because the weather is too hot. Just after saying this, a gust of cold wind blew and filled the sky with snow. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The mysterious beauty suddenly turned around, sneezing so lightly a mosquito wouldn't even be scared from it, and said to herself, this weather is really too hot. Don't worry, my clothes are heat tech trademark. Seeing that there was a chance for him to be gallant, he quickly sprung up and took off his leather coat, wrapping it over the mysterious beauty's body. Your movements are really well trained. Luohua City's mistress judged Yue Yang with her gaze and asked while grinning, can you take off another layer? If I take off any more, I'll be naked. However, if you really want it, I can give it to you. I haven't washed my pants for half a month. Is it fine? Yue Yang was preparing to take off his pants. Who would want it? Luohua City's mistress extended her hands and touched the leather coat draped over the mysterious beauty. She said this rather abruptly, causing Yue Yang's heart to nearly be scared out of his body. Luohua City's mistress seemed to have said it accidentally. Surprised, she said, this is wyvern skin? Was it the wyvern that we fought in Hanging Pavilion *? The quality of the skin isn't bad, I didn't think that you would be able to make this so quickly. Shiro, previously translated as Pavilion in the Sky, etc. It's the Bloody Queen's Pavilion, I'm going to call it Hanging Pavilion this chapter onwards. You fought a wyvern with her at the Hanging Pavilion. This time, it was the mysterious beauty who looked at Yue Yang with eyes as sharp as knives. Definitely not. Because the two old men were too particular about detail, the wyverns that I fought with Luohua City's mistress hasn't been done yet. This was the poison wyvern that I fought with Princess Xian, that silly girl, when we went together to the Eagle's Cry Valley in Guijianzhou. Yue Yang hurriedly admitted while explaining the situation. The two women heard it and immediately a look of understanding appeared on their faces. Ah, so it was fought with Princess Xian. Yue Yang immediately started sweating. It's over, how did he manage to drag Princess Xian into this? This time, he wouldn't be able to convince them of his innocence. Seeing the sharp gazes of the two women, Yue Yang raised his hands in surrender. Please don't misunderstand. Actually, I don't have any relationship with Princess Xian. Although I went to Eagle's Cry Valley to fight monsters with her, but I didn't flirt with her before. I didn't touch her breasts either. I wouldn't even know of the fact that her breasts are a little larger than the both of yours, neither would I know that her waist. Anyway, I was very obedient that time. I didn't do anything, I don't know anything. Go on. Luohua City's mistress started gathering light in her hand. Seems like I will believe your story soon. The mysterious beauty was also prepared to summon a blizzard. God, I'm really innocent. Who can prove it for me? Hui Tai Lang, say that I'm innocent. Yue Yang was really going to cry. Why did it become worse the more he described it? Seeing his master say this, Hui Tai Lang immediately used its newly acquired foreign language, and meowed. Afterwards, it nodded its head happily, proving that his master was innocent. Yue Yang tumbled. Luo Hua City's mistress and the mysterious beauty clapped and sneered as they commended him. Not bad, even the pet was trained to the extent where it can help with its master's lies. Yue Yang almost fainted and tried to explain while sweating profusely, I really didn't do anything to Princess Xian. That silly girl would use her eyes with heavy makeup to stare at me. It's really terrifying. She'd take her sword to cut people down too. She's very fierce, unlike the two of you, who are gentle and soft. How would I dare to flirt with her? It's more like she's flirting with me. I really have no relationship with her at all, the heavens can testify for me. I can testify for him too. Behind Yue Yang, a clear-sounding voice rang out. It sincerely affirmed the fact. He really didn't do anything else to me, aside from ripping all of my clothes into shreds while pinning me down under him. Turning his head, Yue Yang suddenly discovered that the swordswoman Onisan, Princess Xian was standing behind him. He thought that he had poor eyesight and rubbed his eyes. Finally, he discovered that it was not an illusion. Instantly, his sweat fell down like rain. Curious, Luo Hua City's mistress asked, what happened after your clothes were torn into pieces? His wolfish hands. Princess Xian, who was wearing a suit of silver armor, nodded honestly and admitted the truth of being assaulted by Yue Yang's wolfish hands. No, I was only trying to deceive a flesh-eating crow at that time, I assure you I didn't touch it. Yue Yang hurriedly explained himself. Yes, he didn't touch it. Princess Xian affirmed Yue Yang's explanation, and nodded. His wolfish hands had actually grabbed them. What happened after his wolfish hands grabbed them? At this time, the mysterious beauty suddenly asked. After he grabbed them, nothing happened. I mean, he didn't grab them and nothing happened afterwards. No, I mean, the enemy appeared, we were busy fighting the enemy, we didn't have time to do anything else. Yue Yang reminisced what happened that day. He was pushing Princess Xian down, and he had reached his wolfish hands out, but did he really grab them? At that time, he was too nervous. He really seemed to have touched it a little from his memory. His memories weren't too clear at that time. Did he grab them or not? Yue Yang was unable to confirm it. He felt that the entire process was muddled in his head. The enemy came, after around 2 hours or so. Princess Xian's words really made people misunderstand easily. The enemies came after 2 hours. Then, what should have been done should have been done. What shouldn't have been done was probably done too. What did the both of you do in those 2 hours? Luo Hua City's mistress asked. Nothing. Yue Yang felt that what he just said, let alone the two of them, even he could not believe himself either. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? The mysterious beauty asked. It seemed that she suspected that Princess Xian was carrying Yue Yang's little baby. My body is still fine. It only hurt afterwards for a few days. Princess Xian's words made Yue Yang plant his head on the ground. If Junwu Yu were to hear these words, he would probably chop off his head. These words were too ambiguous. It was hinting that Yue Yang had pushed her down forcefully, so it hurt for a few days afterwards. Yue Yang felt that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash away his sins. Besides, there was no Yellow River for him to jump into in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Cephilia, fine, I admit it. I wanted to do that, but I didn't dare to do it. Yue Yang felt that if he did not speak some truth, he would really have to prepare his will and epitaph. I feel like I can't really trust the confession of this criminal. Luo Hua City's mistress was just like a stern judge. Why did you not dare to really do it? The mysterious beauty's question sounded like a lawyer's. I didn't have the guts to. Yue Yang answered like this. I can testify that he has no guts. His guts is just a little higher than the sky after all. The more this swordswoman Princess Xian wanted to help, the more trouble she created. She was here to cause trouble for him. We can present his verdict now. Luo Hua City's mistress seemed like she was preparing to sentence Yue Yang to his death. Wait, I want to say my last words. Yue Yang lightly coughed and cleared his throat. I'm very regretful that I didn't manage to push 3 beauties down when they fainted in front of me. Now, I regret it far too much. If heaven gives me another 3 chances, I will sincerely tell the 3 women that I want to push them down. Not only that, I want to push each one down 10,000 times. The world quietened down. Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He should be fine now. Although he wanted to push them down, but it had not become the truth yet. This should not cause him to be sentenced to death. After a few seconds, the mysterious beauty suddenly opened her mouth, causing Yue Yang to have an impulse to commit seppuku. Only now did he find out that Luo Hua City's mistress and Princess Xian were not his mortal enemies. The truly troublesome woman was this mysterious beauty whose name he didn't even know. Only she was his true nemesis. Aside from me and Luo Hua City's mistress, who's the other girl that fainted in front of you? The mysterious beauty asked a very important question. I'll cut down this evil siskin in front of me. Princess Xian realized. It was apparent that out of these three girls, she was not part of the group. She had never fainted in front of him before. Although she was pushed down before, but she was awake at that time. Then, the third girl that fainted in his embrace could only be Yu Bing. As Princess Xian thought this, her temper flared up. She drew her great sword, ready to chop him into pieces. Wait, I remember there was a female thief who was shorter than you by a head, but her body was really slender. Luo Hua City's mistress pointed at the mysterious beauty and tried to recall. Ah, you mean Brother Yinan? The mysterious beauty seemed to have a greater understanding towards Yue Yang than Luo Hua City's mistress and Princess Xian. Yue Yang fell onto the ground as he heard this. She even knew of this. Was this girl stalking him every day? Seeing that the three girls looked at him with gazes as sharp as knives, Yue Yang hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "It's a misunderstanding. I didn't know that Brother Yinan was a girl at all. My friendship with Yinan is completely pure." The mysterious beauty suddenly took out a piece of jade, handing it over to Yue Yang. "This was what I picked up after we fought the Marquis of Ziyijin. Please explain your great and pure friendship with Brother Yinan using this engagement jade from the 100 Flower Valley." Yue Yang was about to vomit blood. How did this jade end up in her hands? No wonder he wasn't successful when flirting these 2 days. He had lost this lucky jade pendant. Shiro, refer to chapter 97, Brother Yinan gave Yue Yang his sister's token, a jade pendant necklace that will serve as a proof of identity if Yue Yang visited them in 100 Flower Valley. The three women all looked at Yue Yang curiously, seeing what else he could say at this point of time. "There's nothing to explain, Brother Yinan pitted me because no girls liked me before, so he was planning to introduce his sister to me." Yue Yang hurriedly put on the jade pendant back on his neck. With his lucky pendant back, Yue Yang had gained back a little of his courage and confidence. At least there was still Yinan, he wouldn't be afraid of not being able to find a wife. As for the three girls in front of him, since the milk had already been spilt, he would not care about salvaging it anymore. At least he still had one. When his abilities grew stronger in the future, if he still couldn't pick up girls, then he should just force them instead. As long as he could push them down, he wouldn't be afraid of them slapping him. He could pamper them slowly after they had all become his. Picking girls up is a process of conquering their heart and body. It's best if he could conquer their hearts before conquering their bodies. If it was really impossible to do so, then he could do it the other way around too. Conquer their body first, then conquer their hearts. Of course, the latter method would require him to have a strong and powerful foundation. Otherwise, the consequences of trying to force a girl when he was still very weak could only end in tragedy. There was even the possibility that the girl would cut off his little brother. Yue Yang felt that they were colluding together to fight against him. On the surface, this alliance looked impossible to break. However, no matter how strong an alliance was, they wouldn't be able to compare with the expert way he divided his heart. As long as he continued to sow discord amongst them, their sisterhood alliance would definitely crumble sooner or later. As long as they were alone, he would be able to catch them when they were off their guard. So it turns out that Yue Yang already had an engagement to be married. Congratulations! Luo Hua City mistress smiled as she reached her hands out and caressed Yue Yang's hair. On the surface, it looked like the city mistress was caring for her subordinate, but the sour smell that she emitted could even be smelled 5 kilometers away. She might not have fallen in love with this foolish and audacious little thief yet, but any girl would feel a little jealous seeing the excellent man that they wanted to get close to be booked by another woman. That's a really good explanation. It perfectly explained the great and pure friendship between you and Brother Yinan. I think I can believe that Brother Yinan and you are innocent. The mysterious beauty closed the ancient book in her hands, then disappeared in front of Yue Yang with the wind. "Sorry, I'm just buying soy sauce." Princess Xian didn't know space teleportation, but she had a teleportation scroll with her. "Hey, actually," Yue Yang hurriedly called out to her. "Actually you wanted to say that I am a silly girl who liked to glare at others with my Yanji Hu eyes, right? You don't have to repeat it again, I have heard it all just now." Princess Xian's leg flew out and kicked hard at Yue Yang's butt, sending him flying away. Then, she stomped her foot angrily as she entered the teleportation gate and left. It's okay, Princess Xian is an impetuous person. She gets angry easily but calms down easily too. Luo Hua City mistress laughed as she pulled Yue Yang up, patting dusts from his body. Her face was full of smiles as she said, "Furthermore, you are not at a disadvantage since whoever kicked you must become your wife as a compensation for your lost star. Princess Xian had kicked you just now, so she wouldn't be able to run away from her responsibilities. Congratulations, Yue Yang, in the future, you will gain a tigress, I mean, Princess Xian, as your wife. Asterisk Shiro, Chapter 152. Right at the end, I'm going to faint. Yue Yang realized that the three girls who said that they didn't know each other were actually sharing information about him. No matter what words he had said before, the three girls all knew about it. What was the relationship between them actually? Or maybe they had formed a sisterhood alliance in order to fight against him, sharing information between each other? He had never heard them mentioning each other before. From the Night Empress words, he could deduce that Luo Hua City Mistress was actually a Tian Luo Kingdom citizen. On the other hand, Princess Xian was a Xia princess. As for the remaining mysterious masked girl who liked to read and stalk him every day, who exactly was she? Could it be that she was a princess from the Xia Kingdom? Impossible. Xia Kingdom was full of burly and ferocious men. Beauties were almost an extinct species in the Xia Kingdom. Truthfully, Yue Yang actually suspected that the mysterious beauty was Xue Tanlang's sister, which meant that she was actually the Miss Xue that the pitiful guy had cancelled his engagement with. But thinking about it again, if Miss Xue was really jilted by the pitiful guy, then she must really hated him to the bone. If the mysterious beauty was really Miss Xue, she would have beaten him to death. Why would she risk her life to save him? Especially when they were fighting against the Marquis of Xia, whose strength could induce despair in his opponents. On the verge of death, she had actually wanted to use her last blizzard to give him time to run away. A girl like her who could risk her life for him, could she really be Miss Xue who should be hating him down to his bones? Yue Yang couldn't be sure, but he was very curious. Hey. Although they have all gone away, I'm still here. If you think you have to go after them, then go quickly. Luo Hua City Mistress looked amiable and easygoing on the surface, as if she didn't care at all. However, Yue Yang could be sure that if he really went after the other two girls, he would probably not be able to meet Luo Hua City Mistress ever again. Only a fool would dump a girl in front of him to go after another. Yue Yang jumped up and quickly held Luo Hua City Mistress' hands, pretending to be incomparably loyal and sincere, reporting to City Mistress, I have promised you my service and assumed the position of your personal guard captain to protect you 24 hours a day. Furthermore, I can also work overtime at night for free. His words immediately amused Luo Hua City Mistress and made her laugh out loud until her whole body shook. In the end, she sent Yue Yang a look, I dare say you are the most shameless person in the whole world. Shortly after, she added, can you tell me how many girls exactly have you flirted with? 10? 100? Yue Yang stomped his foot and stand at attention, pretending to be honorable and all, reporting to the city mistress, 100 women is my life's goal. Your personal guard captain's current successful count is 0. End of report, waiting for your next instructions. Ha ha ha. Luo Hua City Mistress' hands rested on top of Yue Yang's shoulders as she laughed hard. Her body had become weak with laughter and she almost fell into Yue Yang's embrace. The sweet smell from her body penetrated deeply into Yue Yang's heart. If he were to speak of Luo Hua City Mistress' sexiest moments, it was when she was laughing with her unique, unrestrained laughter. Her loud laughter did not make him feel that she was disgraceful. On the contrary, it made him feel that she was very natural, exuberant, and frank. She made him feel that she was showing her joy that was truly from the bottom of her heart. The laughter that she laughed out didn't look fake nor concealed, it was real and out in the open. It even had the lovable quality that others didn't have, it was extremely beautiful. Yue Yang really wanted to hug the Luo Hua City Mistress who liked to laugh tightly, then kiss her cherry lips fiercely and suck her sweetness and happiness from her mouth. His hands moved slightly, but stopped afterwards. It was not yet the right time. Inevitably, the day where she would take the initiative to hug him herself would come. She would then inch her cherry lips towards him and stay beside him forever. As long as he managed to make her completely fall for him. This Luo Hua mistress, he would definitely not let her escape from his hands. He must definitely win her over and make her fall in love with him. All right, I shall employ you as my temporary personal guard captain for a month. After a month, if your performance is not up to par, I will fire you immediately. Luo Hua City Mistress finally managed to stop her laughter after great difficulties and declared, pretending to be strict and honorable. My personal guard captain, I am tired from my journey. It's all forest and wilderness here, there's no human settlements even within a few dozen kilometers in radius. Do you have any good idea? The good idea is, Yue Yang then carried Luo Hua City Mistress on his back in one swift movement, his forearms supporting her legs and his hands propping her butt, before he started walking with great strides. Luo Hua City Mistress felt that this brat had opened her legs a little too wide when he carried her up. Furthermore, the way his back rubbed with her bottom part also felt a little uncomfortable. Her snow-white face immediately turned red as she felt something warm coming from the place that was rubbing against him. She wanted to scold him and struggle to come down, but she suddenly felt an indescribable feeling of satisfaction and comfort being carried by him that way. Might as well, she thought, as she slowly rested her upper body onto his back. At first, she tried to prop her body up to prevent her chest from touching his back. However, after a while, she felt that it was extremely tiring this way. She kept moving and changing the positions of her arms, trying to find the most comfortable position. In the end, she finally circled her arms around his neck and slowly relaxed her body, pasting her whole body onto his back. She naturally relaxed her whole body and allowed him to carry her forward. Luohua City Mistress discovered that this posture was not as awkward as she had imagined it to be. On the contrary, she felt an unusual sense of security. She remembered that at the hanging pavilion in the Flying Mountains, he had carried her this way before. Remembering it again now, she felt that it was extremely comfortable. Although this brat was a little fickle-minded, he was quite truthful about his bad points, unlike those men who put up a false appearance and made her feel disgusted. Remembering all the times they went through together, and then remembering the scene that happened just now, Luohua City Mistress couldn't help but to laugh out again. When Yue Yang curiously turned his head around, Luohua City Mistress asked something that even she herself had never thought she would ask. When you were carrying me to escape from the hanging pavilion before, did you ever try to touch me secretly? Yue Yang immediately jumped in fright. Although his wolfy paws was pressing against Luohua City Mistress but unbridledly, his mouth had hurriedly denied, I have never done such a thing like touching others secretly. I have never even thought of it. Then what are you doing now? Luohua City Mistress almost sweated to death. How many times had this brat actually touched her secretly? His movements seemed to be seasoned and professional. It was just a momentary loss of control, really. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Why didn't his hands listen to him? How long are you going to lose control then? Luohua City Mistress felt that if she let this brat continue to knead her butt, she would probably become a well-kneaded dough. If you don't mind, I'd like to lose control for a while more. Yue Yang couldn't bear to let his hands go. With such a wonderful feeling in his hands, he wouldn't want to let his hands go so easily even if he die. Above all, listening to her sweet breathing in his ears and her heart thumping, these feelings simply made his wolfy blood boil. If he could carry her like this, he didn't mind carrying her for his whole life. How bothersome. You are too rude, you failed as a guard captain. Luohua City Mistress tried to twist her body around to show her resistance, but Yue Yang had taken it as encouragement instead. If my performance is not up to par, you can deduct it from my pay. My performance will get better over time. Yue Yang felt that he was almost burnt by the fire of passion. He turned back, wanting to kiss Luohua City Mistress as he seeked her cherry lips that was breathing out her sweet-smelling breath. Luohua City Mistress avoided him, disallowing him to kiss her. However, as the movements of Yue Yang's wandering hands became even more serious and persistent, determined to kiss her no matter what, she slowly lifted her head. Slowly closing her mesmerizing, dazed, and beautiful eyes, her lips slowly trembled. She slowly leaned closer, her lips blossoming like a flower blooming. Kiss her. No matter if the sky fell or the earth split apart, he must definitely kiss this beauty. As Yue Yang was about to fiercely kiss her, a sudden gust of wind blew. Both him and Luohua City Mistress jumped in fright, lifting their heads at the same time as they looked around the surroundings, thinking that the mysterious beauty had come. After looking around for quite a while, they didn't see anyone, but their hearts almost stopped out of fright. When Yue Yang wanted to kiss her again, Luohua City Mistress bit on his earlobe and laughed out loud, little scoundrel, don't even think about it. The slight pain on his ears sent Yue Yang's senses reeling. His wolfy blood boiled. He really wanted to just go ahead and push her down, but he was certain that not only would Luohua City Mistress refuse to be pushed down, a certain hidden female thief would also watch him being beaten black and blue without doing anything. Maybe even the Imperial Swordswoman who had left angrily would come back to join in the fun and beat him up too. Forget it, it was too easy to be exposed doing bad things during the day. He should wait for night time. This Luohua girl would fall for him sooner or later, so he shouldn't be too impatient. Food must be savored with every single bite. Even tofu must be eaten bite by bite. Just as Yue Yang was thinking about how to launch a sneak attack on Luohua City Mistress that night, a teleportation gate suddenly opened behind him. Princess Xian brandished her great sword and rushed out loudly. Yue Yang jumped in fright. What had actually happened? Could it be that the mysterious beauty had told her about how he had acted insolently towards Luohua City Mistress? Could it be that this tigress had wanted to catch them in the act then slash him down with her sword? Who would have known that Princess Xian's lovely shout afterwards would make Yue Yang's heart started palpitating instead? This was because Princess Xian's shout was, "Run, quickly." What happened? Seeing that Princess Xian's face was completely red, Luohua City Mistress quickly got off from Yue Yang's back. She was shocked when she saw the anxious look on Princess Xian's face and quickly asked her what happened. Above Hope Town's ruins, there are 2 Earth Demon-ranked corrupted warriors who are about to ambush us. Run! Princess Xian rushed towards them. Without wasting a single second, she took out a silver teleportation scroll that was outlined in gold, and opened a large-scale party teleportation gate. Then, she hurriedly pulled Yue Yang and Luohua City Mistress, trying to take both of them away from this dangerous situation. However, at the instant right before entering the teleportation gate, Yue Yang's hand moved. With the Huijin magic blade in his left hand, he cut towards the teleportation gate with its purple flames. His right hand took out the dragon-slaying dagger, slowly yet unstoppably thrusting towards Princess Xian's back. The teleportation gate shattered into pieces with an explosive sound. After Yue Yang learned how to control the fire ability from the power of Yang, the strength of his purple flames had increased to more than 10 times as compared to before. The teleportation gate that was difficult to break had disappeared with a single slash of Yue Yang's blade. At the same time, Princess Xian was pierced by the dragon-slaying dagger through her back. The dragon-slaying dagger pierced her from behind and came out from her chest. Not just Princess Xian, but even Luohua City Mistress was extremely surprised. Why did Yue Yang want to kill Princess Xian? Was it just because Princess Xian had kicked him flying, so now he wanted to pay her back in double and kill her? With a blood-curdling scream, Princess Xian fell onto the ground, painfully clutching her chest with fresh blood spewing out of the wound. Her eyes showed no understanding of the situation, as if asking Yue Yang why he had done this. What are you doing? Luohua City Mistress was angry. Even if Princess Xian had kicked Yue Yang, at most, he could just slap her in return. Otherwise, he could perhaps take off her clothes and spank her butt. Why did he have to kill her? Human beings were not guardian beasts. If they died, there would be no way for them to revive again. Luohua City Mistress knew that Yue Yang definitely had a reason to do so, but she still felt very angry. He had killed off Princess Xian without even uttering a single word. He was far too cruel. Actually, I can explain, give me some time. Yue Yang, however, had a brilliant smile on his face. Speak. Luohua City Mistress suppressed her anger. She felt that if this guy did not explain clearly the reason why he did this, she would probably bite him to death alive. She's a fake Princess Xian. Yue Yang said with absolute certainty. A fake. Clouds of doubt were cast in Luohua City Mistress' heart. I'm not, Q quickly save me. Princess Xian stretched out her bloodied hand in pain, struggling to ask Luohua City Mistress to save her. Did you know how many flaws there were in your disguise? Too many. Not only that, ever since the matter that arose with the fake Elder Tianzuo, I've always been looking for leads on this. You can't use the same trick on me twice. Yue Yang strode in front of the fake Princess Xian and shrugged. Although you changed your appearance to look exactly like Princess Xian on the outside, but, in front of me, you're like a clown who has too many flaws, goofing around everywhere. When did I not act like her? The fake Princess Xian suddenly stood up. Coughing lightly, the wound in her chest rapidly grew smaller and knitted itself together. However, the demonic heart that Yue Yang had pierced through with the dragon-slaying dagger was unable to recover, causing her great pain. First, Princess Xian has the 6 records inherent skill. She is great in staring at people with her eyes. I didn't have that sense from you at all. Second, Princess Xian is hiding an extremely powerful, mysterious beast in her body. I'm sorry to say this, but you don't have it in your body either. Third, Princess Xian's running habit. She doesn't carry her great sword horizontally like you do, but rather drags it. This is because she cuts relatively late, slashing from her back to the front, which eventually is much faster than making a sweeping slash. It also has greater power. Yue Yang smiled lightly. The fake Princess Xian was dumbfounded at the number of flaws she had after all. I felt that there was something strange too, but I really didn't notice that she wasn't holding her sword as per usual. Luohua City Mistress felt that this Yue Yang brat was indeed very attentive. Princess Xian rarely keeps her sword on guard while running. She likes to sheath her sword and launch a surprise attack to deliver a fatal blow. Yue Yang gave another example. Yeah, that's right. Luohua City Mistress confirmed it by nodding her head. Couldn't it be the case that she had just finished a battle with someone beforehand? The fake Princess Xian could not believe that keeping the sword out was an error too. Of course she could have. But, you didn't know the changes after she pulled out her sword at all. At first, her sword sheath was positioned to tilt towards her left shoulder. However, the moment she pulled out her sword sheath would tilt to her right shoulder with an incomparable speed in order to give momentum for both of her hands to slash with the great sword. Your sword sheath is still currently tilting to left side. This doesn't fit Princess Xian's habit when she was pulling her sword. You have to know that if a habit is formed from young, it won't change in normal circumstances. Yue Yang sneered. This. The fake Princess Xian really didn't know about these detailed movements of Princess Xian's sword sheath. An important flaw is that Princess Xian's sword is an equipment. However, your sword, since you couldn't find the same great sword to fool us, was created with a beast's illusion. Because it is a beast, there's a faint link between it and you. On the other hand, Princess Xian's sword is only an equipment that is meant to support the battle strength of its owner. After Yue Yang pointed it out, that fake Princess Xian turned the great sword into a silver python. Any other flaws? The fake Princess Xian seemed to be about to move. Of course there is. As Yue Yang said this, Luohua City Mistress was dumbfounded. There wasn't even half a minute to examine her just now. This lad had managed to find so many flaws on her? The fake Princess Xian's patience was fraying out. She locked her gaze to Yue Yang and sneered, "What other flaw did you see?" Yue Yang shrugged and spread his hands out. His smile was like a light breeze, that made others have the impulse of punching him in the face with one look. "You have a fatal flaw that causes you to never be able to mimic Princess Xian. Therefore, no matter how well you act like her, you'll be seen through with a single look. The final and greatest flaw is that you aren't a virgin. You don't have the virgin smell on your body like Princess Xian does. Before you try and trick me, could you please take the trouble to check how good my nose is?" At the beginning of his speech, Luohua City Mistress had thought that this brat's performance was magnificent. But when she heard that he used his sense of smell to differentiate, she immediately punched him lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. The fake Princess Xian had an ugly expression on her face. Her face darkened as she shouted angrily, "Are you done? If you're done then you can die." With a flick of her hand, an item flew out. That was a small black ball that shattered beside the feet of Yue Yang and Luohua City Mistress. A black light covered their surroundings, forming a pitch-black empty field. The fake Princess Xian disappeared from her original position, leaving only Yue Yang and Luohua City Mistress there. When Luohua City Mistress wanted to summon her grimoire, she suddenly discovered that her spiritual chi was cut off. She had a shock and cried out, "Ball of pollution! This is the ball of pollution that the demon abyss uses to specially break summoning. This ball of pollution was originally dark green in color, how can it be disguised like this? That's really crafty." A snake came down from the sky without any sound or presence, stealthily preparing to bite at Luohua City Mistress' head. However, with a slash from Yue Yang, it rapidly turned into a great sword and parried his blow. The clash of the two weapons caused a loud metallic sound to ring out. At the same time, in the darkness, the fake Princess Xian had reached out her hand that wore a spider venom ring towards Luohua City Mistress' nape. A protective barrier rapidly expanded from Luohua City Mistress, causing the fake Princess Xian to be rebounded away. Luohua City Mistress held her summoning grimoire and smiled proudly. "Did you think that I wouldn't stand a chance against a ball of pollution? You're just using petty tricks. Did you really think that you could assassinate us just by relying on a single ball of pollution? Perhaps it may not be enough with me alone, but the other two Earth Demon now know that the plan has failed and they'll come rushing to us straight away. They only need a minute to get here. At that time, the two of you will definitely die here. Do you know how they will kill you off? They'll torture you for a long time. You won't easily breathe your last breath. At that point of time, you won't able to live or die. Let's see if you can still be proud and arrogant then." The fake Princess Xian hid within the darkness and sneered like an owl. She came in and out of the darkness from time to time. "Is that right? But to end this battle, I don't even need a minute. I only need 10 seconds. With a flash of his silhouette, Yue Yang pounced towards his left. The golden dragon slaying dagger, on the other hand, was thrown towards the opposite side. With just a single choking sound, the fake Princess Xian who was still complacently hiding in the darkness cried out after getting hit by the dagger and fell onto the ground. If it had been a normal weapon, it wouldn't have been able to harm the fake Princess Xian who had fused her body with her beast. However, the dragon-slaying dagger was an exception. This treasure could cause even giants to have a headache when seeing it, not to mention the fake Princess Xian. "I'm Princess Xian, do you really want to kill me?" Suddenly, the fake Princess Xian who had fallen to the ground after getting hit by the dagger started crying. With a weak voice, she begged, "I'm your lover, how could you bear to kill me? My heart aches, just to get the better side of another woman, just to please her, you killed me off this cruelly." "Nonsense, you're fake. Why are you still trying to act so pitiful?" Yue Yang's heart was definitely made of steel. He stamped on the chest of the fake Princess Xian. "I'm your most beloved Luohua. Am I pretty?" With a flash of a black light, the fake Princess Xian actually turned into Luohua City Mistress. Not only that, her entire body was naked without a single piece of clothing. Her entire beautiful body was exposed to him, causing Yue Yang to almost drool. At the same time, she had done an exaggerated seductive pose, causing Yue Yang's wolfish blood to boil looking at her. Luohua City Mistress was enraged. She dared to do these kinds of sultry actions while using her appearance? Then, looking at Yue Yang who was extremely happy after being seduced, she was sweating profusely until she was almost powerless. This method of attacking was really evil. It might not have been useful against other people, but towards a huge pervert like Yue Yang, it was absolutely effective. She originally wanted to remind this lad that the real one was right behind him and her body most definitely did not look like that. Only their faces had become alike. Suddenly, she saw Yue Yang extend his wolfish hands, trying to grab the fake Luohua City Mistress body excitedly. She fell onto the ground with a loud boom. Could this huge pervert actually mistook it for the real thing? Didn't he think that based on her personality, she wouldn't even make those sultry poses when she was naked in bed? How would it be possible for her to do it here then? This guy was really an idiot. Just when Luohua City Mistress was charging a ray of light to send Yue Yang flying and turn that fake Luohua into mush, she watched in astonishment as Yue Yang's hands penetrated deeply into the fake's chests, then forcefully taking out the other demon heart that was located inside the chest of the fake Luohua. Fresh blood covered his entire hand. He did not seem like the pervert that he was just now. Rather, his face was covered with ridicule, and his expression was extremely arrogant yet ruthless. Luohua City Mistress jumped for joy inside. So this brat didn't fall for it at all. Instead, he had beat the fake at her own game. Let's die together. That impersonator suddenly shrieked fiercely. Come here quickly, she is going to explode. Luohua City Mistress noticed there was something wrong and immediately called out to Yue Yang to return. Yue Yang shook his hands, signaling to her that he was okay, all the while looking down on the impersonator. The impersonator's figure suddenly transformed, and with a flash of dark light, Luohua City Mistress' beautiful appearance had disappeared, replaced with an ugly woman whose face was filled with wrinkles. She looked extremely old, her skin sagged, her eyes hollow, her neck swollen as if there was a huge tumor inside, and her breasts were incomparably shriveled, the two ugly sacks dangling twistedly from her wizened ribcage. It looked extremely disgusting. Her previously slim and taut stomach had quickly expanded like a ball. There were also strange black spots that started to faintly appear on her stomach. Her two legs had quickly dried up, turning into withered bones. Hui Tai Lang jumped in fright and scurried away, but it still couldn't escape the dark space no matter what. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't enter Luohua City Mistress' shield, it also didn't dare to enter and seek protection. Finally, it pathetically hid behind Yue Yang's body, its two heads lying on the ground. It raised both of its paws trying to cover its eyes, however, it only managed to cover its left head's eyes, leaving its right head exposed. It became extremely troubled. Right at the moment when the impersonator shrieked her intention to blow up together with Yue Yang immediately kicked Hui Tai Lang's butt into Luohua City Mistress' shield, before entering it himself. Behind him, a loud explosion reverberated. The whole sky was filled with scattered blood and flesh. Some parts were even sprinkled on the shield, but it was immediately rebounded away, falling to the ground instead. The dark space disappeared without a trace. Other than the splatters of flesh and blood scattered all over the ground, it was as if nothing had happened before. Yue Yang surveyed the surrounding for a while before a frown appeared on his face. What's wrong? Luohua City Mistress asked in concern, is there something wrong? There are no other earth-ranked demon fellows chasing after us. Yue Yang's tone appeared to sound a little disappointed as he sighed. Idiot, ha 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 ha. Luohua City Mistress immediately laughed out loudly, maybe even too much, as she gave a light punch on Yue Yang's chest and said, silly brat, let me tell you. No one will immediately attack again after their plan had failed. They definitely won't come. Think about it, if they have a 100% confidence in killing us, why would they resort to tricks? Furthermore, we are not even sure if this demon servant was someone sent by the demonic palace. Although the demonic palace is aggressive, brazen, and crazy enough to do this, they are not fools, so you think that this demon who can take over others' appearances is not sent by the demonic palace. Yue Yang had already guessed this possibility when he was surveying the surrounding just now, but he did not expect that Luohua City Mistress had also thought the same thing. This monster is usually called demon servants. They are not very strong, at the most, they are only as strong as a level 5 Grandmaster. However, they are extremely illogical. They are willing to risk anything for their convictions, even their own lives. Demon servants are usually created by strong, high-leveled corrupted warriors with the help of the power from the demon abyss. There are both male and female demon servants, and they are all extremely loyal. They are also very brave, unafraid of death, willing to die for their master anytime. Furthermore, they are experts in disguise, although there are not that many demon servants that can execute such a detailed morphing technique like that one just now, there are still quite a few of them. These demon servants are not specific to the demonic palace alone, various countries in the Soaring Dragon Continent also own them. Luohua City Mistress' face suddenly became serious, they won't divulge their identity in most cases, but there's a limit to their morphing technique. They can probably only morph for a few dozen times, because it drains the essence in their body heavily. Seeing that demon servant's dried up body just now, seems like it was nearing death. That's why she could act so crazily, her intention was to die together with us. Why did you think that she wasn't sent by the demonic palace? Yue Yang nodded, before asking again. Are you trying to test me? Luohua City Mistress sent Yue Yang a look. She already knew that this brat had also noticed it and that he was merely curious about how she had known it herself. She couldn't help but give him a light punch again, if I couldn't even discern this, how can I become a city mistress? If she was really someone from the demonic palace, she would definitely not mention Demonic Palace at all. Since she had said it, that would mean she intended to shift the blame to the Demonic Palace. Especially after her plan has failed, if she was really someone from the Demonic Palace, she should have shifted the blame to others. Then who in this world would want to implicate the Demonic Palace? Yue Yang could guess the first point, but he couldn't guess who would want to do such a thing. That's difficult to say, it might probably be. Luohua City Mistress hesitated a little as she reached her fingers out and wrote 2 words on Yue Yang's palms, making Yue Yang extremely shocked. Yue Yang's mouth moved a little, but he didn't ask anything in the end. He only nodded silently. Seeing his pondering expression, Luohua City Mistress curiously asked him back, "What are you guessing right now, silly brat?" Yue Yang grabbed her hands, as if he wanted to write something on her palm too. However, Luohua City Mistress was extremely ticklish, and she didn't allow him to do so. In reality, Yue Yang's act of trying to write on her palms was fake, he only wanted to hold the beauty's hand and take an advantage of the situation. Luohua City Mistress' hands were so soft and tender that Yue Yang couldn't bear to let go after holding them in his hands. However, if Luohua City Mistress caught on this brat's rotten intentions, he wouldn't be able to avoid the accusation. In order to distract Luohua City Mistress, Yue Yang hurriedly said his own opinions after observing the situation. "I saw 2 identical marks on both Black-Winged Tan Wu Fang and Luminous Demon Ding Zhang's body. Seems like that was the Demonic Palace symbol." "Yes, that's the Demonic Palace insignia. There's one in every corrupted warrior's body." Luohua City Mistress was successfully distracted by Yue Yang. "However, on that demon servant's body just now, I did not see the same insignia. I started to suspect that she was not from the Demonic Palace then. There is also another point. Every Demonic Palace members, no matter if it is Black-Winged Tan Wu Fang, Luminous Demon Ding Zhang or the other corrupted warriors, all of them don't possess a demon heart. This demon heart can only belong to demon generals and higher-ranked demons in the demon abyss. The weird thing is that Hui Tai Lang, who really liked to eat demon hearts, had actually ignored it. It is obvious that this demon heart is also fake. It did not have the true power of a demon heart, that's why Hui Tai Lang refused to eat it. The third point is that demons that have 2 demon hearts are usually demon commanders. The demon commander Ma Liang that we fought previously possessed 2 demon hearts, and he was extremely strong. However, this impersonator who similarly had 2 demon hearts was extremely weak. The demon hearts in her body was simply a fake appearance to make others think that she was powerful, when she was actually trash in reality. That's why I feel that she's not from the Demonic Palace. Furthermore, if the Demonic Palace had really wanted to ambush us, they would have done it here instead of killing us after teleporting us to another place." Yue Yang was still holding Luohua City Mistress' hands tightly as he explained his judgment. "The place that I wrote to you just now had been cultivating demon servants for a long while. I just don't understand why they would do such a thing, but I can be certain that this is not a good thing. No matter if it is the Demonic Palace or the people from that place that are targeting us, we have to be very careful. Okay now, since the danger has already passed, please let go of my hands." Luohua City Mistress tried to pull her hands away, but Yue Yang had held it tightly and refused to let go. Instead, he flung her arms to his back, intending to carry her on his back again. She had tried to rebuke him for his rough treatment initially, standing firm on the ground and clamping her legs tight, refusing to let him carry her. However, as his wolfy paws tried to spread her feet apart, she felt that his actions was extremely indecent and embarrassing. If she continued to fight him, she would lose her face if anyone saw them this way. Hence, she immediately relaxed her feet and leaned forward onto his back. Her hands punched lightly on his head. She was trying to show that she was angry and wanted to punish him, but that strength on her punch was not even enough to kill a mosquito. Her mouth, on the other hand, harumphed loudly, "Fail. This kind of personal guard captain is simply too incompetent." Yue Yang smiled like a rogue and said, "Deduct it from my pay. I didn't want to be paid anyway, ha ha ha." Luohua City Mistress felt that his hot, wolfy hands were about to misbehave again, and hurriedly reached her hands down, slapping his hand away. "Hey, losing control once is enough. Do you intend to do bad things in broad daylight?" "Understood. Next time I will sneakily and surreptitiously do bad things." Yue Yang's reply made Luohua City Mistress laugh non-stop again. This brat was really flippant and glib-tongued, she really couldn't do anything to him. Seeing its master soaking in the bliss of romance, Hui Tai Lang approached the 3-tailed snow fox too, planning to win favor from it. It was only trying to learn from its master. Alas, who would know that the 3-tailed snow fox had a high standard in choosing friends, and had completely ignored Hui Tai Lang instead? It proudly stuck its soft tails up, stepping forward gracefully as it followed its master from behind. It didn't even give Hui Tai Lang a glance from the corner of its eyes. However, seeing such a lofty demeanor, Hui Tai Lang had actually drooled instead. Its wolfy eyes lighted up. With regards to chasing girls, it should chase a proud one like this. Hui Tai Lang hurriedly chased after it and walked alongside the little snow fox, then used its most proficient foreign language to hit on the beauty, a woof woof, woof woof, woof woof woof. The three-tailed snow fox turned its head, signaled that it didn't understand this foreign language and told Hui Tai Lang not to waste its breath. Meow. Hui Tai Lang tried another foreign language again. The three-tailed snow fox was still aloof after hearing it. Hui Tai Lang's foreign language attack had all failed. This little snow fox was a fox, not a dog nor a cat. It would be weird if it could understand dog and cat languages. Shut up, don't disturb me chasing girls. Yue Yang found that his romantic two-person world with Luo Hua City Mistress had been smashed by Hui Tai Lang's babbles, and was extremely angered. Seeing its master angry, Hui Tai Lang immediately pretended to be obedient and good. In the end, Luo Hua City Mistress started to laugh after watching its hilarious acts. Even the three-tailed little snow fox also seemed to laugh in secret. 2 days later, at the bottom of the mountain of the Cloud Peak Lake in Despair Abyss. As it was inconvenient to climb the steep cliff, Yue Yang left Hui Tai Lang and the three-tailed snow fox at the bottom of the mountain. He reminded Hui Tai Lang over and over again to protect the three-tailed snow fox while he and Luo Hua City Mistress climbed the steep mountain cliff. The Blood Queen could fly 1,000 meters high, but she couldn't carry Luo Hua City Mistress or Yue Yang up the cliff. There was an unseen force in this cliff that not even Luo Hua City Mistress knew the cause of. To reach the top of the mountain, even the Bloody Queen, who could originally fly 1,000 meters high over mountains, had to stop at around 500 meters out of the 3,000 meters high cliff. She also had to use her hands and feet to climb the mountain instead of flying up. If she leave this Cloud Peak Lake, her flying ability will immediately return to normal. There seemed to be a different space, an invisible restriction. Luo Hua City Mistress was tired after climbing, so Yue Yang had bound her to his back with a rope. She was very light anyway, she wasn't of any burden to Yue Yang at all. He had climbed to around 2,000 meters high before he saw the Bloody Queen waiting near a platform above. She was screaming non-stop as she pointed at the fog and cloud above. Yue Yang hurriedly climbed onto the small platform and looked upwards. He realized there was a few big letters written above. However, he couldn't read any of them. This is a summoning seal. This must be a restriction spell from an ancient summoning pattern. The god's ruins was filled with such letters. Luo Hua City Mistress took out a silk handkerchief to wipe Yue Yang's sweat and said sweetly, "Rest a while I record these summoning seal down. Maybe I can break the spell later on. It's just a few letters, yet it can restrict this whole space." Yue Yang felt that the power of summoning was extremely terrifying. It wasn't restricted to plants or beasts, it could even affect dimension, light, mental and soul. There were even scriptures and spells. Right now, the Soaring Dragon Continent could only scratch the surface of the art of summoning. It was said that this was left behind by the human warriors from ancient times. Ancient mankind are really strong, we are only peeking at their footprints right now. Luo Hua City Mistress nodded surely, this is also a piece of wisdom that our ancient ancestors had left us, it's a pity that there was no one among us who can succeed it. Yue Yang was about to say something, but he suddenly felt his mind was shaken, as if something had suddenly come out from his body. Under Luo Hua City Mistress' eyes, she saw an unimaginable wonder. The wonder appeared right before her eyes. What Luo Hua City Mistress saw was a ray of rainbow light appearing on Yue Yang's head, shooting right towards the runic circle on the ancient rune. She couldn't see anything clearly. That ray of light might only be a ray of rainbow light, but it might also be a figure of a guardian beast. Just as Luo Hua City Mistress was about to ask Yue Yang about it, she realized that his eyes were closed and his body was floating in the air. His breath was calm, as if he was sleeping. She didn't see his grimoire, but she saw the halo shield of his grimoire erected and surrounding his body. Golden streaks of light poured out continuously, forming dozens of meters high pillar of light that shot right towards the giant runic circle above the mountain peak. At this time, the giant runic circle was emitting a weird yet marvelous sound, coupled with rays of bright white light that looked like an aurora, beautiful beyond compare. When the pillar of golden light touched the runic circle seemed to receive a huge amount of energy, the white light that it was emitting exploded 10 times larger than before. It became so bright that Luo Hua City Mistress and the Bloody Queen couldn't open their eyes at all. The runic circle then emitted a beautiful, mysterious, and heavenly sound, before it suddenly started to revolve. Luo Hua City Mistress tried to block the light with her hands, and through the slit of her fingers, she saw countless golden and white runes raining down from the sky. The white runes in the sky which were originally very big became smaller very quickly. On the other hand, the golden runes which was smaller in size originally, grew bigger the moment it touched the golden pillar of light. Countless mysterious-looking runes fluttered in the sky rhythmically as if dancing to a song. They fluttered down to the ground with their incomparable beauty. In the end, they entered Yue Yang's body and disappeared without a trace. An extremely small amount of runes floated towards Luo Hua City Mistress' body. However, they did not enter Luo Hua City Mistress' body easily like the way they had entered Yue Yang's body. On the contrary, they knocked against each other and even rebounded away, floating back into the sky again. Amongst these runes, there was a small portion that had successfully entered Luohua City Mistress' forehead, heart, and palms. Luohua City Mistress felt a shock jolting through her body. There were many types of pure, immense energy bursting on her forehead, heart, and hands, rapidly joining together inside her body, as if rinsing through her whole body very thoroughly. There was so much energy that it almost burst out of her body, but it finally pooled in her abdomen. She could feel that a giant runic circle had appeared inside her spirit realm and was constantly assembling itself. It gave her a kind of feeling that seemed to understand but not to understand what was happening. Luohua City Mistress, who couldn't level up and had reached the bottleneck previously, suddenly received enlightenment in her mind, as if she had suddenly mastered the knowledge and understood perfect wisdom. Her summoning grimoire floated out on its own and emitted a bright golden light. Her protective shield appeared and reabsorbed some runes that had rebounded away. Luohua City Mistress' spirit realm received a huge shock and she lost her consciousness. Similarly, her body also floated in the sky. However, her body only floated 1 meter above the ground, unlike Yue Yang, who was floating more than 10 meters high above. Right before Luohua City Mistress lost her consciousness, she felt 2 familiar figures embracing her, one of them even cried out in surprise. She immediately felt assured. With these 2 people here, she, who had exhausted her spirit and mental state, could finally rest and sleep peacefully. On the other side, the Bloody Queen raised her hands and cupped them together to catch some of the pure energy that had condensed into golden runes, looking astonished and startled. At this moment, Yue Yang, who was surrounded by countless runes, suddenly created a unique hand gesture unconsciously in mid-air. A ball of rainbow-colored runic circle appeared in his 2 hands, which then floated to the Bloody Queen's forehead. The Bloody Queen let out a cry that was the highest pitched that she ever did. She spread open her wings and flew straight towards the sky. When she flew back down, her body was ignited in flames. There was also golden rays of light coming from under her feet that flowed to the top of her head and down to her legs again. Finally, the golden rays of light gathered at her wings and shattered into millions of pieces as it smashed into her feathers. The million pieces of golden rays floated in the sky and fluttered into Yue Yang's body, forming a white golden pillar of light before shooting right towards the Blood Queen's forehead again. The Bloody Queen's body had become renewed from the top to bottom. Her fiery hair started to change then and there, turning platinum in color as it draped over her shoulders gracefully. Her long hair hung down like a waterfall right until her butt. Her wings was also completely reborn, turning platinum in color. Looking at her now, she looked even more powerful, agile, and beautiful than ever before. This transformation surprised the Bloody Queen so much that her face was filled with tears of joy. She understood that she had leveled up from gold rank level 5 straight to a whole new tier, stepping into a new realm that most beasts would find it extremely difficult to reach, platinum rank level 5. This evolution had even surpassed her previous life's level, reaching a whole new realm of platinum rank. What would wait for her in the future was a whole new world, a world that other beasts could only dream about. Only by surpassing this boundary would she be able to step into the realm of wisdom and intelligence. Only by surpassing the king rank would she be able to become what was known as Holy Beast. The Bloody Queen kneeled on the ground as tears streamed down her face. All of this was bestowed to her by her master. Although he was her master, he had never enslaved her like the ugly humans did in the legends that she heard before. Even under the situation where he knew that she was a guardian beast that would never die, he had also never allowed her to stay in dangerous situations. Just when the Bloody Queen was crying emotionally, 2 pillars of golden light rose up from both of her sides. The 2 pillars rose high up, even higher than Luohua City Mistress, inching closer to Yue Yang's body. One of the pillars of light joined with Yue Yang's body immediately. Countless runes fluttered down to the ground. The Bloody Queen could feel that although she had rose up to platinum rank level 5, she could still feel a kind of intense pressure, as if there were 2 other stronger guardian beasts snarling at her side and declaring that they were stronger than herself. Following that, a figure suddenly jumped down heavily from the sky onto the small platform, shaking the whole platform so much that it wobbled. It was the barbarian cow Shadow, Aman. She had also come out from the grimoire at a certain point of time. There was a golden-colored runic circle on her forehead too. It looked sort of similar to the Bloody Queen's, but a little bit different. At the same time, her body had also slowly transformed. The Bloody Queen had just wanted to stand up when she suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure pushing her back down. She had to bend over and struggle before she could finally resist that unrivaled power. In the sky, there seemed to be a 10-meter-tall gigantic figure shining brightly. It was unknown how much time had passed, but suddenly, there was a heavenly, nature-like cry coming from within the runic circle above. Following closely afterwards, there was also another nature-like sound echoing the first one. Those nature-like sound was actually not hearable by ear, it reverberated right into others' souls. The Bloody Queen immediately kneeled down, sprawled on the ground, showing her respect to the creature in the sky. When those 2 clear, nature-like cry disappeared, the giant runic circle above the mountain peak also slowly stopped revolving. The white light it had emitted had slowly disappeared as it returned back to normal, as if nothing had happened before. Only some of the runes on the runic circle had shifted a little, the runes arrangement looking a little different than before. The rest of the golden, floating runes revolved quickly and entered into Yue Yang's body. The golden pillar of light disappeared. Yue Yang, who was floating 10 meters high up in the sky, slowly floated back down, light as feather. The Bloody Queen was just about to reach her hands out to catch her master, but she realized that the little Lamia loli that her master dearly loved was holding him in her arms as they floated down. There was a mysterious rainbow-colored runic circle on Xia Wen Li's forehead too. The Bloody Queen hurriedly bowed to show her respect before reaching her hands out to hold Luo Hua City Mistress in her arms. On the other side, the barbarian cow shadow, a man who had undergone her third reconstruction, reached out and caught the other two figures in her arms, placing them on the ground lightly. Yue Yang felt like he had dreamt for a long time. In his dream, he felt like there were countless of people and stories. He even heard people speaking and laughing in his ears. At times, there was even a silver bell sounding laughter in his dreams. However, when he opened his eyes, he couldn't remember anything from his dream. That kind of feeling was as if he was seeing something right in front of his eyes, yet he was unable to touch it at all. He simply couldn't remember anything. It was extremely a weird feeling. Turning over into a sitting position, he saw Luo Hua City Mistress sleeping sweetly on top of his body. This was a chance bestowed to him by the heavens. Yue Yang was about to reach his wolfy paws out and carry out a magnificent taking of advantage when Luo Hua City Mistress was still sleeping. However, he unintentionally saw that on the other side, the Bloody Queen was staring at his hands without blinking. Her eyes seemed to be filled with a kind of light. Her gaze looked almost human, unlike a beast's. Her gaze was filled with intelligence and wisdom. When he looked at her forehead, he saw a golden-colored runic circle engraved on her skin, making her look different from before. When he observed her more clearly, he realized that the Bloody Queen's body had undergone a huge transformation. Her wings had even turned into a platinum color. What happened here? Yue Yang was stunned, unable to make sense of the situation. Runes. Summons. Reborn. Level up, the Bloody Queen stammered out as she started to speak. Although she tried her utmost effort, Yue Yang still couldn't understand. How are you able to speak now? Ah, that's not right, you can already speak before. I mean, when did you manage to learn the Soaring Dragon Continent's language? Your hair, and your wings, what had actually happened? Yue Yang reached out and caressed the Bloody Queen's platinum-colored hair and wings with his hands, then discovered that her face had started to turn red, revealing an expression that a blushing girl would have. He was immediately bewildered. I have already leveled up. Platinum 5, the Bloody Queen stammered again before lowering her head down, feeling shy as she tried to hide from Yue Yang's gaze, unwilling to continue to speak. You are Platinum ranked level 5 now. When Yue Yang heard it, he was both surprised and elated. What tonic had this Bloody Queen eaten that caused her to level up so quickly? Even if she had undergone variant evolution, a gold ranked level 5 should have leveled up to Platinum ranked level 4. But she had actually leveled up to Platinum ranked level 5, so she should have ingested some kind of a miraculous tonic to be able to level up so much. Could it be that Luo Hua City Mistress had given it to her? What exactly did Luo Hua City Mistress gave her? Could it be the beautiful demonic flower that they had gotten from the hanging pavilion before? He summoned his silver grimoire immediately. However, when he flipped it open, he realized that the Bloody Queen's illustration had disappeared. Didn't they say that guardian beasts wouldn't desert their masters? Shortly after, he realized that this Bloody Queen must have moved her house from this silver grimoire to the divine grimoire. As for the barbarian cow shadow that was left behind, Yue Yang realized with astonishment that her body had undergone a huge reconstruction once again. When he looked at the Thorny Flower Demoness, he also saw that she had turned into a silver-ranked runic phantom Thorny Flower Demoness. He couldn't summon the Thorny Flower Demoness and the barbarian cow shadow, but even the quintet golden puppet mice illustration had a different runic circle arrangement. Yue Yang was thoroughly bewildered. He couldn't understand how there could be so many runic circles that invaded inside his silver grimoire. Furthermore, it was even engraved in all of his beast's forehead. Even the mysterious little golden beast on his wrist had an engraved runic circle on its body. Yue Yang summoned Xia Wen Li out and strangely discovered that the little loli didn't have a mark engraved on her forehead. When Xia Wen Li was summoned, she yawned adorably, her drowsy eyes looked as if she had not have enough sleep. Forget it, he should let this little loli rest and sleep first. Yue Yang was about to allow her to continue to sleep, but he suddenly realized that there was something different about the little loli's body. It seemed like she had grown a little taller. When he used his level 3 divine eyes to check, he realized that this little loli had actually leveled up. The little Lamia loli, who originally had no reaction and no indication of leveling up even after killing hundreds of monsters and receiving so much experience, had actually mysteriously leveled up right now. The thing that troubled Yue Yang the most was that he didn't know how she could actually leveled up. This matter was really strange. Luo Hua City Mistress had woken up at some point of time and laughed as she watched Yue Yang. What happened here? When I was unconscious, what had actually happened? Yue Yang really wanted to make sense of the entire development, otherwise he would die from his curiosity. I was unconscious the whole time and even woke up later than you. How would I know what happened? I don't know anything at all. I don't know anything about how your bloody queen leveled up and evolved into platinum-ranked beast. When Luohua City Mistress said this, Yue Yang almost wanted to plant his head into the despair abyss. This way of saying, it was even worse than what he would normally say. This girl was definitely saying all this to take revenge on him, she was definitely saying all these on purpose. You are so ruthless. Yue Yang knew that he wouldn't get anything from Luohua City Mistress' mouth. He thought, even if you didn't tell me, I will find out the cause myself. Thanks for your compliment. Luohua City Mistress suddenly looked like she was trying to hold her laughter. It looked like it was really hard for her to do so. Her shoulders were trembling but not a single sound of laughter was heard. Who are you talking to just now? Yue Yang suddenly asked her, taking her by surprise. He remembered that in his dreams, it was as if he heard some girls talking and chattering, even letting out a silver bell-sounding laughter at times. The Bloody Queen had just learned how to speak and was still a mute while Xia Wen Li still couldn't speak, so it was definitely not the two of them. Since it was that way, who exactly was Luohua City Mistress talking to just now? You must have been dreaming. Luohua City Mistress nodded affirmatively. Yue Yang was speechless. He knew that he wasn't dreaming about that. This was because he was dreaming about something else at that time. There was no way that someone could have two dreams at once. Even if Luohua City Mistress didn't want to say it, Yue Yang could guess that it was probably the mysterious beauty that had followed him. It could have also been the Imperial Swordswoman, Princess Xian. They said that they don't know each other, but in reality, they were probably all friends, very close friends at that. What confused Yue Yang the most was the fact that he couldn't sense the mysterious beauty's presence at all. She should be hiding somewhere within his detection range. She couldn't be too far off, so why couldn't he sense her at all? It really was confusing. Did she know his detection range? The mysterious beauty had become more and more mysterious in his mind. Unless it had something to do with her inherent skill? Yue Yang was suspecting many things in his mind, but his expression did not change at all. After resting for a while, they continued their climb onto the Cloud Peak Lake. Using half a day's time, Yue Yang and Luohua City Mistress finally reached the top of the Cloud Peak Lake that was suspended in midair. In Yue Yang's eyes, this place probably used to be a geyser opening on an inactive volcano. After many years had passed, it turned into a giant mountain-top lake. The Cloud Peak Lake wasn't that big. Although it was foggy, if one looked closely, one would be able to see the edge of the lake on the other side. The lake was basically an oval shape. Its diameter was around a few kilometers and the circumference looked to be less than 20 kilometers. Are there any water beasts here? Yue Yang had heard a lot of rumors about water beasts in lakes. But of course, that was the case in his previous world. What kind of water beasts are you talking about? Some sort of gigantic fish-type beasts. Luohua City Mistress didn't know much about the existence of water beasts. This was because in Soaring Dragon Continent, there were too many types of strange beasts. It was impossible to know every type of beasts. Let's just pretend I didn't ask about it. Yue Yang wasn't too interested in water beasts either. This was because Yue Yang had seen an abundant amount of beasts already. At the same time, he had killed a bunch of them too. Yue Yang wasn't too curious about new beasts anymore. The starlight serene indigo grass did not grow on the Cloud Peak Lake. It grew on the peak of an even higher mountain. The steep and mysterious mountain that Yue Yang climbed was slippery and barren, sustaining no life whatsoever. Yue Yang had to expend a tremendous amount of energy in order to carry Luohua City Mistress and himself up the mountain. Luohua City Mistress could climb by herself, but she was feeling very weak. Every once in a while, she would have to rest. The wind on the mountain was very cold and it sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Yue Yang was worried about her, so in the end, he decided to carry her up. It was empty at the peak of the mountain. Other than some snow lying on the ground, there was completely nothing else. Originally, Yue Yang was a little discouraged as it seemed like the starlight serene indigo grass had already been picked by someone else. However, after Luohua City Mistress surveyed the area carefully, she found a small crack on the ground. This filled Yue Yang up with hope. There seemed to be a small cave there. It seemed like someone could enter if they forced themselves in. The two entered and began to climb a few dozen meters downwards. After a while, they discovered that at the edge of a cliff that protruded out, there were strange flowers that was glowing faintly like stars. Above, it looked like there was a line of starry sky, and below was a hole sheltered from winds. The spiritual chi from heaven and earth coagulated together, inspired and stirred by the breath of creation. Sure enough, only this magical place would be able to nurture the growth of the magical flower. The starlight serene indigo grass. He had looked through the medicine encyclopedia and found out that it was very hard to obtain. According to the encyclopedia, it was a rank 6 legendary medicine. It was uncertain what kind of places they would thrive in, but they usually grow in places of high altitudes where they are bathed in starlight. The altitude had to be high enough where no other plants could sustain life within a 50-foot radius. According to the legend recorded in the Medicine Encyclopedia, the starlight serene indigo grass had actually originated from the extreme region, the world beyond Tongtian Tower. 10,000 years ago, there was a starlight princess who loved solitude and pureness. She loved being secluded in the mountains and spending time with her flowers. However, the starlight princess was assassinated afterwards. When she was assassinated, her blood splattered all over the flowers. Her soul then began to fuse with the flowers, and among the flowers, was her favorite, the serene indigo grass. The serene indigo grass received most of the starlight princess spiritual chi out of all the flowers. Thus, people begin to call these flowers the starlight serene indigo grass. The flower was like its old master. It loved solitude and pureness. It would not bloom without a starry night, and those without a pure heart could not pick the flower. If any ordinary person tried to pick the flower, its spiritual chi would scatter and the flower would wither away. Seeing the starlight serene indigo grass, Luo Hua city mistress became very excited. She pulled Yue Yang to one side and warned him not to get close to her. Before she entered the cave, she bathed herself and washed her clothes in a small pond near the cliff and got rid of all of Yue Yang's dirty male odor from her body. Only then did she walk towards the starlight serene indigo grass, harboring excitement in her heart. Although there were only a few flowers, they gave off a very radiant shine. Before she picked the flowers, she paid her respects to the Starlight Princess. "Your Highness the Starlight Princess, please allow this one to have 3 of your flowers. I'm not asking for any more. Just 3. Please. Why does it seem like there's something wrong?" Yue Yang suddenly felt a shiver in his heart. There were no beasts guarding the cave entrance at all. Maybe it was because this small cave where the starlight serene indigo grass grew was located at the edge of the sky, where no strong beasts noticed its existence. However, Yue Yang still felt that there was something wrong and just couldn't feel assured. Just as Yue Yang, who was filled with doubts, tried to look for clues around the cave entrance, he heard a delicate shout coming from right on top of the cave entrance, followed by a loud sound. It seemed like someone was fighting ferociously. When Yue Yang turned around to see what was happening, a scorching hot fireball shot into the small cave opening, aiming straight towards Luo Hua city mistress. Yue Yang was shocked. He recognized this type of flames. This was the luminous demon, Ding Zhang's hellfire. Sure enough, the luminous demon Ding Zhang had been following them, harboring evil intentions. However, who was the one that noticed the luminous demon trying to attack him and stopped it at the same time? Was it Princess Xian? Yue Yang was familiar with how Princess Xian always let out a shout when she fought. Her shout was very unique and different from others. It was extremely sharp and clear, and it was also filled with spirit. It sounded like hero's cry. Although he wasn't able to hear the cry very clearly just now, he knew that there was great crisis up above. With Princess Xian's strength, she wouldn't be a match on a one-on-one duel with the luminous demon Ding Zhang. Right now, even in the midst of a ferocious battle, the luminous demon Ding Zhang still had spare power to shoot hellfire to attack Luo Hua city mistress. Furthermore, he still managed to set fire on the starlight serene indigo grass. This meant that not only the luminous demon Ding Zhang was here, he had also brought a few reinforcements. Watch out! Yue Yang anxiously tried to jump up towards protect Luo Hua city mistress. Don't come here. You must not come over. Luo Hua city mistress hurriedly called out her grimoire and summoned her shield to block the flames. In her heart, the starlight serene indigo grass was the most important. Even if she was hurt, she didn't want to see such priceless artifact wither away. A loud sound reverberated from the outside again. The intensity of the battle outside shook the whole cave. Yue Yang didn't know what the situation was like outside, so he immediately climbed out and prepared himself to assist Princess Xian. Under the mountain, Hui Tai Lang leisurely accompanied the three-tailed snow fox. It continuously tried communicating with the little snow fox through the use of different languages. However, its usage of other languages sucked. Let's not talk about the three-tailed snow fox. Even if other animals heard it, they wouldn't know what it was saying either. It was better for it to use body gestures. From time to time, Hui Tai Lang would go and catch some small animals and tried to win the beautiful fox over. What it didn't know, however, was that the three-tailed snow fox was a vegetarian like its owner. If it had given the fox something like a frost truffle or a wisdom fruit, then it would definitely have won the little snow fox over. As for the small animals that was drenched in blood, the fox did not like it at all. The fox had graciously wrapped its tails around itself and started sleeping on the floor, quietly waiting for its master to return. Compared to the fox, Hui Tai Lang was a bit too active. It was waiting for Yue Yang as well, but it had to entertain himself somehow. Every time it saw small animals running around, it would immediately chase them. It had also complacently chased a group of noisy level 3 snow wolves 10 kilometers away in order to let the snow fox sleep peacefully. It also casually killed a few giant spiders and dug their magic cores out. However, it couldn't bear to eat the cores and brought them back with it. It was ready to give the cores to please the little snow fox. However, when it returned to the mountain, it was shocked from the wretched sight in front of him. The snowy ground was completely covered with blood. The little snow fox had already turned into giant six-tailed fox spirit, her whole body covered in wounds that were inflicted by the group of ferocious beasts around her. She was standing there, howling in pain. Standing in front of her was a rancor. He held a green ball of pollution that prevented the snow fox from releasing its full strength. He had also stuck a metallic rune pole on the ground, and that black-colored pillar released a black ring of light that poured out continuously to greatly suppress the fox's power. 3 bronze-ranked level 6 hyenas violently bit at the six-tailed fox spirit's body with their horrifyingly sharp teeth. With each bite, a piece of flesh would come off the six-tailed fox spirit's body. Covered in wounds and drenched in blood, the six-tailed fox spirit couldn't use all its strength to fight. It was being suppressed by the black halo from the metallic rune pole. The ball of pollution had also limited her abilities. Now, its speed was only at around a tenth of what it used to be. Although it was still very fast, it could not dodge the attacks from the 3 hyenas. However, its opponents were not just the 3 hyenas. There were 3 more beasts that were as strong as the hyenas. They all surrounded the six-tailed fox spirit and attacked. There were 2 silver-ranked level 5 thunder leopards and a silver-ranked level 6 scorpio lion. The 6 beasts bared their bloodied fangs and surrounded their prey. This prevented the six-tailed fox spirit from escaping while they all attacked. Ha 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 ha. Darling, you are finally going to be mine. Come here, come here. What a beautiful and intelligent white fox. Only I, Li, is worthy to be your master. I will definitely cultivate you to become a holy beast. Come over to your master. Ha ha ha. The tattoo-covered corrupted warrior took out a contract scroll and opened it. A white light emerged from the scroll and landed on top of the six-tailed fox spirit's head. The six-tailed fox spirit was already in so much pain that it wished it was dead, and when the white light landed on its head, it made it suffer even more. Its legs stumbled, it was hard for her to struggle under the light of the contract scroll. Wang. The 3 hyenas and thunder leopards continued to attack the six-tailed fox spirit, slowly eating away its flesh. Howl, the most sinister one was the scorpio lion. He raised his scorpion tail and stabbed the six-tailed fox spirit's leg, releasing poison into it. Normally, the poison would not have had an effect on the six-tailed fox spirit, but combined with the other attacks, the six-tailed fox spirit finally fell. Once it fell, the hyenas, thunder leopards and scorpio lions all pounced on it at the same time and wildly bit the six-tailed fox spirit. Blood was splattering all over the place. Her fur was ripped apart. They had even bitten away half of her tail. The place was filled with blood. The scene was very tragic. The six-tailed fox spirit finally used the last of its energy to howl and frantically jumped up. Using the remainder of its strength, it pounced to the corrupted warrior and bit the contract scroll into pieces, rejecting the contract. With its tails, it swept the thunder leopards and sent them flying at the corrupted warrior, causing him to drop the ball of pollution. The corrupted warrior was sent flying as well. When he landed, he touched his face and felt that it was swollen. He had been hit by the six-tailed fox spirit and his nose started to bleed. He became very agitated. He held the metallic rune pole and continuously smashed it on the six-tailed fox spirit's head. This sent the six-tailed fox spirit flying back a few meters. The corrupted warrior then started to yell, "You failed to appreciate my kindness. So be it. Bite it to death." At that time, Hui Tai Lang was running over to rescue the six-tailed fox spirit with all its strength. Seeing what had just happened, Hui Tai Lang suddenly went berserk. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang let out the loudest howl it had ever howled since it was born. Its wolf howl shocked the whole heaven and earth, reverberating through the mountain valley and left a resounding echo. Its red eyes were glaring to the point that it was about to pop out. It was so angry that its chest almost exploded. The black flames on its body blazed like volcano erupting, soaring up to the sky, the shock wave from the explosion exploding in all directions. Just as the hyena, leopard and scorpio lion were about to tear the six-tailed fox spirit into shreds, Hui Tai Lang leapt up the mountain wall like a demon king descending with a loud rumble. With just one leap, it bounded through a space of more than 10 meters away, colliding into the leopard who had the fastest speed and sending it flying away. It then stood firmly in front of the six-tailed fox spirit which was heavily injured and was on the brink of death. It, who was still a silver-ranked level 4 currently, wasn't affected by the other party's higher-ranked pressure. The fury accumulated in its 4 eyes were practically enough to burn the whole heaven and earth. Its black flames soared up to the sky, its demonic chi exploded. Its preceding howl towards the sky had actually scared the 6 beasts that were higher leveled than it was, causing them all to retreat backwards. That corrupted warrior jumped in fright from Hui Tai Lang's tyrannical howl. He had even thought that it was a gold king beast initially, his legs trembling from fear. But observing it closely, he realized that it was only a silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf. Furthermore, it was uncontracted. He couldn't help but be overjoyed by the unexpected fortune falling to his hands. Ha ha ha, seems like I, Li, had struck it rich today. That intelligence that I have received before was indeed correct, that brat really had a two-headed demon wolf. I had definitely made the correct judgment to stay here and ambush them. Haha, it's good this way too. Compared to a six-tailed fox spirit, I like two-headed demon wolf more. The three bronze-ranked level 6 hyenas realized that Hui Tai Lang only looked imposing on the surface, but its level was actually lower than themselves. They began to let out echoing growls and charged forward altogether. They bare their bloodied mouth wide, trying to use those sharp teeth that could even shatter cow's horns to bite onto Hui Tai Lang. One thunder leopard was extremely cunning. It didn't fight against Hui Tai Lang, but leapt to the side instead, agilely jumping on the mountain walls. With a single leap, it prepared itself to pounce onto the heavily injured, unconscious six-tailed fox spirit, thinking of ending its life completely. Seeing its opponent making its move, the black flames on Hui Tai Lang's body burned even brighter. Hui Tai Lang leapt high up and turned into a ball of fiery meteor, colliding right into that thunder leopard's ribs. That silver-ranked level 5 thunder leopard was sent flying from the impact of the collision. Boom, it crashed onto the mountain cliff, shattering some rocks and setting a few rocks loose, causing it wrestle down. Hui Tai Lang didn't wait for the thunder leopard to make a sound, instead it immediately bounded and charged towards the thunder leopard. It opened its mouth and immediately locked onto the thunder leopard's throat. Its other head bit on the thunder leopard's spine and refused to let go. Its foreclaw seized that opportunity to embed itself onto the mountain cliff, before it violently smashed the thunder leopard onto the mountain cliff. This way, it further increased the damage from its bite, causing the wound opening to widen and made it bled even more. It could also prevent that thunder leopard to resist it or struggle free. This was the hunting skill that Yue Yang had taught it. He told it that a lot of beasts had the ability to fake its death. Biting their neck off wouldn't guarantee their complete death. The best way to hunt was to attack both the enemy's throat and their backs, injuring them heavily. Hui Tai Lang had two heads anyway. In the midst of attacking, no matter how the enemy struggled, he told it to sink its teeth even deeper into them and bite them with greater strength. But Hui Tai Lang hadn't been able to master the technique. Yue Yang was extremely unsatisfied with its performance and even called it an idiot dog. Right now, in a crisis, the hunting skill that it had learnt before was unleashed immediately. The blood that flowed from its prey's wounds greatly stimulated Hui Tai Lang's killing intent and comprehending ability. He even managed to use the hunting technique that Yue Yang hoped it would learn but it could not before to kill its opponent. Even though the enemy was a thunder leopard that was higher leveled than itself, it did not have the power to resist under Hui Tai Lang's attack. At the same time, the hyenas that didn't have a great jumping power and the thunder leopard whose leg had turned mushy like tofu after being heavily injured by Hui Tai Lang, only watched without doing anything, unable to be of help. They could only watch helplessly as Hui Tai Lang mauled their comrade. They could only roar ferociously at Hui Tai Lang, trying to provoke it. The silver-ranked level 6 Scorpio lion spread its wings and clumsily started to fly. It was about to prick Hui Tai Lang using its scorpion tail. As long as Hui Tai Lang was poisoned, its battle power would be greatly decreased, and it could even die. Without waiting for the Scorpio lion to fly closer to it, Hui Tai Lang flung its two head and threw the thunder leopard in its mouth towards the Scorpio lion. Unfortunately, the Scorpio lion's scorpion tail was pointing right towards the front. As a result, the thunder leopard was impaled at the Scorpio lion's tail and it immediately cried out a cry that reverberated through the mountain valley. Hui Tai Lang then turned around and jumped using the mountain wall as foothold towards the Scorpio lion's back. It tore the ugly wings on its back off with its teeth violently, and also tore the Scorpio lion's skin with its claws to shreds. That Scorpio lion was originally clumsy in flying due to its enormous body and heavy weight. It was already struggling to fly due to the weight of the thunder leopard's body. With the additional pressure from Hui Tai Lang, it had reached its limit to fly. When its wings was torn off by Hui Tai Lang, it immediately fell to the ground like a meteor. Boom! The Scorpio lion and thunder leopard fell on the ground with a loud sound. It's so smart. That corrupted warrior was completely astonished. This two-headed demon wolf was 100 times smarter than what he had imagined it to be. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang that had been pressing on the Scorpio lion's body to make it fall, turned in midair, its four claws embedding themselves deeply into the Scorpio lion's head. The moment the Scorpio lion fell to the ground, however, it loosened its claws and immediately took the opportunity to jump, decreasing the impact from falling. The three hyenas immediately charged towards it fiercely, baring their teeth and claws, wanting to bite Hui Tai Lang to death. But it was too late. Hui Tai Lang had already shot towards the thunder leopard who was heavily injured from the multiple attacks it received. After being bitten on its neck and back, impaled on a scorpion tail and crashing heavily to the ground, if it weren't for the fact that it was a silver-ranked level 5 beast, this thunder leopard would have probably been dead long ago. Just as it was about to struggle up and return back to its master's side, Hui Tai Lang howled loudly and collided onto the thunder leopard, sending it flying away. Hui Tai Lang had smashed it to the mountain wall again. Then, Hui Tai Lang's left wolf head once again bite on the thunder leopard's neck in a deadlock, sucking its blood at the same time to hasten the thunder leopard's death. Its right head, together with its claws, tore at the thunder leopard's abdomen, violently tearing it into shreds. It remembered Yue Yang telling it before. When it was facing against a bunch of opponent that was difficult to win against, it must attack the weakest one first, and furthermore, it must kill it completely. Towards Yue Yang's words, rather than injuring 10 fingers, it's better to just break one finger, Hui Tai Lang didn't really understand. However, it understood from Yue Yang's multiple demonstrations that it must definitely kill one of its opponents. It must definitely kill it completely until its opponent truly die. The thunder leopard that was on the brink of death let out a fierce current of electricity from its body, crackling loudly. Before it died, it had used its final move to survive, releasing the electricity current in its body to electrocute its opponent. Although it was more skilled in forming a ball of electricity on its mouth and shoot it towards its opponent, it didn't have the chance to do it now. It could only try to release electricity from its whole body, hoping that Hui Tai Lang would loosen its bite as a result. The electric current exploded, causing Hui Tai Lang's body to crackle with electricity as smoke slowly emitted out. However, Hui Tai Lang steeled its heart and bit the thunder leopard even tighter, refusing to let go. Even if the thunder leopard scorched itself to charcoal, it would never let go. The other thunder leopard immediately formed a ball of electricity and shot it towards Hui Tai Lang, who avoided it agilely. Seeing that its attack had failed, the thunder leopard charged forward with its fastest speed in order to save its comrade. It bit onto Hui Tai Lang's back legs hard, and like its comrade, released the electricity in its body continuously, intent on saving its comrade. The two thunder leopards' electricity flowed on Hui Tai Lang's body back and forth, electrocuting its body until smoke came out. The 3 hyenas that were about to charge forward and attack Hui Tai Lang, together with the Scorpio lion, hurriedly retreated, afraid of getting implicated by the huge electric current swirling in the air. Hiss! As it endured the pain of being electrocuted, Hui Tai Lang's claws that had been continuous scratching and clawing had finally managed to tear open the thunder leopard's abdomen. In an instant, blood splattered out as Hui Tai Lang pulled the thunder leopard's intestines out. At this moment, in the sky, the metallic rune pole descended on the ground. That corrupted warrior called Lai Lai brandished the metallic rune pole before smashing it heavily on Hui Tai Lang's back. This fellow had a deep understanding on the weaknesses of wolves, dogs, foxes, cats, and all these beasts. For smaller beasts, their weaknesses were extremely obvious. First was their throat being bitten and second was their spines being smashed. Had it not for the fact that Hui Tai Lang had evolved into Ironback Demon Wolf before, its spine would probably have been broken to half receiving this heavy blow. Right now, however, it furiously howled loudly. It didn't fall even when its back was smashed, on the contrary, it even bent its waist and shook that metallic rune pole off. Hui Tai Lang's 2 heads attacked on both of its sides while its claws spared no effort in pulling the thunder leopard's innards. That thunder leopard's chest was completely torn open as countless of its innards spilled all over the ground. Hui Tai Lang was still afraid that the thunder leopard was not completely dead, it even tore the thunder leopard's heart that was still beating out and swallowed it down in one go. 3 minutes. Hui Tai Lang finally managed to kill one enemy, the silver-ranked level 5 thunder leopard. This bastard! That corrupted warrior called Lai Lai had the powers of a level 6 beginner junior elder. He was extremely furious when he saw this and immediately raised his metallic rune pole up before swinging it down towards Hui Tai Lang's body. With this heavy blow, Hui Tai Lang's body flew over 10 meters away. Hui Tai Lang, who was sent flying in mid-air, landed heavily onto the ground. Its 4 claws left a deep scratch on the ground as blood dripped from the corner of its mouth. However, its eyes were still burning with anger, glaring at the corrupted warrior coldly. The Scorpio lion's scorpion tail suddenly ambushed Hui Tai Lang from behind, pricking its right hind leg. Hui Tai Lang didn't panic. Instead, it turned around and immediately pressed down the scorpion tail with its claws. Its 2 wolf head then violently bit at the Scorpio lion's tail. The Scorpio lion wailed in pain and flung its tail, throwing Hui Tai Lang hard on the ground. Chance. After seeing Yan Po Jun's blazing lion, Yue Yang had taught Hui Tai Lang, "Idiot dog, do you know what our lion's weakness is? It doesn't have enough power on its hind legs, so it will not be able to attack its opponents with its hind legs or jump very far. Its body is also very hard and inflexible, so it will be difficult for lions to attack enemies at their back. At this time, what you need to do is to attack its anus and injure its innards, do you understand? Don't attack lions head-on, you have to attack them from behind. Of course, you'll also have to see if it's a male or female lion. Female lions are much more flexible than male lions, so it would be difficult to execute this move. I'm talking about male lions here, just like that Yan Po Jun's blazing lion. Idiot dog, do you understand?" At that time, Hui Tai Lang didn't understand his words, but it understood it right now. With its master's teaching and its inborn natural abilities, its two heads bit on the Scorpio lion's hind legs while its claws embed itself deeply inside the Scorpio lion's anus. It used its greatest strength to tear the hole open, tearing the Scorpio lion's innards and pulling them out. Blood splattered on the ground non-stop as the Scorpio lion howled a miserable cry. Behind them, the corrupted warrior Lai who was raising his metallic rune pole could only stare dumbstruck. What a cunning bastard! The scene in front of him was simply hard to believe. A silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf could actually inflict so much damage to his silver-ranked level 6 Scorpio lion. Furthermore, it was all done right under his nose. Bastard, you are seeking death. The corrupted warrior Lai who finally returned to his senses raised his metallic rune pole furiously, violently smashing it onto Hui Tai Lang's body. Hui Tai Lang didn't resist nor let out any sound. Instead, it continued to bite tightly onto the Scorpio lion's hind legs as its claws continued to claw onto the Scorpio lion's anus. It kept pulling different parts of the Scorpio lion's innard each time it clawed into it. The Scorpio lion was still alive, but right now, it felt like it was better dead than alive. It had already betrayed its master long ago and only wanted to leave this place quickly. However, Hui Tai Lang simply refused to let it go, adamant on killing it completely. The three bronze-ranked level 6 hyenas howled loudly as they charged forward, trying to bite Hui Tai Lang. However, they were immediately frightened by the violent and mad Hui Tai Lang, retreating far away and watched the situation silently instead, afraid to charge forward and attack. The corrupted warrior Lai didn't know how many times he had raised his metallic rune pole and smashed it against Hui Tai Lang. In the end, he smashed it ruthlessly and heavily down on Hui Tai Lang's spine. Finally, Hui Tai Lang loosened its bite. Although the Scorpio lion was still alive, it was not far from death. A huge pile of innards that was clawed out by Hui Tai Lang scattered all over the ground. Hui Tai Lang's whole body was drenched in blood. There were its enemy's blood, and there were its own blood too. It stumbled and swayed as it walked towards the six-tailed fox spirit. The corrupted warrior Lai let out a rough breath, completely exhausted. He had never seen such a determined demon wolf before. 10 minutes. Hui Tai Lang killed its second enemy, the silver-ranked level 6 Scorpio lion. Go, kill it now. The corrupted warrior Lai pointed towards Hui Tai Lang who was heavily injured, nearing death and vomiting blood non-stop, ordering the thunder leopard and the three hyenas to bite it. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang howled loudly towards the sky. It, who was heavily injured, could actually intimidate the thunder leopard and the three hyenas, who retreated backwards continuously. All of you are trash. The corrupted warrior Lai raised his metallic rune pole furiously and was about to crush Hui Tai Lang to death. However, at this moment, there were 6 bloodied foxtails that suddenly swept towards him, flinging him far away. The six-tailed fox spirit's body grew 10 times bigger as its spirit force exploded. Its 6 tails waved as a sweet-smelling smell erupted from its body. It expelled a ball of pure light that fell onto Hui Tai Lang's body, who was heavily injured and on the brink of death. In an instant, Hui Tai Lang's wounds immediately healed, closing up under the gazes of its enemies. Its black flames exploded once again as it loudly howled to the sky, reverberating through the mountains. Its life force had completely recovered and it had returned to be that undying Hui Tai Lang. When the six-tailed fox spirit finished expelling its pure light, its body immediately became smaller, returning to its three-tailed snow fox appearance. Its eyes slowly closed, as if it had passed away. Hui Tai Lang went insane. It charged madly towards the corrupted warrior, Lai. This time, its target was this strong human. No matter what, it must definitely kill him. Kill it, I don't like this kind of glare the most. The corrupted warrior Lai realized that he felt a strange kind of fear under Hui Tai Lang's glare. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang recklessly charged forward. It only had one target, and that was this human. 5 minutes later, the thunder leopard which was trying to stop Hui Tai Lang was killed as its spine had been bitten off by Hui Tai Lang. This was Hui Tai Lang's third kill. Half an hour later, Hui Tai Lang's body was badly mauled and mutilated, wounded all over. Its left wolf head had even been battered down to pieces. However, all 3 hyenas had fallen in front of it, torn into shreds and mangled into pieces of flesh. This was its 6th kill, and it was a kill that was done even with the corrupted warrior Lai ganging up on it. There was only Lai, who was drenched with blood from head to toe, in front of Hui Tai Lang now. The metallic rune pole that Lai was holding in his hands trembled. It was the first time that he was really scared of a beast whom he had disregarded initially. He was frightened to the point that his whole body was trembling. If this silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf was stronger even by a little, the one dying today wouldn't be it would be him. Lai was a well-known beastmaster in the demonic palace. He was extremely knowledgeable on beasts, hundreds of times more knowledgeable than ordinary warriors. In his whole life, Lai had seen many strong beasts, but he had never seen a two-headed demon wolf with such a strong willpower and determination, who had the ability to persevere until the end. He had truly never seen it before. From the look of its injuries, this two-headed demon wolf should have been dead long ago. But it was still alive, and it was even trying to kill him. With its injuries, it shouldn't be able to stand up. It should only be able to await death quietly. However, it was still fighting with all its strength. I don't care if you are a two-headed demon wolf or a three-headed Cerberus. I don't believe that you won't die. I will definitely have you killed today. Lai was completely frightened. He felt that if he didn't kill this two-headed demon wolf today, he might not be able to tame beasts anymore in the future. Right now, whenever he closed his eyes, he would see this two-headed demon wolf's frightening eyes in his mind. It was blood red, filled with anger and fury. If he didn't kill it and get rid of this fear haunting him in his heart, Lai felt that he might go insane. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang vomited blood non-stop. It only had the strength to unleash its last attack. If it was in its normal state, it would have been dead long ago. But for revenge, its desire to kill this human continued to spur it forward. Even if it dies, it must kill this human. You want to kill me? Dream on. What make you think you can kill me with your strength alone? Lai ridiculed it. He knew that Hui Tai Lang was completely exhausted, and could probably only attack one last time before collapsing in front of him, breathing its last. Lai raised his metallic rune pole, gathering his strongest power. His heavy blow that packed over tons of kilograms of force smashed down. Boom! Just as Lai raised his metallic rune pole, gathered his strongest power and swung it down towards Hui Tai Lang, a large figure protected Hui Tai Lang with its body the moment Lai's heavy blow was barely one head apart from Hui Tai Lang. It was the six-tailed fox spirit who had pretended to be dead. When it awoke from its unconsciousness and saw Hui Tai Lang about to be killed with the pole that was coming down, it immediately flew forward and blocked the blow that would have killed Hui Tai Lang with its own body. Hui Tai Lang watched dumbstruck as the six-tailed fox spirit's huge body collapsed down to the ground with a loud boom, its fresh blood spilling all over the ground. Hui Tai Lang didn't howl or cry out, it only used its last bit of strength to leap towards the corrupted warrior Lai furiously. It opened its mouth wide and immediately bit at his throat. 10 minutes later, Hui Tai Lang, who had one of its front leg twisted and fractured, one of its head battered to pieces, its body covered with deep wounds that even exposed its bones, spit out Lai's head from its mouth. It then struggled as it crawled towards the six-tailed fox spirit. A trail of blood trailing behind it. In front of it, the six-tailed fox spirit had become three-tailed snow fox again. This time, its head had even been battered and weighed down by the bloodied metallic rune pole. Receiving the fatal blow for Hui Tai Lang on its own body, it had collapsed instead. Fresh blood had dyed its originally snow-white fur completely red. Hui Tai Lang had no more strength to shove the heavy metallic rune pole away and save the three-tailed snow fox trapped underneath. It could only bite the pole with its mouth and struggled to pull it off. Yue Yang's words that ordered it to protect the little three-tailed snow fox properly continued to ring in its ears. Suddenly, a bloody tear dripped from Hui Tai Lang's eyes. Awoo! It looked up to the sky and let out its saddest, grieving howl. Its howl could even break hearts and form tears on others' eyes. Its bereaved cry echoed throughout the valley for a long time, reverberating continuously. The undying Hui Tai Lang finally collapsed on top of the metallic rune pole. As it slowly closed its eyes and the bloodied view in front of it slowly faded away, that black-colored metallic rune pole suddenly emitted a faint white light. The white light grew stronger and stronger, and then, a runic circle appeared, clearly and vividly rising from the metallic rune pole, floating into the white light. A few golden runes appeared and entered into Hui Tai Lang's body, while some white runes entered into the three-tailed snow fox's body. It was uncertain how much time had passed before the white light slowly dissipated and disappeared. The metallic rune pole shattered into pieces with a loud cracking sound. The sudden sound woke Hui Tai Lang up. Its eyes suddenly opened. On the peak of the mountain cliff, Heaven's Line Cave. Yue Yang was about to climb out of Heaven's Line Cave to rescue Princess Xian when there was suddenly a large quake from above. The booming sound was as if lightning gods had struck the mountain top. Rock fragments rained down like raindrops. In the midst of the rubble which messily splattered onto the ground, a human shadow also fell and landed like a meteorite. She seemed as if she was no match for her opponent and was thus struck down the cliff. As the person was about to crash into the rocks, Yue Yang immediately flew over and caught her. However, as the gravitational momentum was too forceful, even with Yue Yang's abilities, he was unable to completely neutralize the crashing motion. Both people were hence smashed onto the rocks, smattering them with a loud rumble. Yue Yang's vision blackened in spells of time. Thankfully he had reduced a good large part of their falling momentum. If it didn't, 2 of his rib bones would probably have been broken by now. Looking at the person in his bosom, as expected, it was the imperial swordswoman Princess Xian. Without saying a word he whipped out his Huijin magic blade. Idiot, I am the real one. Princess Xian was afraid that this fellow would attack her, so she immediately glared at him with her noble gaze, warning him not to do anything to her indiscriminately. Didn't you already return to the palace? Why were you following me from behind? Yue Yang did not want to part with the beauty in his arms, his nose moving about her neck to take deep breaths of Princess Qian's virgin scent, silently sighing in pleasure. With such a beauty in his arms, it was really better than having the entire country under one's rule. No wonder so many people would rather die under the climax of sexual pleasures. A sexual lifestyle was too much of a desire to look forward to. Stay away from me. Princess Qian was speechless when she saw that even in this kind of situation, this brat had not forgotten to take advantage of her, sniffing her body everywhere. Her face reddened and she jumped, pushing Yue Yang's wolfish paws away. A burst of hellfire rumbled down from the sky with a loud bellow. This time the target was not Luohua City Mistress, but Princess Qian. Instead of retreating, Princess Qian advanced towards the sky of raging flames and waved her sword. The flames split into two halves. The sword chi that reverberated out from her slash rose into the sky and slashed onto the rocks on the roof of the cave, deeply penetrating within as it sliced the rocks in its way. She was worried whether Yue Yang would be burnt into charcoal in the midst of the hellfire. But when she looked back, she realized that this fellow was squatting right behind her, using her body as a shield, and was safe and sound. He even had a wily smile on his face that was itching for a spanking. This made Princess Qian really annoyed. What are you doing? Yue Yang was currently admiring Princess Qian's lovely figure and perky butt. Normally, these were mostly covered by her silver armor, hence it was not too obvious. But just now she had to forcefully wave her sword to attack. With those big movements, her curves were immediately exposed. Of course, Yue Yang only admired and did not say it out loud. He initially thought to say that he was staying behind her to avoid the flames, but once he was glared at by her noble gaze, he accidentally said, I am just admiring the scenery here. How's the scenery then? Princess Qian was furious. Not bad, it's just that I can't see it clearly, it'll be better if the armor is removed. Yue Yang's imagination was running so wild that he accidentally said the truth again. Then I'll let you see as much as you want. Princess Qian raised her butt, and her body suddenly knocked backwards, her butt knocking into Yue Yang's face and blasting him numerous meters away. Yue Yang rubbed his nose, which was hurting badly, silently thinking that even sexual luck was not something that he could endure painlessly. If she had knocked him without anything covering her butt it would be nothing much, but she just had to wear a full-bodied silver armor that was hard and solid, it was too much. Luohua City Mistress was too busy to attend to the both of them. She was currently staring at one stalk of starlight serene indigo grass that was outside the boundaries of protection of the protective shield, burning into a pile of ashes by the hellfire. The flower became spots of starlight, disappearing within the interiors of the cave. As a person who loved flowers, she was extremely infuriated. But at this moment, there was no other choice than to repress her anger, and gather the remaining starlight serene indigo grass, placing them into the jade box she had previously prepared. Loud rumbles periodically sounded from the top of the cave. Crushed rocks the size of boulders smashed down from above. After successfully avoiding the falling rocks, Yue Yang and Princess Qian discovered that the enemies above had already forced open a giant crack on the crevices of Heaven's Line, jumping into the hole in an aggressive manner. The person who came was the luminous demon Ding Zhang. He seemed to be cautious, fighting against both Yue Yang and Princess Qian. Upon his descent, he immediately summoned his grimoire, raising his protective shield. In contrast, the luminous demon Ding Zhang's comrade was extremely arrogant. His comrade was a tall and sturdy giant who stood at above 3 meters in height, and was as strong as an ox with tightly packed and ripped muscles all over his body. There were strangely shaped gauntlet that resembled a large hammer in both of his fists. The black gauntlet had numerous wolf fangs as barbed tips. It not only looked extremely terrifying in strength but also seemed to have a large potential to kill and injure. Whoever was punched by those would at the very least suffer bone fractures throughout his entire body. The giant looked exceptionally confident. His upper body was naked and his skin was exposed, not wearing any armor at all. Even his 2 legs were only clad in black leather pants. Upon descent, he smashed the giant rock that he stepped on into pieces, causing rippling tremors that shook the entire cave. Yue Yang realized that this giant could be stronger than the luminous demon Ding Zhang. He was also a pure strengthening type beast's maniac warrior. With the support of a gold-ranked beast within his body, he absolutely had a terrifying battle strength. Although it could not compare to the abnormal Marquis of Xia, but one definitely could not underestimate this monster. It would already be a tough and arduous battle to fight with these 2 enemies. However, in reality, there were certainly not only 2 enemies to face. There was another enemy, a masked man who was as thin as a bamboo pole. He soundlessly floated down on a piece of rock. He had leaped down from an altitude of more than 10 meters and yet did not make a single sound when he landed. Such light leaping skill made Yue Yang frown. He would rather fight with 2 giant-like strength-type opponents than fight agile-type opponents like this masked skinny man. The 4th enemy was an old man wearing a bamboo rain hat. He held an emerald green fishing rod in his hand and also carried a large bottle gourd on his back. He may look a little like a village fisherman, but his power should be one of the strongest amongst all of them. There was still a 5th enemy who was floating down from the roof of the cave. This person was a woman with a sexy figure, wearing heavy makeup and dressed gaudily, with fresh flowers on her head. Her breasts were like huge balls sticking out, and were almost bursting out from her top. At the same time, they were very bouncy, and when she landed on the ground, the pair of giant balls started bouncing without any sign of stopping. Even though on the surface, Yue Yang's eyes were emitting hearts and mouth was drooling non-stop looking at the view, he was extremely alert inside. If this gorgeous lady who dared to wear a maxi dress to battle was a weak fighter, she would perhaps already be utterly defeated by now. However, when she landed, the skinny man and the old fisherman immediately took steps away from her. Even the insanely strong giant also took 2 steps ahead, pretending to press in on Yue Yang and Princess Xian. But in actual fact, it was trying to keep its distance from this frightening woman who was lightly kissing her phoenix fairy fingernails and smiling alluringly. Yue Yang felt that she may not be the strongest one, but was definitely the most terrifying one out of the 5. To suffer a punch from the giant would probably severely injure him, but to be raked by this woman, he would probably be toast. This battle was 5 against 3, the enemies clearly gaining the upper hand against them. Yue Yang realized that this team of opponents really complemented one another perfectly. There were 2 strengthening type rankers amongst the 5, one strong and one agile, one as the main attacking force and the other for mounting sneak attacks. This already constituted sufficient attacking power. Additionally, they had the elemental type luminous demon Ding Zhang's Hellfire, practically covering both long-range and close-range type battles. As for the old fellow, he had large amounts of stored energy. Just by looking at that long emerald green fishing rod, one could tell that he had unsurpassed battle skills and was positioned as the coordinating commander. The cooperation of the 4 of them blended into each other well. Finally, there was still the gaudy woman who was the most fatal. On the surface, she looked as seductive as a whore, but was in actual fact, she was probably as poisonous as a serpent. Luohua City Mistress, Princess Xian, and this titan who is deliberately concealing his identity, today, I am honored to introduce to you our comrades from the demonic palace. The luminous demon Ding Zhang's shrill voice sounded. You are the youngsters with the most potential such that the 10 major sky demons ordered for you to be seized no matter what, even if you have become corpses. Today, we risk the great danger of a complete wipeout of our army and sincerely invite you to join our demonic palace. Even though the name demonic palace is not nice sounding, but other than that, we are actually the world's the most outstanding, most free and even the happiest rankers. As long as you become members, you will be able to experience a brand new and exciting world. You will never be able to find out more secrets on this rigid and inflexible Soaring Dragon Continent, because those old fellows would keep telling you that they will tell you next time or that you would understand once you reach that level. They won't tell you the truth. But we are entirely different from them. Our strongest rankers would impart the most important information down the ranks every year such that everybody can level up quickly. The Falling King Mountain is not what you imagine to be the land of the abandoned demons, but is in fact a happy heaven, a blissful world. Nice speech. Yue Yang carelessly clapped twice, and then yawned. Just that it's a little too long. Princess Xian kept staring at the gaudy woman's chest. One could tell that she was a little jealous of that pair of giant breasts that could cause nosebleeds. Luohua City Mistress did not even raise her head, but continued to quietly, silently and gently gather the starlight serene indigo grass, as if a little extra strength from her would cause pain towards the starlight serene indigo grass. She lovingly put each stalk of starlight serene indigo grass into the jade box, not sparing even the flower buds which had not blossomed. These starlight serene indigo grass would not be spared in the battle which was going to break out later even if they were not picked. It was precisely because they were fated to be destroyed that Luohua City Mistress was lamenting their eventual fate. On hearing Yue Yang's sarcastic remark, the luminous demon Ding Zhang was not angered. He pointed to the 3-meter-tall giant and introduced him. Allow me to introduce our demonic palace's very own Hercules, Xing Meng, who is widely known for his brute strength. He once smashed a battle Kodo beast's head into pieces barehanded. He had also once twisted and broke giant mammoth's tusks, killed giant iron-skinned crocodiles, head-butted iron-horned wild oxen, and tore apart bronze-bodied forest boas. He is now ranked the 38th in the demonic palace, and is known as the Mountain Destroyer Earth Demon. Yue Yang nodded and clapped. Not bad, the makings of a laborer. The 3-meter-tall giant Xing Meng's face immediately blackened, his 2 eyes seemed to be almost spouting fire in anger. The luminous demon Ding Zhang pretended not to hear Yue Yang's words, and went on with his introduction. This is Gu Zui. If you think that him being ranked 30th in the demonic palace is not high enough, you can take a look at Soaring Dragon Continent's killer roll. There are a total of 10 wanted men that have a bounty placed on their heads. The one at the top of the roll is our very own Gu Zui. As the luminous demon Ding Zhang continued his introduction, the extremely tall, masked skinny guy gracefully bowed at Princess Xian. I am interested in killing the princess. Please forgive me when I offend your highness later. Bah! Princess Xian really had an unyielding character. Her response was an arrogant spit in contempt. Thank you, princess. Nevertheless, The masked skinny man named Guzui smiled evilly, the wicked bloodlust in his eyes growing in intensity. But he still suppressed his bloodlust, as if waiting for the best opportunity to explode. The luminous demon Ding Zhang then introduced the old fellow wearing the bamboo rain hat and holding the fishing rod. He smiled a little deferentially and said, "Ranked number 26 in the demonic palace, Duke Xian, that was the talk of the town 100 years ago. 3,681 military successes accumulated throughout his life, this record is practically something that us later generations cannot hope to beat. Countless rankers have died under the hands of Duke Xian, even including a few kings. If I recall correctly, Princess Xian's two uncles, the extremely intelligent Prince Xian and Prince Yi, have also been defeated by him. Such small things that happened in the past is not worthy of mentioning." The old fellow smiled, pleased with himself. "Don't overestimate yourself, old fellow, because your name or your looks both look like they really need a spanking." Yue Yang was extremely not used to this. Why didn't this old fellow go to the mountains and retire? He was already so old, yet he was still so arrogant. How would the younger people feel? "Are you not going to introduce me to this young handsome fellow?" The incredibly pretty giant-breasted woman tossed a flirtatious look at Yue Yang. Ah! On hearing this, the luminous demon Ding Zhang actually nervously wiped the cold sweat on his head, nodding. "Who doesn't know our Phoenix Fairy beauty? Your beauty and allure is renowned in this world. After talking for so long, you still haven't gotten to the point." The pretty big-chested woman continued to blink and toss flirtatious looks at Yue Yang. "Young handsome fellow, my name is Phoenix Fairy. I am not very good looking, and I can't compare to the little princess beside you. But I have some skills in giving some service. You can try me out when we are free, then you would know my positive points. Young enemy, don't worry, you are so good looking that I wouldn't bear to attack you. Even causing a little injury on your face would cause me so much heartbreak. Why don't you listen to my advice and come over to our side, and bring that little princess with you? Isn't it great to have everybody happy together? I hate fighting and killing the most." While talking, the gorgeous woman used her luscious red tongue to lick her sexy lips. Her eyes attracted the hearts and soul of men, and had unlimited flirtatious intent. While she was talking, she kept swinging her hot figure, which could induce nosebleeds in men. Her extremely bouncy giant breasts bounced up and down, making Yue Yang stare until his eyeballs almost fell out. On seeing this fellow's useless demeanor, Princess Xian was extremely aggravated. She did not pinch him like a normal girl would, but specially extended her hand and slapped Yue Yang's butt hard, awarding him with a hard slap as she snorted coldly, "Wipe your saliva. That woman is a minor sky demon. Other than the other 8 minor sky demons and the 10 major sky demons, those 4 fellows together won't be able to defeat her. According to legend, the number of men she had sucked dry is more than 1,000. If you want to die, you can go over, and let her big breasts suffocate you." "Really? She really is a minor sky demon? How do you judge minor sky demons? Is it by the 3 measurements?" On hearing this, Yue Yang was shocked. "Shiro, here minor sky demon can also be called little/small sky demon." So Yue Yang was asking if she was little sky demon because of her 3 sizes. Nobody in the entire demonic palace dares to challenge the minor sky demons. Only if more than half of the 10 major sky demons agree, one can then be promoted to become minor sky demons. The number of people that this witch has killed is even more than the amount of ants that you stepped on. Do you think she is the weakest? She just hides her true power well, idiot." Princess Xian crammed such knowledge into Yue Yang in time. "Ah! You're right." Yue Yang discovered that even with his level 3 divine vision, he could not tell the level of the witch's true strength. He had actually been fooled by her false projection of her strength, and he was very shocked upon realizing that. But luckily, using his level 3 divine vision to observe her, he discovered one weakness of this woman. A smile crept up on the corners of his mouth. This woman was very hard to fight, and he could not tell her true power. It was probably close to the level of Marquis of Xiajin, whom he fought after he was weakened from fighting against Grandma Qi, but if he could make use of that weakness, he should still be able to fight her with barely enough strength. Yue Yang was glad that he had the skill of divine vision, otherwise he would not even know how his death would arrive in this battle. "Young handsome fellow, where are your eyes looking at? That's so annoying, I am not so strong. I am only ranked 55th in the demonic palace, a lot weaker than the 4 of them. Later when we fight, you, young handsome boy, must not use so much power fighting me, and don't touch any parts of my body that you aren't supposed to." The curvy woman, Phoenix Fairy, swayed her waist like a snake, her enormous breasts bouncing, almost splitting her top and spilling out. On seeing this, Yue Yang could not help but inwardly swallow a mouth of saliva. This response made her laugh uncontrollably, her pair of giant balls swaying even more vigorously, making one's nose spurt blood. The flirting can conclude for now. Princess Xian raised her giant sword, shouting. "If you have decided on your opponent, start fighting." "I haven't decided." Yue Yang realized that all opponents was cruelly strong. It would be tough fighting any one of them. Even if you haven't decided, you still have to fight them. Do you think the enemy will give you extra time? They haven't started attacking since they arrived here because they were carefully checking whether we had set any traps of them. Now that they have discovered that there are no traps, they will immediately fight you. Princess Xian's words have not left her mouth when the giant Xing Meng powered forward and pounced towards them, raising his giant wolf teeth gauntlet and slashing towards Yue Yang's face with a thundering roar. Yue Yang couldn't avoid confronting giant Xing Meng's punch. Behind him was Princess Xian. If he dodged it and let her take the hit, even if she was fine afterwards, she would probably curse him forever. Yue Yang couldn't dodge the attack, but he wasn't stupid enough to fight against a 3-meter-tall giant whose arms were even thicker and harder than his own body head-on. He first used his leg to kick Princess Xian's small bottom, sending her flying away like a cannonball. He used the momentum from kicking her body to spin in the air, ingeniously avoiding Giant's punch and at the same time landing a kick on Giant Xing Meng's face. However, Yue Yang's kick that had packed additional strength from Giant Phantom Shadow's power and was strong enough to even destroy a bison's neck bone, didn't do much damage to Giant Xing Meng. The giant advanced instead of retreating, brandishing his giant club as if his sole intention was to pulverize Yue Yang's tiny body. Oh! Speaking of strengths, Giant Xing Meng's terrifying, barbaric strength was indeed stronger than Yue Yang's. If Yue Yang didn't have the additional strength from Giant Phantom Shadow, he might not even compare to Giant's single finger. As for defense, Giant Xing Meng's skin was even harder than a giant mammoth's. Yue Yang had never seen a case where the enemy could totally disregard his attack even after using the full strength of his legs. However, according to that saying from Stephen Chow's movie, in the world of martial arts, speed defines the winner. Becoming powerful in fighting was not solely based on strength and strong defense alone. Real martial art skill centered around speed and technique, not the biggest fist or the strongest strength. Shiro, Stephen Chow is a well-known actor in Hong Kong. One of his well-known movie is Kung Fu Hustle. Quote taken from 1 hour 23 minutes and 50 seconds, if they were comparing reaction speed, skill and agility instead, Yue Yang would probably be able to beat Giant up while flirting with girls. He would even have the time to eat, wash his clothes etc. in the middle of it all. When Giant Xing Meng threw out his thunder-like punch, Yue Yang could easily avoid it and at the same time return his attack with 10 kicks or even more. If his enemy was only the Giant Xing Meng, then he could only meet his miserable death under Yue Yang's tyrannical attacks. However, Giant Xing Meng could display his maximum strength when he, the Skinny Guzui and Duke Xian coordinated with each other. The Skinny Guzui summoned a human-like skeleton puppet that had a pair of skeletal wings on its back and wrapped himself up inside the skeleton puppet's skeleton. He then flashed towards Yue Yang's back, faster than lightning. The bony wings on his back pricked at Yue Yang's back like a poisonous scorpion tail. His hands was about to attack Yue Yang. Go away! Duke Xian had also rushed over, brandishing his emerald green fishing rod. His spear technique looked like 100,000 spears dancing, the rod's afterimage dense like a forest. The attack seemed to be able to pierce into dimensional spaces, emitting a loud hissing sound. When Yue Yang saw this, he immediately jumped off of Giant Xing Meng's face and shot out like a bullet. He twisted his body and avoided the Skinny Guzui's fatal prick, then welcomed Princess Xian's sword, slipping through it like a fish. Spreading open his arms, he hugged Princess Xian and charged towards the ground, breaking away from the pincer attack together with her. Even if they ended up tumbling miserably into a puddle of water, but at least they escaped the 3-men pincer attack, safely breaking away from the battle. Isn't that the Yu clan's spear technique? Princess Xian was extremely stunned when she saw Duke Xian executing the Yu clan's spear technique with his emerald green fishing rod. Hee, those years were really difficult. I only managed to learn this technique by torturing and questioning a member of the Yu clan. If I remembered correctly, his name was called Yu Guan. The Yu clan member Yu Guan that Duke Xian had mentioned was the old man Yu Ha's uncle. Yu Guan was originally a genius martial artist that the clan had put all of their hopes on. However, one day, he went missing on his way to a meeting and completely disappeared without a trace. The Yu clan believed that he was assassinated by an enemy clan and spent 10 painful years searching for the assassin, but they never found him. They didn't know that he was actually trapped by Duke Xian, a member of the demonic palace. Yue Yang realized that Duke Xian's true strength wasn't the Yu clan's spear technique. His real abilities were still deeply hidden. Could it be that this fellow's skills were even stronger than the Yu clan's spear technique? He was even able to execute a spear technique using a light and flimsy fishing rod. This showed that he truly had deep and profound skills and technique. Yue Yang turned around and realized that the rock that Princess Xian had stood on previously had been filled with small, fine holes. These were all caused by the wind impact from Duke Xian's spear technique. If the Duke Xian's spear technique's wind pressure was already this dangerous, then if that gold-ranked treasure emerald green fishing rod were to prick a person, that person would probably die miserably. Yue Yang thought about this and twitched his brows a little. Princess Xian noticed the change in his expression. She reached her fingers out and wrote a few words on his back lightly. I understand, Yue Yang knew that at the beginning, both sides were only testing out each other's strength. The next battle would be when they would fight to the death. Luohua City Mistress had also finished gathering the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass and was charging her Aurora Light. If they could teleport, then Luohua City Mistress would have called out to Yue Yang and Princess Xian to come inside her protective shield and teleport away from this place. The problem was that on top of the Heavens Line Cave, there was a black-colored pillar of light suspended in mid-air. It disturbed the whole dimensional space, making it impossible to teleport. If one wanted to leave this place, one must fight to the death. Only the winner would be able to leave, the loser could only stay within the cave forever. Not only did Yue Yang's, Princess Xian's and Luohua City Mistress's expression became serious, even Giant Xingmeng, the skinny Guzui, the old man Duke Xian and the luminous demon Ding Zhang didn't dare to be careless. This was because when they were testing out each other's strength just now, they couldn't even gain a little advantage. These three youngsters were definitely not going to be easy opponents. The only one who still had a smile on her face was that beautiful, alluring Phoenix Fairy beauty who had a pair of swaying, gigantic breasts. She was currently sitting on a flat rock near the walls inside the mountain cave. Her bare, delicate, exquisite, and smooth legs looked even more beautiful with the pair high-heeled shoes that she was wearing. She watched the situation below as she leisurely swayed her legs lightly, her face smiling all the while. Tenfold muscle strengthening. Giant Xingmeng yelled. A cloud of black smoke exhausted from his mouth. The black smoke transformed into a black ox head humanoid, and it fused together with Giant Xingmeng. In an instant, Giant Xingmeng's muscles began to change rapidly, bulging and becoming even more muscular. Clusters of muscles fold over each other. A layer of black, metallic kind of radiance appeared on Giant Xingmeng's skin. After the fusion, Giant Xingmeng's strength and defense had increased by tenfold. With just one attack, he could destroy mountains and shatter rocks open. This was also the reason why he was called the Mountain Destroyer Earth Demon. Guzui didn't summon anything anymore, he only moved his legs and began to do a weird dance. Those who were familiar with the skinny Guzui's attacks knew that this was his death dance. As his movement speed increased along with the speed of his dance, Guzui's body split into two, and from two, he split into four. Finally, the number of Guzui's copies skyrocketed, as if there were dozens of Guzui doing the same dance on the ground. Duke Xian, on the other hand, summoned a small shrimp and let it rest softly on his fishing rod's hook. Yue Yang's gaze froze when he saw this. This shrimp looked harmless on the surface, but it was actually the most deadly one. Yue Yang remembered what he read from the beast encyclopedia before. Amongst the top 10 vicious beasts, there was a beast that Yue Yang did not expect to be amongst the top 10 at all, and that was the shrimp. This deep ocean crossbow shrimp's body wasn't big, but it could shoot high-pressure water arrows that could easily pierce through the bodies of three mammoths placed next to each other. Furthermore, the friction caused by these arrows could reach up to 3000 degrees Celsius. In deep oceans, this shrimp could easily kill a king octopus with its arrows. Yue Yang couldn't be certain if this little shrimp was really the deep ocean crossbow shrimp, but either way, he mustn't be careless. The luminous demon Ding Zhang didn't shoot hellfire towards Yue Yang anymore. The opponent that he had chosen was Luohua City Mistress. Hellfire. He aimed at Luohua City Mistress, a little passively. That was because he couldn't attack Luohua City Mistress who was protected within her protective shield. Furthermore, Luohua City Mistress had also gone all out to attack with her Aurora Light, targeting the Phoenix Fairy Beauty sitting on the flat stone high above the mountain. The luminous demon Ding Zhang immediately moved to protect the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, but he had to unleash 2 rounds of hellfires before he could block against Luohua City Mistress Aurora Light. Luckily, Luohua City Mistress Aurora Light charging time was slower than his hellfire. The blazing light beam of the Aurora Light burned incomparably brightly, blazing through the air, shooting straight towards the enchanting Phoenix Fairy Beauty. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty acted as if she didn't see anything or hear anything, but the luminous demon Ding Zhang lashed his long sleeves as he unleashed 2 waves of hellfire, aiming towards the Aurora Light. Boom! The great explosion that resulted from the collision of Aurora Light and hellfire resounded deafeningly, shaking the whole mountain, causing a few rocks to rustle down from the mountain walls. The loud exploding sound echoed throughout the cave, deafening everyone present there even more. It was as if someone had knocked their head with a club. Both the heatwave from the hellfire and the Aurora Light's dissipated arrow of light shot towards the ground, where Giant Xingmeng, Yue Yang, and the others were fighting in. Just as the great explosion exploded, everyone started to move synchronously. Princess Xian jumped high into the air towards Giant Xingmeng, slashing her sword towards him. While Giant Xingmeng tried to deal with the attack, Guzui tried to launch a sneak attack to kill Princess Xian. However, Yue Yang grabbed Princess Xian's left leg, and threw her skillfully right at Duke Xian's back. Princess Xian chopped Duke Xian's body in half. But the figure of Duke Xian's chopped body disappeared into thin air. Duke Xian's real body had instead appeared behind Yue Yang as he snickered, too slow. He let go of his bent emerald green fishing rod, and like a whip, the rod lashed at Yue Yang's waist, causing Yue Yang to lose control and was sent flying to the ground. It was as if Giant Xingmeng and Duke Xian had undergone thousands of times of practice together. When Yue Yang was in mid-air, Giant Xingmeng very synchronously swung out his punch right towards Yue Yang's head, sending Yue Yang flying away like a cannonball to the opposite side. As Yue Yang tumbled in mid-air, Duke Xian swished his fishing rod again, shooting the long fishing rod string out. The shrimp that was hooked on the string suddenly became bigger. It then shot out a water pillar that pierced right through Yue Yang's body powerfully. The water pillar even pierced through the mountain wall behind Yue Yang, creating an open hole to the other side. The thickness of the mountain wall was at least 10 meters thick, yet it was easily pierced through by the water pillar. It was clear what would happen if such a formidable and terrifying power were to hit upon Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang, who was beaten up by the enemy's coordinated attacks, fell onto the pool of water with a loud crashing sound. He didn't get up for a while, as endless stream of blood flowed from his body. Princess Xian wanted to rush towards Yue Yang and save him, but she was stopped by the countless Guziwise copies who was executing his death dance. She was pushed back continuously. It was difficult for her to even protect herself. There's something wrong. Duke Xian managed to kill Yue Yang instantly with one move, but there was no happiness in his face. Standing on the rock by the pool and looking down on its surface, he felt an incomparable doubt in his heart. He felt that the cunning brat was the most frightening adversary, who was even harder to handle than Princess Xian. How could he be killed instantly with one move like this? Giant Xingmeng, on the other hand, was looking down on Yue Yang instead and said, "How can that pretty boy survive after taking that much damage? Unless he has an undying body, he must be dead." My eyes, my eyes. Suddenly, Giant Xingmeng's right eye exploded like a soap bubble, splattering blood everywhere and staining his hands in red. Duke Xian jumped in fright at this, and he hurriedly raised his emerald green fishing rod, protecting his body. At the same time, he seeked for his enemy's presence in all directions. Then, a clear voice suddenly came from his back, sounding warm and familiar as if they were old friends. "Old geezer, are you searching for me?" Duke Xian turned his head and found a topless Yue Yang who had a brilliant smile on his face, as bright as sunshine. Yue Yang was reaching his hands out towards himself with a gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in his hands. Duke Xian wanted to quickly retreat and avoid the attack, but he realized that his body was as heavy as a rock, so heavy that he couldn't move at all. He also wanted to raise his fishing rod and unleash his spear technique on Yue Yang, creating dozens of holes on his opponent's body. However, his hands felt heavy as lead. No matter how anxious he was to move his body, he couldn't move a single inch. It was as if there was an invisible chain binding his body tightly. Duke Xian was terrified. "No one can take advantage of me. You are not an exception. This is what you owed me, paid back with additional interest." Yue Yang pierced his gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger right through Duke Xian's back. Then, he turned and pulled out his dragon-slaying dagger, swiping it through Duke Xian's neck this time, cutting off his windpipe and carotid artery agilely. Crimson blood splattered through the air.